Butterflies. Sunlight and butterflies. That was what he remembered. Dappled patterns on tropical foliage, bird calls from high up in the tree canopy, and so many butterflies. Really big ones. As big as a man's hand and blue as a gem, dazzling, dancing, beckoning him to follow. Come with us, they seemed to say, and you'll be safe. In convoy, they drove out that morning, the families of the oil company senior executives, singing on their way to the annual corporate picnic. Last year, it was a private beach near Cartagena, and this year a country club on the very edge of the jungle. Beside drooping vines, there were trestle tables laden with food, baseball for the grown-ups, a makeshift jungle gym for the kids. And Luke Carlton, just turned 10, was bored to tears. Inquisitive and adventurous, the games did nothing for him. He watched, scowling and grumpy, as the CEO stood on an upturned crate. He was American, jowly and gregarious, with a big belly laugh and a lime-green polo shirt that struggled to contain his ballooning waistline. He was making some sort of speech in slow, halting Spanish with a terrible accent. Luke reckoned he and his classmates could speak better Spanish than that. Luke picked his moment. Unseen, he slipped away from the group and darted into the forest, following the butterflies. With every step, he expected to hear his name called and the sound of running footsteps followed by a sharp rebuke, but it never came. The path veered left, and he took it, arrived at a fork, and turned right. The butterflies were everywhere, folding their gossamer wings as they alighted. They were his friends. They had to be. Why else would they be showing him the way? More than once he stopped and held up his hands for them to land on. He smiled when one fluttered onto his nose and another onto his blonde hair, which his mother had brushed only that morning. He should probably be heading home, he thought, and began to backtrack down the path. But there, blocking his way, was a large fallen log. He didn't recognize it. At his feet, a trail of chestnut-coloured ants swarmed across the track. Soon the path gave out altogether, and there, hanging off his bare leg, was a leech. Slimy, black as a slug, gorging on his blood. He tried to flick it off with his thumb and forefinger, but it was stuck fast to his flesh. Luke shrugged. It didn't occur to him that he was lost, just that he'd be in trouble with his parents when he got back. At that moment, he saw that he was not alone. There were 3 of them, standing silent and watching. Never in his wildest dreams had Luke seen anyone who looked like that. Their faces were painted a vivid purple, their scalps shaven smooth, and each had some black object inserted into his lower lip. Round their necks they wore strings of animal teeth, or were they bones? He couldn't tell. The men were small and wiry, naked but for the filthy cloths around their waists. 2 carried long, curved bows. The third clutched a blowpipe. Their language was strange, all rasps and clicks, definitely not the Spanish they were teaching him at school. One moved, an arm slowly extending. Were they going to shoot him? Rooted to the spot, Luke wondered what it was like to be hit by an arrow. Did you die straight away, or slowly? Would it hurt? Were they going to eat him? But now, they were making a sign to him, gesturing. They wanted him to follow them. They walked for hours. With clicks and grunts they urged him on, offering swigs of brackish water from the gourds at their waists. And then, through the tangle of forest vines, he could see a clearing. A dozen round thatched huts, smoky fires, barefoot children, the discarded carcass of a monkey. He caught his breath. A jeep from his father's company, with the familiar brown and yellow logo, stood between the huts. He ran to the door and yanked it open. "Dad!" But a woman he didn't know was sitting in the driver's seat, her eyes red and sad. "Mi chico," she said to him, and held out her arms. He stood his ground. "Where's my mum and dad?" he demanded.
"I want my mum and dad." "Your mother and father. There has been a terrible, terrible accident on the road. All day they look for you, and when they tell them you are found, they came at once. They were driving so very fast. They could not wait to see you. They did not see the truck. Oh, Luke, we are so, so sorry."
A butterfly fluttered close to his face. He slapped it away.
"You're lying!"
he shouted.
"Where are they? I want to see my mum and dad."
But she shook her head, and her eyes welled with tears, though his were still dry.
"They are gone, Luke. Your parents are gone. They are in heaven now. May God look after you."
Chapter 1. First came the antennae, brown, swivelling, twitching. Then the shiny armour-plated body, emerging from the dark recesses of the drains. Jeremy Benton watched with disgust as the first cockroach of the night crawled out from his hotel sink. This place was a dump, and he couldn't wait to leave it. 47 years old, hair thinning, mortgage worries mounting. Alone in a Colombian hotel room, trying to focus on the job instead of fretting about his bank balance, while the ceiling fan turned lazy circles, and the sweat rolled down his fleshy neck and soaked his fraying collar. The insect grew bolder, probing the grime-encrusted porcelain, foraging and tasting. In one impulsive movement, Benton launched himself off the bed and struck with a rolled-up magazine.
"Got you!"
He missed, and the roach shot back into the drains. He sat down heavily, already out of breath. He looked at his watch. It was time. He reached under his jacket and felt the cold, metallic shape of the Browning 9mm automatic. Not the weapon he had asked for. This model had a date stamp on it that was even older than him, but it was all they'd had at short notice in the embassy armory. They had even made him sign out every single one of the 13 rounds that had come with it. He had put in his time on the range this year. You had to, if you expected to keep your firearms license in the service. But he hoped he wouldn't need the pistol. If he was honest with himself, Benton knew he wasn't cut out for the heavy stuff. If he was really honest, he would say he was scared shitless. Jeremy Benton had been offered the usual security envelope for tonight's job. A close protection detail of SAS troopers disguised, not always convincingly, as civilians. It was a toss-up between personal safety and raising profile, so Benton had gone for a compromise. The security detail had dropped him off at the hotel, then melted away. This operation, he had told London, was so sensitive, so secret, it had to be kept low profile. He needed to be alone. Dusk falls quickly on the Pacific coast of Colombia, and it was not yet 7 o'clock when he slipped out of his hotel in the dark. To Benton, Tumaco by night had an intangible, brooding malevolence. Maybe it was its proximity to the dangerous border with Ecuador, or perhaps the resentful looks cast at him by some of the 90,000 impoverished townspeople, mostly of African descent, who stared out from darkened doorways with nothing to do and nowhere to go. There were still huge disparities of wealth in this country. In Bogota, you could mix with millionaires and dine in the finest restaurants, but down here on the coast, the Afro-Colombians were close to the bottom of the economic pile. And always there was the dank, fetid smell that rose from the rotting shanty huts on stilts, perched above the mudbanks where crabs competed for space with rats. Only one industry counted down here, the white stuff, in all its stages, paste, powder and leaf, and how to get as much as possible smuggled across the border or out to sea. Gone were the days of the once seemingly invincible cartels, the Montoyas and the Norte del Valle. The world's most infamous drug kingpin, Pablo Escobar, was long dead and buried. In 21st century Colombia, the cocaine cartels and traffickers, the narcotraficantes, had fragmented into numerous smaller cartels or criminal bandas, harder to catch and just as ruthless. But the Colombian government with help from the Americans and the British, had been steadily taking them down, one by one, going after the structures, the family leaders, the organizers. You didn't stay long at the top in this business, 2 years at most, before you ended your days bunkered in a flat with 6 mobile phones in front of you, waiting for the door to come crashing in. Benton walked briskly away from the hotel security guard on the gate, turned a corner, and dropped to his knees behind a wall, pretending to do up his shoelaces while glancing up and around him to see if anyone was following. Old-fashioned tradecraft, tried and tested. He breathed out slowly. Yes, he was alone. He moved on, down a potholed back lane, past a row of street stalls where smoke rose from a dozen sizzling barbecues, and onto a string of straw-roofed drinking dens. The soft lilt of salsa played from somewhere behind a bar, reminding him of how much he loved this continent. A boy ran up to him and tugged at his trousers.
"Senor, senor, give me a present."
Benton patted his pockets without breaking his step, produced an old pen and handed it to the child, whose face betrayed his disappointment. Benton smiled and walked on. As arranged, Fuentes was waiting for him, one hand curled around a perspiring beer, the other drumming nervously on the Formica table. They spoke quietly in Spanish, Fuentes swigging his beer and looking periodically over his shoulder, Benton sipping a lukewarm Sprite. "You're absolutely sure it's going down tonight?" asked the MI6 officer.
"Seguro. You brought the equipment,"
said Fuentes. "Por supuesto." Benton nodded. "Of course." He patted the day sack between his knees, feeling through the material for the angular contours of the night vision goggles and the infrared camera. Fuentes was every bit as jumpy as he was. He could see that, even in the dim light of the solitary bulb that dangled above the bar. In 2 years of working together, they had never undertaken anything quite as risky as this.
"You know what they will do to me and my family,"
said Fuentes.
"What they will do to you too, if they catch us."
Benton didn't reply. He put a handful of damp curled peso notes on the bar for their drinks and motioned for them to leave. They had been over this before. No one was forcing him to take the risk, Benton reminded him. They had planned the operation together. The 2 men had built up trust between them, agent and case officer, and mutual respect. Both of them wanted to see it through. Privately, though, Benton drew some reassurance from the knowledge that the agent, Giraldo Fuentes, had been regularly polygraphed, hooked up by wires to several electronic monitors, while a dour security man with thin lips and unblinking eyes had thrown questions at him. He had passed each time with flying colours. His loyalty was not in doubt. Not far south of Tumaco, the track gave out, and the jungle took over. Fuentes parked the pickup truck, backing it deep into the undergrowth, as Benton had shown him. "No nosy parking," the MI6 officer had told him, when they had started to train him. "You never know when you'll need to get out in a hurry." He switched off the engine, and for a minute the 2 men sat in silence, adjusting their senses to the tropical night. A whining in their ears announced the first of the mosquitoes, and Benton slapped irritably at his neck. "Bloody mozzies," he grumbled. "We don't get them up in Bogota." Fuentes put a hand on his arm, his finger to his lips, and shook his head emphatically. It would be an uncomfortable night for both of them.
"Tranquillo,"
he whispered.
"It is only the ones that bite in the daytime that carry the dengue fever."
He didn't mention the virulent strain of jungle malaria carried by the night-biting variety. The mission was simple. Get in close, get the photos, and get out. It was what the military would call a close-target recce. Fuentes had a good idea where the sentries would be posted. After all, he knew most of them by name. At his last meeting with his MI6 case officer, he had drawn him a sketch map of the location, and they had rehearsed what to do if they were compromised. Disperse in opposite directions, then zigzag back through the jungle to the pickup. The practice run had not been a stunning success. Benton had tripped over a root almost immediately and had had to be helped back to his feet. 20 minutes after they'd set off, they squatted, lathered in sweat. Benton was being driven half insane by the persistent whine of the mosquitoes. Fuentes poked him gently in the ribs and pointed. Down the track ahead and to the right, they could just make out through the foliage a yellow light. Benton reached into his sack, took out the NV goggles, and fiddled with the focus. In the humid night air, the lenses steamed up immediately, and he had to wipe them twice on his shirt. On the third attempt, the scene swam into focus. He was looking at an open-sided thatched hut, and a group of men sitting at a table, lit by a hurricane lamp that hung from a hook. He recognized the man in the middle from the files, El Gato, the cat, a middle-ranking player. Why did these narco types always have to give themselves such stupid names? Benton panned right to the other men at the table and held his breath. Fuentes had been right. They were Asians, not Colombians. Chinese triads? Japanese yakuza? Christ knows, he couldn't tell. But some kind of international deal was definitely going down. This would have to go in his next report, and he would need the images to send back to London. And tonight was quite possibly the only chance he would get. Less than 3 months to go before his Colombia posting was up, and he was not going to pass up this chance. For the briefest of moments, he saw himself being ushered into the chief's office back at Vauxhall Cross and congratulated. Perhaps even a knighthood on retirement. He gestured to Fuentes that he needed to move closer, but the agent shook his head and drew his finger across his throat. Benton considered him in the darkness, so close that they could hear each other's breathing even above the incessant chorus of frogs and cicadas. The jungle at night is far from quiet. For Benton, this was a fork-in-the-road moment, and he knew it. He rose to his feet, gently shaking off Fuentes' restraining hand. Reaching down, he removed the Browning from its holster, slid back the mechanism, and chambered around. There was a loud metallic click as the gun was cocked, and Fuentes winced. Benton took tentative steps forward through the undergrowth, pausing every few yards. His heart was racing, and his throat felt like sandpaper. He wished he had brought the bottle of water from the truck. He looked through the viewfinder and reckoned he was almost in range to get a good enough picture. He let the camera dangle round his neck and felt the comforting weight of the pistol. He took another step forward. Without warning, a sentry reared up behind him and struck him hard between the shoulder blades with the metal butt of an assault rifle. Benton's pistol fell uselessly from his grasp. He groaned and slumped. "Oye, venga!" the sentry called out to the men in the hut, and suddenly there was pandemonium. Shadowy figures spilling towards them. Fuentes, unseen, hugged the ground, watching in silent horror as they dragged Benton backwards by his armpits to the hut. Guards were fanning out with torches in all directions. Fuentes got up and ran, faster than he had ever run in his life, thrashing blindly through the lush foliage that tore at his face and shirt, stumbling like a drunk the last few yards to the truck. He jumped into the cab, dropping the keys at his feet. Scrabbling with his fingers amid the detritus he'd been meaning to clear out, he found them too late to start the engine. Crouched behind the dashboard, half hidden by the surrounding bushes, he could see figures silhouetted on the same dirt track they had driven down only an hour ago. They were calling to each other, their torch beams probing the night. And then Fuentes heard something that nearly made his heart stop. The distant sound of a man screaming, in intense, drawn-out terror and pain. Chapter 2. "God, it's rammed in here tonight. Sorry, babes? It's a bloody crush," shouted Luke, cupping his hand to her ear above the thumping music. "And stop calling me babes." "But you know I only do it to wind you up." She slid her hand around his waist and pulled him closer. He caught her scent. Nearly a year together, and still it did something for him. Slender and self-assured, Elise was nearly as tall as he was. They had met at the art gallery where she worked, on the opening night of an exhibition of brightly coloured gouache paintings. His immediate thought had been, "This girl is out of my league." It was true that Elise had no shortage of admirers, but the man who had strolled in intrigued her. He had the loose, easy movements of someone capable of immense speed and power. His face was angular, lightly tanned, beneath short sandy hair. Grey eyes. Was he a model? God, she hoped not. She wasn't going to make that mistake again. No, the broken nose and weathered look told her otherwise. This was not a man who spent a lot of time in front of the mirror. There was something paradoxical about him, a blend of danger, adventure, and security. She felt safe in his presence. A week later, on their first date, he had nearly blown it. "Tell me about yourself," she had said, appraising him watchfully as she sipped her peach Bellini in a bar off Piccadilly. He'd wondered what he should say. Born in London, brought up in South America, orphaned at 10. Most of his adult life in the Royal Marines and Special Forces. On operations, he had killed at least 4 people and didn't lose any sleep over it. Too much information for a first date? Yes, probably. "Well," he had begun, with a half-raised eyebrow, "I suppose you could say I'm from everywhere." It was his international man of mystery line, and had worked wonders on nights out in Plymouth and Poole. Elise had said nothing, just got up and walked away to the bar. "You twat, Luke," he thought. "You've lost her already." But Elise had waved him over to join her, a frosty mojito lined up for him on the bar. "Drink this," she ordered, with a smile. "It might improve your conversation." Things had moved quickly. 6 months on from that night, they were sharing a flat. Now they were spending their Thursday evening on a small, sweaty dance floor in a members-only nightclub in Mayfair, waiting for friends who hadn't shown up. Surrounded by rich boys in blazers and tasselled loafers, their girlfriends in pearls. You could almost touch the money in the air here, thought Luke. But what on earth made all those people want to dress like their parents when they weren't even out of their 20s? A boy in a canary-yellow cashmere cardigan was dancing backwards and collided with Luke, too busy mouthing the words to get lucky. Luke regarded him with pity. He was wearing Ray-Bans in a nightclub. "Okay," he said to Elise, "let's get out of here." She offered no resistance. It was not her kind of place either. Together they sideslipped through the crowd, emerging into the cool drizzle of the London night. Elise paused to light a cigarette, smiling coyly at him as he cupped his hands around hers to shield her lighter from the breeze, the gap left by his missing middle finger standing out next to her own perfect, shapely hands. Luke had never understood the smoking thing, and vowed to have another go at her to stop. Maybe next year. They turned into Curzon Street, almost empty now at past 1 in the morning, then crossed the road near the palatial Saudi embassy, nodding at the 2 armed and bored policemen guarding the gates, then walked up a dimly lit side street to where they had left the car. "Excuse me, please. You have light?" The man stepped out of the shadow of a parked van. Seriously? Thought Luke. That was such a cliché. It belonged in some dated vigilante film, a Charles Bronson classic, the ones his uncle used to watch. But Luke was instinctively on his guard. He didn't like the look of the man, who had the air of organised crime about him. What was he? Albanian, perhaps. Hard to tell in this light. Elise had caught it too, but her manners got the better of her, and she fished in her bag for a lighter. At that moment, Luke felt a pair of huge arms lock tight around him from behind, and immediately his training kicked in. As the first attacker made a lunge for Elise's handbag, Luke dropped his weight to his knees and pitched himself forward, jackknifing his assailant over his shoulders. The man landed with a smack on the wet pavement, knocking the wind from his lungs and cracking his head on the concrete. "You fugger!" he wheezed, in pain and surprise. He was not the only one. "What the hell do you think you're playing at?" Luke asked himself as he straightened up. "You think this is a punch-up in Union Street in Plymouth on a Saturday night? Remember who you work for now. It's supposed to be all about discretion, subtlety, and hugging the shadows. not crash-banging across the city like Daniel Craig. Next time, just give them the bloody money and walk on. But the action wasn't over. Elise's slim frame was deceptive. She had her own training, honed over long, painful hours in the dojo. As the second man lunged for her handbag, she stepped back, putting her weight onto her right leg, bending it slightly, then pistoning out a side-thrust kick with her left leg towards the man's jaw. It would have been a technically perfect move, if only the heel of her shoe hadn't snapped. Elise lost her balance and fell sideways onto the pavement. In an instant, the man was on top of her, grappling for her handbag. And then he was rising clear, as if pulled by some hidden hand. Luke's fingers were clamped on the man's oily hair as he lifted him up, then slammed him face down onto the ground, where he stayed. Elise winced, rose quickly to her feet, forgetting the broken heel, and lost her balance again. Luke caught her and, for a moment, they clung to each other, recovering their breath. One assailant lay face down but breathing. The other had already abandoned his friend, slinking off into the night. Before she had time to protest, Luke scooped her up and carried her to the car. Inside, doors locked, seatbelts on, she kissed him forcefully on the lips. "Thanks, babes," she whispered. "No drama," he replied. Lucky only one of us was wearing heels. Chapter 3. In the damp, humid air of the tropical night, the torch beam reached out like an accusing finger. "Turn him over," said the captain. "Do it now." Gingerly, with uncharacteristic delicacy, the Colombian police conscripts approached the motionless body. In their confusion, they tried to turn it over in opposite directions, pulling against each other, then collapsing backwards into giggles, like overexcited schoolchildren. "Madre de Dios!" The captain pushed them out of the way. "Must I do everything myself?" He grabbed the body by the shoulder furthest from him and gave it a heave, jumping back just too late as it settled heavily on his polished black boots. "Ay, mierda!" he exclaimed in disgust. The man had soiled himself, and a thick rivulet of dried blood had run down his neck from where his ear would have been. It was clear that he had not died peacefully. In their green jungle fatigues, the policemen stood in a circle, craning their necks for a better view. "Search his pockets. Find some ID," ordered the captain, reaching for his mobile phone. From somewhere behind them in the village, a dog barked, and over on the horizon, towards the lights of Tumaco, a solitary firework arced into the night sky, then puttered out, drifting silently to the ground. In this part of Colombia, corpses turned up in all sorts of places. Hell, thought the captain. This was the 6th that month. He turned away, dialing the number for the duty sergeant at the fortified hotel they used as their base in town. "Capitan?" the conscript called, sounding excited. "This muchacho is not from here. He is a gringo. His name is—" The captain snatched the maroon booklet out of the man's hands. Slowly he read aloud, straining to make out the italic script in the torchlight. "Her Britannic Majesty, Secretary of State, requests and requires—" One of the younger policemen coughed and turned the first page of the passport for his captain. There was the dead man's face staring up at him above a suit and tie, both ears still attached. Benton, Jeremy Maynard, British citizen. Date of birth, the 14th of January, 1969. Sex, M. Place of birth, Scarborough, UK. Mierda! The captain swore again. This was going to be complicated. Just over 8 kilometers away, in a secluded whitewashed bungalow with peeling paint and a purple neon light above the door, Major Umberto Elerzon was starting to enjoy himself. La Casa de Dreams was one of the few consolations he had found in this godforsaken dump of a town. He hated Tumaco and its lousy climate, its ravenous mosquitoes, and its casual capacity for violence nurtured by its close association with the drugs trade. He hated it, and always had done, since the first day of his posting. A punishment posting, no question. Tipped for promotion to colonel, he had been a rising star in the corridors of power at police headquarters in Bogota, until that one stupid mistake. It was National Day, fiesta time, and maybe he had drunk a little too much, but how could he resist her? When they'd thought no one was looking, they had left the party together, raced down the steps to his car, and checked into a nearby hotel. The receptionist had recognized her and made the call once they were up in the matrimonial suite. The Major shuddered at the memory. The humiliation, the shame, the embarrassment. All those junior cops standing there, grinning in the doorway, the cameras going off, and him in his underpants. How was he supposed to know she was the president's niece, for Christ's sake? So here he was, past 40, his career torpedoed, sentenced to eke out his posting in this far-flung corner of the country, running a provincial police station in one of the most dangerous parts of Colombia. His wife had long since lost all respect for him. In truth, they had never been close, and when he had told her of his posting to this coastal backwater, she had flatly refused to leave the cool comfort of Bogota. He suspected another man was involved, but, frankly, he was past caring. He paid her a portion of his monthly salary and sought what comfort he could in the dingy bars and brothels of Tumaco. There was money to be made here, no question about that. He had known people in customs to retire to Miami on what they had made in this part of Colombia, simply from looking the other way at the right moment. But the men from Internal Affairs would be keeping close tabs on him. They had told him as much, practically spelled out that even his own subordinates would be watching him. He was trapped. Which was why he was thinking of making alternative arrangements. Major Elise did not like to be disturbed when he was being entertained in La Casa de Dreams, so when his mobile phone rang from his jacket on the chair by the window, he chose to ignore it. Of far more interest was the magenta bra of the woman in his arms. Rosalita was not her real name, but she had been his favourite since his first exploratory visit. True, they had had a brief falling out last year when she'd given him an unwelcome dose of crabs, but they had kissed and made up, and now he was turning his attention to the clasp at her back. Bloody mobile! Why wouldn't it stop ringing? Probably some imbecile checking up on him. With a groan he heaved himself off the bed, catching his reflection in the mirror, and reminding himself to get down to the police gym. He snatched up the phone. See? By the time he had put down the phone, Major Elizon's libido had wilted. What the hell was an Englishman doing dead on his patch? This was no place for tourists. Must be a narco. 20 minutes later, he was back at the police base in the fortified hotel, just in time to watch the patrol bring in the body. This was a disaster. If he didn't move quickly, the press would be all over it before he could file his report, and those cabrones in Bogota would hang him out to dry. He retreated to his office to think, retrieving a half-empty bottle of tequila from beneath a crumpled copy of yesterday's newspaper. Before long, there was a knock on the door. The coroner, of whom he had seen far too much in the past year. "Well, it's complicado," replied the coroner. "You mean you don't know what he died of?" snapped the major, lighting a cigarette without offering one to his guest. He had never liked the coroner, a respected local family man who seemed to lead a squeaky clean life. "Not yet, no. You see, someone really wanted him dead. I mean, really wanted him dead." "Go on." The major breathed smoke up to the ceiling in a thin coil and watched it curl around the motionless blades of the fan. It still wasn't fixed. "It's as if he was killed several times over. He was stabbed in the ribs. I expect you saw that in the patrol commander's report." The major looked down at his desk. "There's the ear, of course, but he didn't die from that. And then there's a needle mark in his neck. He may have been injected with something. I'm sending blood samples up to the toxicology lab on the next flight." "Any narcotics on him?" "Nothing. But they did find this." The coroner reached into his tunic and handed across a plastic evidence bag. Reluctantly, the major put down his cigarette, opened the bag, took out a small notebook and flipped through the pages. There were scribblings in some foreign script. Japanese? Chinese? He didn't know. Either way, it probably wasn't important, but he decided he should look after it himself. Chapter 4. The call came through on the secure line to Vauxhall Cross at just after 0600 hours. It was the duty officer who took it, bleary with tiredness and nearing the end of his shift. From more than 8,000 kilometres away, the voice spoke, distorted by clicks and pauses on the line from inside the SIS Colombia station, tucked away in a nondescript farmhouse in the wooded hills just north of Bogota. The DO stifled a yawn and began to jot notes, then nearly broke his pen. This was unbelievable. The CIA were always carving stars into that wall of theirs at Langley, one for every officer killed in the line of duty, but over here, in the service? Unheard of. He peered across the desk at the emergency numbers taped to the wall, took a deep breath, and dialed. At 0630, Luke Carlton was in the gym in Battersea when his phone lit up beside him. He liked being up early. After 12 years in the forces, it was a hard habit to shake, even if it sometimes infuriated his girlfriend. Although he was out now, a civilian, he still put himself through a punishing hour of CrossFit most mornings, the exhausting, all-round fitness program of choice for those who had served in special forces. 2 minutes intensive strength and endurance exercise, pause, then repeat for 50 minutes. The memory of the attempted mugging in Mayfair was still fresh, and he would do his damnedest to keep up his fitness. Now his phone was flashing insistently. Before answering, his eyes flicked to the TV monitor on the wall. Had something big happened? Some horror committed by Boko Haram in Nigeria? A hostage crisis in Yemen? Breaking news read the subtitled caption. House prices surge in London suburbs. No clues there, then. But a phone call at this time of day could mean just one thing. The office. Wiping the sweat out of his eyes with his forearm, he glanced at the number on the small screen and recognized it immediately. The voice at the other end asked how quickly he could get over to Vauxhall Cross. In the few months since he'd started working for MI6, he had fitted in surprisingly quickly. If he chose to stay, and many didn't, he had been told he could go far. How soon can I be in? Luke checked his watch. Depends on how smartly you need me dressed. I'm in the gym. I don't care what you're wearing, said his line manager, Angela Scott. Come dressed as an astronaut for all I care. Just get in here now. He knew better than to ask what was going on. In any case, he'd be briefed soon enough. Roger that. What? Sorry, I haven't quite shaken off the military jargon yet. I'm on my way. She hung up. In sweatpants and trainers, Luke took the lift down from the gym to the underground garage. Elise and he lived in one of those modern steel and glass apartment blocks that had sprung up on the south bank of the Thames. Muscles Wharf, it was called. They'd had a few laughs about that. Renting for now, but maybe they'd look to buy something next year, if they were still together, of course. He got a few funny looks as he pulled out into the traffic, but he always did, driving a scratched Land Rover Defender out of a flash Thameside apartment block. His London friends liked to claim that it stank of manure, but Luke didn't give a monkey's. This was his way of staying in touch with his country roots. Besides, there was something pleasingly familiar about its blunt, functional lines and its quasi-military practicality. Past the new Covent Garden fruit and veg depot and the hideous concrete statue at Vauxhall Bridge. What were they thinking, building that? Then his windscreen gradually filled with the imposing green and sandstone fortress that now paid his salary, Vauxhall Cross, known to those who worked there as VX. It was the publicly declared headquarters since 1994 of MI6, the Secret Intelligence Service. What a difference from Century House, the dingy old tower block in Lambeth where his uncle had worked before the move to Vauxhall. What a soulless dump that had been. Once, Luke had gone there with him. He had been just old enough to take it all in. The petrol station at street level, the brown raincoats hanging on pegs, the brown suits. even the brown soup in the canteen. To him it seemed a monochrome world inhabited by chain-smoking men in suits and typing girls with names like Betty who stooped to stroke his chin. But he remembered his uncle talking about some real characters there. A woman who knew every detail in every file, back in the Stone Age, before it was all digitized and encrypted. His uncle had talked, probably more than he should have, about the occasional ripple of excitement when a Soviet defector was reeled in, and the brief, intense feeling of camaraderie as he and his colleagues had stood together and sung Christmas carols. "Nothing like it," he had told his nephew. "All of us working for a common cause. One day you'll understand." The lights were changing now, and Luke tried to focus on what he was about to walk into. But still his uncle's stories kept flooding back to him. A tea trolley had come round every day at 11 o'clock and 4, pushed by an East End lad called Charlie. It was an open secret, said his uncle, that his close relatives were linked to the notorious Cray twins, Ronnie and Reggie, the kings of London's violent underworld in the 1960s. Someone must have decided it was better to have those guys on side. There had been a rough edge to service employees in those days, thought Luke, unlike the polished smoothies in the Foreign and Commonwealth office. Charlie had been there so long that he knew everything about everyone's private life. They'd given him an MBE, and he'd retired to Margate to bask in his glory. Then, said his uncle, there was the old caretaker who could recognize people by their footsteps. He had come back into Century one day, after years stationed in Warsaw, and this old boy had had his back turned away from him, but he said, "Welcome home, Mr. Carlton. Nice to have you back." Amazing. And then there was the cut, said his uncle. The Lambeth side street with its Greek-run brothels and tawdry Italian restaurants, where well-spoken service secretaries met their intelligence officer lovers to share their hopes and dreams of postings to distant embassies, far away from SE1, and the dismal clank of trains pulling into Waterloo on a rainy afternoon. Luke stopped at the large green-painted steel gate. High on a wall, a camera swiveled towards him, the CCTV feeding its image back to the security officer's control room inside. On tiny oiled wheels, the gate slid open, and he nudged the Land Rover forward. A man emerged from a sentry box with an inspection mirror, gave the vehicle the once-over, then waved him on. Inside the building, he got out of the car and locked it, then pressed his electronic swipe card to a reader, prompting an automatic door to hiss open for him. "Carrying sensitive material like documents?" read the notice on the wall. "Then check security procedures." Luke strode quickly past the royal coat of arms and the official commemoration plaque. "The Secret Intelligence Service," it read. "Opened by Her Majesty the Queen on July the 14th, 1994. Incredible to think that in his uncle's day MI5 and MI6 had officially not existed. Shocking, isn't it? He turned. Springer, a young intelligence officer he barely knew, was holding open the lift doors for him. "I mean, what are they going to tell his family? Nice bloke, Benton. He was an instructor on my course down at the base. Useful squash player, too." The lift pinged open at Luke's floor, and Springer nodded a goodbye. "Hang on," said Luke, in turn holding open the lift door. "What do you mean, telling his family? What's happened to Benton?" Springer's face showed that he knew he had said too much, even within those secure walls. "Oh, right," he said. "Well, you'll know soon enough." Then the lift door closed on him. For a minute, Luke stood on the landing, people rushing past him. He was shocked. He had never met Benton, but they had spoken many times on the phone, and Luke had seen his reports, always carefully nuanced and caveated. Now he had become a casualty, and Luke had no idea how MI6 would handle a man killed in the course of duty. What would they put on his tombstone? Benton, career spook, useful squash player, R.I.P. Maybe not. "Coffee's on the sideboard. Grab a cup. You've got a few minutes to prep before we go in to see the chief." Angela Scott was a woman of few words. Petite and short, her auburn hair was tied back, her clothes neat, stylish but simple, a tiny gold crucifix just visible on her pale, freckled chest. As line managers go, Luke reckoned he could do a lot worse than Angela. A former station chief in Mexico City, she had been at the sharp end of agent running. Yet, from the first day he had been assigned to her team in the Latin America division, she had taken him under her wing, never once patronizing. She had recognized that he needed time to adjust to his new life after 12 years in the forces. But, in the few months they had been working together, he had shown her that he was a fast learner, and his Spanish was better than hers. Way better. Angela had done 6 months at a cozy language institute for British students in Guatemala, while Luke had spent his early childhood in Colombia and returned often, absorbing the language, perfecting his slang. "All I can tell you for now," she said, "is that we've lost our station chief in Bogota. Of course, you knew Jerry Benton from his reports. He'd been killed on a deniable op, which we hadn't even told the Colombians about. And we've lost contact with Synapse." "Synapse?" said Luke. "Christ! He was Benton's primary agent. The intel he was feeding us was pure gold." "Yes, it's bad." Angela let out a small sigh. "The Colombians are seriously peeved. Our ambassador will have to go into the foreign ministry to explain what the hell our man was doing in a coke-infested jungle 650 kilometers from the capital. Benton was declared, and it's supposed to be a friendly nation." She glanced down at her watch and frowned. "Look, here's the thing. C's called us up to his office. He wants to be put fully in the picture before he addresses the whole staff." C was the first abbreviation Luke had learned on his induction. It was what they called the Chief of SIS. It was not an abbreviation for Chief, but the first letter of Cumming, from the founder of the service in 1909, Sir George Mansfield Smith Cumming, a monocled and medalled character in cocked hat and braid. He had always signed his letters C, and somehow the tradition had stuck, one of the few that had. "Director of Ops will be there," continued Angela. "Don't you mean Controller of Ops?" replied Luke. "That's a sore point for some people here. No, Sir John Sawyers changed that title when he was Chief, part of his drive to bring us more into line with the rest of Whitehall. We don't have controllers anymore. We have directors. Anyway, you're about to meet most of them. Operations, counter-terrorism, the Americas, legal affairs. Basically, the big guns. Luke, you grew up in Colombia, and you've spent the last 3 months on the Latin America counter-narcotics file, so I'm expecting you to deliver a situational brief. Do you need more time?" "Ideally." "Well, I'm afraid you haven't got it. See you upstairs at past." She glanced at his trainers and sweat-soaked tracksuit. "Oh, you'd better get changed. There's a locker down the end of the corridor. Lorimer from our Brussels station keeps a shirt and suit in it for whenever he pops over." She appraised him. "You're about the same size. Best put it on. He'll get over it." In the space of 28 minutes, Luke found the locker, changed into the suit, a little tight in places, but it would do, splashed some water over his face, then cast a last-minute eye over his recent case notes. Not much he could do about the shoes. It would just have to be trainers and a suit. He was met on the 6th floor and escorted through to the outer office, past framed photographs of David Cameron, Prince Charles, and other pillars of the establishment, past and present. The carpet up there was thicker, he noticed. Then it was into the boardroom, which looked to Luke like any other boardroom he had ever seen in countless films. Long, polished table, expensive finish, a row of framed abstracts on the wall, and around 15 or so seats, all filling fast. He recognized most of the faces from his induction briefing, though he doubted any of their owners would know who he was. Quiet, ordinary-looking men and women. They might have been partners in a city law firm or a West End residential estate agency, not spymasters in Britain's most secret of secret agencies. Luke took almost the last free seat, settling himself with some difficulty beside an overweight man in a cherry-pink polo shirt who offered him a broad smile. Had they met before? Luke didn't think so. "Sid," said the man, holding out a fleshy, slightly damp hand in greeting. "Sid Khan. It's really Syed Khan, but everyone calls me Sid." Luke took in the gold pendant and the curly chest hair poking out of the neck of the polo shirt. Not exactly what he was expecting in an MI6 boardroom. Who was this guy? "Are you on the tech side?" asked Luke, then kicked himself for making assumptions. Used to be. Transferred from Cheltenham. Started out here in science and technology, you know, working with all the gizmos and gadgets. Just the place for a bloke from Bradford with a knack for computers. Right, said Luke, still none the wiser as to what the man was doing in MI6's boardroom at a moment of crisis. What do you do now? The room went quiet as the chief walked in. Khan leaned over hurriedly to whisper in Luke's ear, I run counter-terrorism. Now he remembered. Of course. Sid was a legend. A first-class degree from Manchester in, what was it? Human-computer interaction or something. Fluent in Urdu. Rapid progression up through GCHQ, transfer to SIS, then postings to Dhaka, Islamabad and Riyadh. Apparently, he'd thrown a lot of people off balance in those countries, in a good way. They would have been expecting some clean-cut Oxbridge type in a German street suit. Instead, they'd got Sid, who ate roti and naan with his fingers, and disarmed his hosts with his easy charm. Word was that after David Cameron had upset Pakistan with that speech he'd made to Indian business leaders in Bangalore in 2010, saying they couldn't look both ways on terrorism, it was Sid who had salvaged the relationship between the two countries' intelligence agencies. Islamabad had been ready to shut down cooperation and withhold information until Khan had won them round. The chief took his place at the head of the table. The room tensed in expectation, and Luke found himself involuntarily stiffening in his chair, as if he were back on the parade square at Lympston. The chief was now his commanding officer, and he'd better make a good impression. Like Angela, Sir Adam Keeling, the new chief of MI6, was a man of few words, and many had questioned whether he had the patience to put up with all the process and protocol of Whitehall machinery. He was a career intelligence officer, a veteran of Cold War postings behind the Iron Curtain, some unorthodox assignments in Central Asia, then back and forth to the Middle East. He was widely credited within the service for getting Colonel Gaddafi's entire arsenal of poison gas dismantled. Okay. He faced the two lines of sombre faces, then paused, while a female Royal Navy rating entered noiselessly through a side door, deposited a fresh pot of coffee in front of him, and left the room. To state the obvious, this is a tragic day for the service, for all of us here, and for Britain. Benton was a first-class intelligence officer, and I don't wish to hear of another such death on my watch. The PM's already sent condolences to his family. Foreign Secretary is going to see them today. Sid, what have we got on the perps? Who was behind this? Khan locked the fingers of both hands together and cracked his knuckles, causing a few people to wince, then stood up and made his way to the opposite end of the table from the chief. Luke realized that the director of CT probably had his detractors in the building, probably in this room, in fact. It was a steep pyramid at the top of SIS. One chief, 3 director generals, and a raft of directors below that, nearly all with an eye on the top job. If they weren't in the running by the time they reached 50, he'd heard, then a fair few people tended to walk out of the door to seek their fortune in the well-paid world of commercial intelligence. But Sid Khan was younger, unorthodox, and, Luke bet, had probably ruffled a few feathers. Our initial assessment, said Khan, is that the Colombian coke barons were behind this, the drug traffickers, the narcotraficantes, or, as everyone calls them, the narcos. Most likely one of the clans. Someone like the Osagas. They've got the hump with what we're doing to their shipments. 20% chance it could also be the dissident rebels from the FARC movement, miffed at the peace talks with the government. The chief said nothing, so Khan continued. Some of these people are die-hard Marxists, still wearing the old Che Guevara T-shirts, still dreaming about a great people's Bolivarian republic stretching all the way from the Caribbean to Chile. We know there's a crossover, a nexus, between the drug barons and the guerrillas. They're into all sorts of other stuff too over there. Illegal mining, extortion, you name it. Looks like Jerry might have got himself a bit too close to one of their deals. The chief made a low humming sound. Those who knew him recognized it as a danger signal. It meant he was far from satisfied. He rubbed his temples with the fingertips of both hands, causing his silvery grey hair to rise and fall before he spoke. "Right. Let's be clear on this," he said. "I need two things, and I need them fast. I want to know who killed my station chief and, most importantly, I want the full lowdown on whatever he was onto. Who's this third party he referred to in his last report? What were they cooking up? Are we talking narcotics, terrorism, or proliferation, or all three? We're a national bloody intelligence agency with nearly £1 billion budget, not a guessing shop. I want to know a lot more than this. What are the Met doing?" "Counter-terrorism commander sending 2 detectives," said Sid. "We've requested Spanish speakers, but apparently no one's available. They're all in Spain on that trawler from Liverpool." "Fabulous," said the chief, without a hint of mirth. No one smiled. He turned to Greg Sanderson, the head of Latin America Division, the only person in the room Luke actually knew. "What have the Latins come up with?" Sanderson pushed his glasses back to the bridge of his nose. They seemed to Luke to be rather too big for his face. "Well," he began, "the Colombians have already opened their own investigation, as we'd expect. ANIC, their national intelligence agency, are the lead on this. But that's serious bandit country where Jerry was operating, and it's really more of a local police operation. I believe their man in charge on the ground is—" He glanced at a handwritten note. "Major Umberto Alerzon. Don't know him as yet." "Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Angela?" "See, you should hear what Luke Carlton on my team has to say. With respect to everyone else in the room, he's our in-house Colombia expert." "Carlton. No relation, I suppose, to Matthew Carlton?" "My uncle, sir." The chief relaxed briefly. "No need for the sir," he told Luke. "Casual professionalism is our hallmark here. I remember your uncle. A good man." Luke felt a double twinge of satisfaction. He was pleased that his uncle had not been forgotten, but, more importantly, a nod from the chief in a room like this could do him no harm. As a newcomer in their ranks, it gave Luke a certain pedigree. "So," continued the chief, "you've obviously seen the prelim report, put together by night duty. Let's hear you put some flesh on the bones." With that, he settled back in his chair and folded his arms. As one, all eyes turned to focus on Luke as he got to his feet and strode, self-conscious in his borrowed suit, to the end of the table to take Khan's place. The director of CT gave him a slap on the back as the two men passed each other. For good luck? Did Khan know that Luke had not seen the report? Angela shot him an apologetic look, but said nothing. Luke was on his own, and he was all too aware that his reputation would be built or destroyed by what he said in the next 10 minutes. "Right," he began. "The current situation is that most processed Colombian coke leaves the country by container ship. They call it rip-on, rip-off. At the last minute, just before the container is sealed, someone paid off down at the port chucks in a bunch of holdalls weighing 300 to 400 kilograms in all. When it docks in Europe, at Antwerp or Valencia or wherever, someone collects it. Thanks to Jerry Benton and his people, we've had some pretty good interceptions lately." Almost everyone had flinched at his mention of the murdered intelligence officer. "Then there are the light aircraft," continued Luke. "They're flying 200 to 300 kilos a time up to Honduras or Mexico. There are also the fast boats heading up both sides of Central America, and finally the mini-subs." "I'm sorry, the what?" interrupted the chief. "Miniature submarines," replied Luke. "They've become quite a phenomenon down there. The narcos build the subs themselves to stash drugs and smuggle them up the coast. They tend to be launched out of the swamps south of Buenaventura, then sail just below the surface all the way up to Panama and beyond. But the Colombian Navy's getting good at catching them too. Their chief of naval ops says they've caught over 100 mini-subs to date." "Ingenious," said the chief. "Go on." Luke noticed that Sanderson was scribbling on a piece of paper, then passing it to Khan, who looked at Luke and nodded slowly. It occurred to Luke that he was either making a really good impression or pissing off half the people in the room. "Operation Sword of Honor," he persevered, looking from one to another to make sure he had eye contact with everyone, however fleetingly. "It's the Colombian campaign to take out the HVTs, the high-value targets. It's huge, it's ongoing, and we're giving them a big boost on the intel side. It's got everyone on board over there. Special ops, Marines, judicial police, attorneys, intelligence fusion centres, counter-IEDs. There's also our own joint units. They're having a major impact on the backrooms, and that's hacking them off big time.
Excuse me, interrupted Khan. Am I the only person in this room who doesn't know what a backroom is?
Sorry, said Luke. It's shorthand for Banda Criminal, the gangs that produce and ship the cocaine.
Thought you'd know that, Sid,
remarked the chief, allowing himself the faintest of smiles on that blackest of days. Luke tried not to smile with him. This was not going to endear him to the man in the pink polo shirt. Telephone intercepts, continued Luke, getting into his stride now. He was on his home turf. This stuff was his bread and butter, and he was giving them what they wanted. The intercepts formed the backbone of a major percentage of all narcotics prosecutions in Colombia, and we're helping them. We've got several thousand lines operational at any one time, and dozens of listening suites in-country. Signals intelligence, SIGINT, is proving key as well. The Colombians are getting direct feeds from our American counterparts at NSA. And there's the human side, of course. We've got informants inside every major banda, a lot of them reporting direct to us. To Benton, in fact. The room was very quiet. So, the port of Tumaco, where he was killed, is the major transit point for Colombian coca paste heading south into Ecuador or onto Peru for processing in the jungle labs. It's often more cost-effective for the narcos to smuggle it across unprocessed, less to lose if they get caught. The Colombians are very hot on counter-narcotics, their neighbours rather less so. There are two major gangs down there, Los Rostrojos and Los Chicos, both very violent. Cutting off ears is the Chicos' trademark. He let the words settle, knowing the effect they would have on the room. So if I could suggest, see, we need to establish exactly who Benton was in contact with, who he was trailing, and why it was so important he risked his life to discover what they were up to. The chief looked across at Angela and tilted his head ever so slightly. The look said, "Your boy did okay." Luke breathed an inward sigh of relief. He had come out unscathed from his first ever director's summit at Vauxhall Cross. "Thank you." The chief nodded curtly. Then he addressed the room. "I knew Jerry, and that man was not a time-waster. He was onto something big, and I'm making it a Tier 1 national security priority that we find out what it was." He looked pointedly at Angela. "I want someone who knows what he's doing at the sharp end on this case. I want a fluent Spanish speaker, and he, or she, had better be someone who can look after themselves." The meeting broke up, and they filed out, grim-faced. Angela motioned for Luke to stay behind. "It's you, of course," she said. "Say again?" "Oh, come on, Luke. False modesty doesn't suit you. You know you're the best Spanish speaker in the service. You know Colombia, and you fit the chief's last criterion. I want you on the next flight down to Bogota. Of course, you'll have someone from L.A. tagging along with you." "Our Los Angeles station?" "No." Angela gave a short, brittle laugh. "No, L.A. is legal affairs. You'll get to know them rather well in this place." Luke groaned. After 4 years in Special Forces, he tended to give lawyers as wide a berth as possible. "Please tell me you're joking. Are you saying I've got to take a lawyer with me to the Colombian jungle? Seriously?" "We don't joke in the service," said Angela. "And, yes, I'm afraid that's just the world we live in now. Oh, and you'll be reporting directly to Sid Khan." She gave a slight smile. "Yes, I know. Not exactly out of central casting, is he? And that's just what we like. Keeps people guessing. But don't be fooled by his manner, Luke. Khan's done the hard yards, believe me. He likes people to think outside the box, in the way he does. He'll be weighing you up with his mathematician's brain, so don't disappoint him. He's expecting you now, 4th floor. Someone will meet you outside the lift. And Luke?" Her face softened. "Please don't end up like Benton." As the lift pinged open at the 4th floor, Luke found himself looking straight into the face of a girl with the most beautiful, unblemished skin he had ever seen. Caribbean parentage, he guessed. Can't be more than 25. He almost felt old. Luke Carlton? Absolutely no trace of an accent. Hi, I'm Shakina. I work for Sid Khan. Would you like to come this way, please? Luke followed her, trying hard not to glance at the hips beneath the tight beige skirt. Get a grip, he told himself. You're about to be given your mission, and here you are, perving. When they reached the door to Sid Khan's office, she knocked twice, then showed him in, closing the door after him. Khan was already back behind his desk, reading something he held in one hand and twirling a teaspoon round a china mug. Keep calm and carry on spying, with the other. A present from my late wife. He gestured at it. Right, said Luke. So Khan was a widower. He felt a pang of sympathy for the man. He wondered if Khan was one of those people who worked long, late hours, trying to put off the loneliness of going home to the bachelor flat and the microwave dinner for one. He made a quick appraisal of the room. A box of Tetley tea bags lay open on Khan's desk. There were several papers bordered with red ink and marked Strap 2, and on the wall above his desk a group of framed photos of cricket teams. Khan looked up and smiled before he spoke. There are corridors of excellence in this building. I need to know you have what it takes to walk down them. Right. Luke had no idea where Khan was going with this. That's what they said to me on my first day in this place, continued Khan. Agents, young man. They're the beginning, middle and end of everything we do here at SIS. Understand that, and you'll go far in the service. He turned to gaze out of the window at the traffic on the river below. A cargo barge was emerging from beneath Vauxhall Bridge, emitting a trail of oily smoke from its chimney as it chugged downstream towards Docklands. Khan turned back to Luke and picked up where he had left off. I've been here over 20 years now, and that rule hasn't changed. We still persuade people to do difficult and dangerous things for this country, Luke. Others might disagree, but we are the world's leading human service. Some people do it for the money, others because they believe in an ideal. I expect they banged on about that at the base, didn't they? They did, agreed Luke. Now, Synapse was our key agent on this case, and he was risking his life on that op. How much do you think we were paying him? I couldn't say. 1,000 quid a month? Try half that. Less. Synapse wasn't doing it for the money. He was doing it because he believed it was the right thing to do. Jerry Benton spent 2 years developing him as an agent. They trusted each other, and it was all starting to pay off. As of today, that's all gone down the tube. Unless you can find him. So you need to track him down, fast, and get inside his head. Right. For a long moment, Khan said nothing, just looked at him. That mathematician's brain sizing him up, cogs whirring inside his head. Then he levered himself out of his chair and walked over to where Luke was standing. He wondered what was coming next. An embrace? A kiss on both cheeks? Instead, Khan placed both hands on Luke's shoulders, gave them a squeeze, then let go. I want to tell you a story, he said. I know you've got a flight to catch, so I won't take much more of your time, but this is important. Back in my university days, I used to go running with a mate at weekends out on the moors. Khan caught his look. I know, you're thinking, how did that fat knacker ever go running, right? Luke said nothing. Well, that was before I hit the Balti curries and put all this on. He patted his sizable belly almost affectionately. So, my mate's old man used to take us out for dinner now and then, and we got talking. He'd been in the service, stationed in Berlin in the early 60s, about the time the wall went up. He told us how one Saturday night he was walking down the main drag there, the Kudam, minding his own business, when he noticed a crowd starting to form ahead. It turned out there was this middle-ranking East German army officer, a border guard, drunk as a skunk, having an altercation with a West German policeman. Crowd were getting pretty hostile. They wanted the policeman to arrest him. So tell me, Luke, what would you have done? Intervened? Exactly. It was a golden opportunity. Flash your diplomatic ID, take him under your wing, get him off the hook, and he's forever in your debt. Now you've got a man on the other side of the wall.
So your friend's dad was able to recruit him? Said Luke. No! Khan's voice was almost a shout. No, he didn't. And that's just the point. He walked on by, and he regretted it to the day he died. So, my point is, young man, don't go missing any opportunities. Take every chance that comes your way. Good luck out there. Then Khan embraced him, sending him off with a slap on the back, and a faint feeling of foreboding. Chapter 5. In the lift down to the ground floor car park, Luke was already making a mental checklist of what he needed to do before he headed out to Heathrow. Concurrent activity, they called it in the military. It was a hard habit to shake off. Buckled into his Land Rover once more, he turned left out of the gates into the traffic streaming into Westminster, then crossed Lambeth Bridge into Horseferry Road, and pulled over to dial the number he needed to call. Jorge? It's me, Luke. Si. Listen, I can't do squash tonight. Something's come up, but I need your help. Any time, my friend. So what's up? Luke had been introduced to Jorge at a Latin America forum organised by a London think tank just off the Strand. Like sharks circling their prey, they had eyed each other warily, both convinced the other was not quite what his business card said. Luke's card read, Foreign and Commonwealth Office, yet Jorge was looking at a man with broad, load-bearing shoulders, a broken nose, and a missing finger. FCO? Sure. And here was this young South American, a naval attaché at just 36. Luke checked him out in the diplomatic list and found that Commander Jorge Enriquez was Colombia's youngest naval attaché at any of their embassies anywhere in the world. And for good reason, Luke had discovered, when he dug a little further. The man's resume spoke for itself. On his first command in Cartagena, Jorge had helped direct an operation that had netted a record haul of 92% pure coke, and put several very violent and sadistic people behind bars. After promotion, they had moved him to the Pacific coast, where his enthusiasm for the job, combined with a background in intelligence, had led to several imaginatively planned and successful operations. His achievements had not gone unnoticed by the cartels, and when a contract was taken out on his life, the Defense Ministry in Bogota had sent him to London to give him a break. Jorge's arrival at the tall, red-brick Colombian embassy in Knightsbridge had coincided almost exactly with Luke's first month on the job at SIS. After that first introduction, Luke had reported the contact to Angela, who had encouraged him to get to know the young prodigy of a naval officer. Colombia was, after all, considered a friendly country by the service. Their professional friendship had soon turned into a social one, going for beers after fiercely competitive games of squash, and Jorge introducing Luke to a succession of his stunningly beautiful Latina girlfriends. "I want you to meet Gabriela," he would say, or Beatriz, or Alejandra. Elise said he was a bit fly, but Luke liked him. More importantly, no one else in London knew more about Colombia's coke cartels than Jorge Enriquez. Luke pulled up at the Colombian embassy just behind Harrods and waited, while a security guard removed the orange cones that were keeping a space free for his dented and faded Land Rover. He parked behind a spotless yellow Lamborghini with Qatari number plates. Up the flight of steps, into the embassy, a right turn into a reception area, and there was Jorge, in a well-cut charcoal grey suit, silk tie, and brown brogues, a tiny Colombian flag pinned to his lapel. He was holding out a steaming cup of rich café tinto. Luke took the coffee, savouring its rich aroma, so much better than the overbrewed stuff they served at VX. Jorge waited for him to drain his cup, then wagged a finger in feigned admonition. "So you heard, then," said Luke, knowing the answer already. "Bad news travels fast, mi amigo," replied the Colombian. "What the hell was your guy playing at down there? Tumaco is a shithole. No one goes there unless they have to. Which is why I need anything you can give me on the gangs there. I'm on tonight's flight." Jorge smiled sympathetically. "You poor bastard. Why couldn't they send you to my city, Medellin? Man, I don't envy you." "Thanks. You're all heart. Okay. So here you go." He handed Luke a thick manila envelope. "It's everything we've got on the crims in Tumaco. Faces, names, aliases. I have to tell you, there are some real punks down there on the border. Just don't end up getting caught by them, because I'm not coming to get you. And you know I'd do the same for you, Jorge. Now give me another cup of that coffee, then I'm off." Back in his car, Luke had one more call to make. He had put it off for long enough. When the phone rang in the Stratford Gallery, just off Piccadilly, they were busier than usual. The gallery had just taken on a promising young artist, George someone, back from the Middle East with some impressive watercolours. "Stratford Gallery, Elise Mayhew speaking." Her tone was polite but brisk. The exhibition was less than 2 weeks away. "Lise, it's me. I've got to go away for a spell. Might be a week, might be longer. Sorry, wish I knew." There was a pause, and he pursed his lips. How many of his mates' marriages and relationships had he watched wither and die while they disappeared for weeks and months on end, serving with special forces? The endless uncertainty of always being on call, bracing yourself for the bleeper, then coming home with the dreaded 1,000-yard stare, having seen and done things you could never talk about outside the unit. A few had fallen completely by the wayside. He had seen one-time supermen with greying stubble and expanding waistlines, now spending their days on a park bench in Hereford, nursing cans of special brew. It wasn't a pretty sight. He hadn't wanted to end up like that, so he had left the forces. But with this new job came the problem of secrecy. You were supposed to tell only your nearest and dearest what you really did for a living. He and Elise were not married, and there were times when he thought she must be close to giving him the boot and moving on, so he told her the bare minimum. Elise knew where he worked, that was all, and he was grateful that she never asked any questions about what he did. "You're doing that thing again, aren't you?" she said finally. "What thing?" "You're chewing the inside of your cheek." He knew it bugged her. "I can hear it. So, you're off again? Will you be back in time for the exhibition?" He could hear the hurt in her voice, and it cut him to the core. He hated abandoning her like this. "I'm so sorry, Lise. You know I can't tell you where I'm going, but if I was to say it was somewhere hot and tropical, what could I bring you back?" "You, wrapped in banana leaves." That is so cheesy. I know. It's why you love me. Be safe." Luke wasn't fooled by her breezy farewell. She worried about him when he was away. It was something of an issue between them. The truth was, he thought, she probably had good reason to worry this time. Chapter 6. The morning after they had found the Englishman's body, Major Umberto Elezon was in a truly foul mood. Short of sleep, and troubled by an inexplicable rash in a sensitive place, he swore at anyone who got close to him. All night long those sons of bitches at headquarters in Bogota had been ringing his mobile, asking their dumb questions. How had he let this happen? Why hadn't he caught the culprits yet? Where was his report? Now they were sending someone down from internal investigations, and some overpaid suit from his country's intelligence service, ANIC, was coming with him on the morning flight. Major Elezon made a quick calculation. His promotion might have stalled for now, but he could still play their games. If he was smart, he could even come out of this on top. And if that failed, well, there was always Plan B. He picked up the phone and issued arrest orders left, right, and centre. Names came into his head and flew out of his mouth.
Gutierrez, Ramirez, Almeida.
The list went on and on.
"But, Chief,"
protested the sergeant,
"the last two are informants. They work for us." "I don't care,"
shouted Elezon.
"Lock them up, and tell them I want more names."
By mid-morning, he was feeling better. Dressed in his pressed uniform, despite the heat, he stood beside the runway as the turboprop from Bogota taxied to a halt. When the men from the capital alighted, squinting at the sun already directly overhead, he gave them his best, most unctuous smile. Their questions came thick and fast, even as they climbed into the jeep, but he held up a calming hand. The situation was well under control, he assured them.
"I have good news," he said soothingly. "We have made many arrests, and yes, they are talking. Soon this will all be resolved, and you can return home."
The men from Bogota looked unimpressed, but the Major continued brightly,
"First, some breakfast. We have mango, papaya."
"We have eaten already," interrupted the man from ANIC. "Just take us to our hotel, then show us what you've come up with."
"As you wish,"
replied Major Elerzon, tapping the driver on the shoulder, and they lurched forward over the rutted, potholed road and on into town. He checked his guests into the Paradiso, the hotel next to the police base, making a great play of telling the clerk to give them the best rooms in the house. But his mind was telling him one thing alone, over and over again. You need to get these bastards off your patch and back to Bogota before they go digging where they shouldn't. Checking in at Heathrow for the direct 2240 Avianca flight to Bogota, Luke spotted him immediately at the departure gate. The lawyer. It had to be him. Who else would carry a briefcase these days? Luke held out his hand and introduced himself. The man looked up, startled, and dropped his boarding pass. "Oh, yes, hello. I'm John Friend, from Legal Affairs. They told you I was coming, I hope?" A nervous laugh. This, Luke thought, was going to test him in new ways. Friend was wearing a beige fishing jacket with pockets all over the place, the sort of item worn by actors in American films about city men losing their bearings in the wilderness, and a pair of black-rimmed functional spectacles. "So, how does this work?" asked Luke, as they waited for their flight to be called. "Are you a career intelligence officer who happens to have a legal brain?" "Oh, nothing like that. I'm from DOJ, the Department of Justice. Part of the whole cross-government drive to bring us all into line. My job is to make sure the law is followed, that operations are cleared as legal. I'll be looking into whether Benton took the right precautions and got his actions cleared at the appropriate level, and, I suppose keeping an eye on what you're up to. You know, laborare pugnare parati sumus." Friend chuckled knowingly, expecting him to share the joke. Luke stared at him as if he'd been speaking fluent Martian. "Sorry? What?" "It's Latin for, to work or to fight, we are ready. Just a little saying we lawyers have." After that, they sat in silence. Somewhere over the mid-Atlantic, Luke jolted awake as the Boeing 787 Dreamliner bucked its way through an air pocket. A glass of Rioja just after takeoff, a reheated meal, and he had packed in a few good hours' kip. He could see Friend was fast asleep next to him, his spectacles halfway down his face, an open copy of the Cambridge Law Journal lying on his lap. He was snoring gently. Luke rubbed his eyes, shifted in his seat, and stared at his reflection in the window. Quite a journey his life had been so far. From orphan to bleak, lonely adolescence on his uncle's sheep farm in Northumberland, to the comparative fleshpots of Edinburgh to read politics, a first-class degree with honours. Then throwing himself full tilt into the assault courses and mud beaches of South Devon as a potential Royal Marines officer, every inch of his body screaming with exertion. It had been worth it to pass the commando tests and be rewarded with the treasured green lid, the distinctive green beret of the Royal Marines, then get assigned to his first operational tour with 45 Commando in Afghanistan. 8 years in the Corps, then through grueling, bone-breaking selection into the elite Special Boat Service, and finally to where he was now, on contract to MI6 and serving his probation to become a fully paid-up intelligence officer. There was an unopened packet of peanuts on his armrest, left there by the flight attendant as he slept, and Luke opened it now, shoveling the contents into his mouth and savouring the sudden hit of salt. If someone had said to him 2 years ago he would end up working for the spooks, he would have laughed in their face. Desk jockeys, he would have called them. A bunch of Johnny English fantasists. Joining the Corps, becoming a bootneck, then the SBS. That was all he had ever dreamed of. Sweating his bollocks off in the jungles of Brunei, shivering rigid on some windswept Scottish island with a half-cooked rabbit for supper, living on the edge behind the lines in Afghanistan, that was the life he had chosen. He was a bootneck through and through. He told people he would only leave if they carried him out in a box, and that was very nearly what had happened. On his third tour in Afghanistan, helicoptering in one night with a Special Forces task force for the discreet snatch of an HVT, a known Taliban player and his crew just west of Kandahar, the patrol was ambushed well before reaching its objective. Pinned down in open farmland, with concentrated machine gun fire raking over their heads from a nearby mud-walled compound, Luke had radioed for air support. No mission was supposed to set off without a stack of escort aircraft ready to race to their rescue if they hit trouble. Sometimes the response would be a pair of warthogs, squat, ugly US Air Force A-10 Thunderbolt jets that came screaming out of nowhere, spitting 30mm shells from a rotating Gatling cannon in their nose, a rate of fire so fast it made a noise like an angry chainsaw. Sometimes it would be a pair of Apache helicopter gunships, underslung with cannon and Hellfire missiles that could lock onto a target 8 kilometers away, and sometimes it would be fast air, RAF Tornadoes or NATO F-16 fighter jets or the like, dropping their 500-pound bombs, then disappearing over the horizon. And sometimes it would be a Reaper drone, a UAV, hovering unseen and unheard, controlled and directed by a pair of pilots in a windowless cabin on a base in Nevada. But drones can't see well through a low cloud base, and tonight was just one of those nights. There was nothing else available. "Not pos, poor viz. Sivkas risk anak," came the response. Shit, thought Luke. Someone in a distant ops room had decided they couldn't have air support because there was an unacceptably high risk of causing civilian casualties. He felt like screaming into the radio. "There aren't any bloody civilians here, you twats! We're getting outmaneuvered by the Taliban!" But it was no use. They were on their own. Luke never saw himself as any kind of hero, but at that moment, as the mission commander, he didn't hesitate. With his Tumaco C8 assault rifle in one hand and a high-explosive grenade in the other, he jumped up and zigzagged at a sprint towards the compound. Hard targeting, they called it. But at 10 meters from his enemy, at the exact moment he threw his grenade, Luke was not as hard a target as he would have liked. The first Taliban bullet had hit him just below the shoulder, spinning him around. The next removed a finger at the knuckle. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat on the plane at the thought of that moment, and the white-hot pain that had shot through him. He was not the squeamish type, but even the memory of losing his finger caused him instinctively to rub the remaining bare knuckle with the thumb of his other hand. He remembered the instant his grenade had exploded, with him already on the ground, reeling and bleeding. Inside the Taliban compound, the half-kilo of RDX high explosive had detonated with lethal force, and the firing had ceased abruptly. His team had radioed in for a MERT, a medical emergency response team, bringing a twin-engine Chinook helicopter thundering in from Kandahar airfield. He remembered looking up at the medics, who told him cheerfully, "You'll live," as the morphine kicked in, and someone pressed a field dressing on his wound to staunch the bleeding. 44 minutes after being shot, Captain Luke Carlton was under the surgeon's knife. 48 hours after that, he was sitting up in bed at Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham, taking visitors. "I'm threaders," he told them. It was bootneck slang for a really, really bad day. Yet 6 months later, fully recovered, he was marching up to the dais at Buckingham Palace for a lady in her 80s to pin the Queen's conspicuous gallantry cross to his chest. By the age of 32, he had already watched too many of his mates loaded onto helicopters in body bags, the dust and grit of southern Afghanistan following them up into the air in a departing spiral. If he carried on in this game, at this pace, his luck was going to run out. He was in no doubt about that. He needed to find a second career, something that kept him on his toes, but with rather less chance of getting slotted. It was the ad in the Globe and Laurel, the core journal of the Royal Marines, both serving and retired, that caught his attention. "Missing the action?" it read. "Bored but fit? Fancy a challenge? Call this number." So he did, encouraged by Elise, who quietly yearned for him to hang up his boots and hand in his uniform. It had begun with the interviews. 2 days of face-to-face evaluations with unremarkable people in an assessment centre somewhere in the home counties. Then there had been psychometric aptitude tests, the developed vetting, which probed into every aspect of his past, searching for weaknesses, anything that could be exploited by a hostile adversary. Then, finally, the induction course down at the base on the south coast, where the service trained all its recruits. Surveillance, counter-surveillance, dead letter drops, agent handling, how to deal with friendly and not-so-friendly foreign intelligence liaison officers, and personal security, both digital and physical. Days and nights spent treading the rain-splashed streets of some coastal town, learning the tradecraft, meeting supposed contacts, coming up with a convincing cover story when challenged to explain what exactly he was doing driving down a dark alleyway at 2 o'clock in the morning with a bunch of blueprints of the local power station in his glove compartment. Luke had loved it. In Afghanistan, he had had only the briefest glimpse of intelligence work, meeting Taliban informants cultivated by the Brigade Intelligence Cell. But this was different. This was close to home. It felt real. He wanted in. Chapter 7. Señores y señoras. The cabin announcement cut short Luke's reflections. They were coming in to land. He glanced across at Friend, this unwanted chaperone from legal affairs. A flight attendant was trying to wake him and get him to put his seat into the upright position. Friend, still submerged in his dream, was waving her away and muttering something about tennis on Saturday being out of the question. They landed with a screech of wet tyres, taxiing past pools of water that had collected on the runway. It had just gone 0400 hours, Luke noted. Probably still another hour till sunrise, but he could imagine the low clouds clinging to the hillsides and the pink-walled tenement blocks crawling up the slopes like an advancing army. When the aircraft door swung open, he took a deep breath of the cool Andean air. It was the smell of his childhood. Just for a second, he felt a pang of homesickness, a longing for the life he had known as a boy, in those impossibly distant years before his parents had been lost in that car crash. Senor Carlton? They were almost inside the terminal when an officer in military uniform stepped into their path, a photo of Luke in one hand, a walkie-talkie in the other. He wore a khaki bush hat folded up on one side, like an Aussie soldier from the First World War. A shoulder flash on his uniform said DIRAN, the acronym for the Dirección de Antinarcóticos, the police counter-narcotics division. I am Lieutenant Lopez from the DIRAN. You are welcome in Colombia. Please. He gestured down the corridor. This way. Well, that's a bit of all right, exclaimed Friend, as the officer escorted them through the diplomatic channel to some resentful stares from other passengers. Phone calls had been made, even as they were winging their way westwards through the night. Despite the fiasco of the undeclared MI6 operation that had ended with Benton's murder, Colombia had graciously offered to give Luke and the lawyer every possible assistance. Luke searched his memory, but couldn't remember travelling before with someone who had so many pieces of hand luggage. Friend looked as if he had just emerged from the January sales. Yet Luke felt strangely protective towards him, and now he relieved him of some of his load. He liked to travel light, and had no bags to collect, but Friend, unsurprisingly, had checked in a large suitcase. So now they stood, bleary-eyed, at the carousel as it coughed into life. As he waited, trying not to show his impatience, Luke discreetly observed the other passengers and the local Colombian airport staff. Was anyone showing an interest in them? No.
Luke! Luke Carlton? Is that you?
Oh, Christ. This was all he needed.
It is you! Oh, my God! I don't believe it! It's Steve! Stevie Monk! Bella! I was at uni with this guy. He was in my politics class.
Luke cursed himself for not seeing the pair earlier and taking evasive action. Steve Monk was a total arse. He had come up to Luke at the Freshers' Fair in their first week at Edinburgh and said, "Hey, guess what? I'm already dating someone here, and she's the runner-up to Miss England. Beat that!" Luke, nearly a head and shoulders taller, had looked down at him, said, "Good for you," and walked on. They had never been friends. Now Luke forced a smile and reluctantly held out his hand. Monk approached, grinning from ear to ear, a Union Jack t-shirt beneath his fleece. His companion, Bella, was in a pair of uncomfortably tight white jeans above purple and mauve striped socks. "They are with you?" asked the Colombian police officer, looking questioningly from Luke to the backpackers. "No," replied Luke, a little too emphatically. "Absolutely not." But in the instant that his head was turned towards the policeman, Monk had whipped out his phone and snapped a photo. "Cheers! One for the album when we get back. We're taking a sabbatical," he gushed. "Bella's resigned from her job in PR, and I'm taking a year out from accountancy. We're going zip-wiring near Cali. But hey, what about you? Didn't you join the SAS or something? And what brings you to Colombia?" The pair looked expectantly from Luke to the policeman, standing silently in his jungle green uniform. "You're not under arrest already, are you? Been indulging in a bit of the old Bolivian marching powder already, have we?" Monk laughed at his own crass joke. Luke sensed the lawyer watching him, interested to see how he would extract himself from this awkward situation. "I'm doing a thesis for a think tank," he lied. "Human rights and democracy in Latin America, that sort of thing. Getting some good access here." He gestured towards his police escort. "Now go away." He wasn't happy at being ID'd before he was even out of the airport. Outside the terminal, it was getting light. A grey, dank Andean dawn, drained of colour and heavy with the promise of more rain. The bags loaded into the police 4x4, the doors locked, the shaded windows up, Luke relaxed a little. Friend was in the back, fussing with his seatbelt and asking casual questions about the couple they had just encountered. The police lieutenant got behind the wheel, and Luke checked the messages on his phone. There was one from Elise, just a simple X. Nice. He hit reply and sent her one back. But now his secure phone was flashing with an incoming message from VX. It was from comms monitoring, and he didn't like it one little bit. "Alert. Please read. Forwarding from social media," it read. "Posted on Twitter at 0931 GMT. Steve Monk at S. Monkmeister 17M. Shout out to Edin B. politics class of 03. Just seen Luke Carlton in Bogota. Bet he's a spy now. #007 #Bond. And there, blurred but recognizable, was his picture. Fuck! What a knob, thought Luke. I should have taken his phone off him and chucked it into the crowd. A quick check of Monk's Twitter profile revealed he had a reassuringly low number of followers. Less than 100, in fact. Maybe he was new to Twitter, but still. There was no Instagram account, as far as he could see. He did find a LinkedIn profile in Monk's name, but he hadn't refreshed it in some time. Nevertheless, he had to report it to Angela. They moved off from the airport terminal, inching through the early morning traffic and swerving round potholes. Luke ran his line manager. "Don't worry, it's sorted," she told him. "We've shaded his Twitter account." "Sorry, you've what?" "It's just a little trick the tech people can do. It means Monk can use his Twitter account to his heart's content, but nobody else can see what he's posting. He won't know that, of course. His account is effectively frozen for as long as you're in country." "Nice one, thanks." "You're welcome. And Luke, we can't let this happen again. First thing you're doing when you get back is attending the Stay Secret on the Internet course." "Yes, ma'am." So that was a relief, but still, operational security had been put at risk. Nothing more he could do about it now, but Luke was uneasy. He swiveled round in his seat to check on Friend, who was staring intently out of the window. "Rather a lot of yellow taxis here," remarked the lawyer. "No take taxi," interjected the police lieutenant at the wheel. "He's right," said Luke. "It's a gamble over here." "I'm not sure I follow you," said Friend. The policeman shrugged, concentrating on the traffic ahead, so Luke explained. "Some of the drivers are honest, some are not. There have been cases of passengers getting locked in, driven to a cash machine and mugged at knife point. And then there's Burundanga. Ever heard of it?" "I can't say I have," replied Friend, now eyeing every yellow taxi with suspicion. "It's a drug they make from a plant here. They call it devil's breath. Makes you do things you don't want to, like handing over all your valuables, or one of your kidneys. Struth! Exclaimed Friend, backing away from the window. There are even stories of people having it blown in their faces as a powder, then waking up half-naked on a park bench 2 days later, unable to remember a thing. Luke turned back to glance ahead. It looks like we've arrived. A guard was saluting them as a white-painted barrier lifted to let them pass. República de Colombia, read a green sign in front of a nondescript barracks building. Policía Nacional, it said. Dios y Patria. God and country. Luke translated the last bit for Friend's benefit. This is the headquarters of the DIRAN, the counter-narcotics division. They have their own air wing, so they'll be flying us down to the coast in the morning. Hang on, protested Friend. I thought we were staying at the Hilton. No such luck, John. This is our billet for tonight. The police lieutenant parked the vehicle, then ushered them through a glass door and down a hallway. A sign on the wall said, No a las drogas, no a la violencia, sí a la vida. No to drugs, no to violence, yes to life. The policeman showed them into a waiting room, then went off to sort out their accommodation. The room was lined with chairs where just one man sat alone. Now he sprang to his feet, looked as if he were going to salute them, then thought better of it. To Luke, he did not look remotely South American. Ill-fitting jeans, stained white trainers, and a limp beige jacket. He had to be British. Mr. Carlton, sir. Staff Sergeant Coles, from the embassy. I work with the DA, the defence attaché. Good flight, I hope. Anyway, all the kit you ordered is stowed in the day sack over here. He indicated a canvas rucksack at his feet. I'm going to need you to sign for it, I'm afraid, he added. How quaint, thought Luke. He could fly 8,000 kilometres, cross several time zones, arrive on a different continent, yet still, in the timeless tradition of British bureaucracy, there was paperwork to be signed. Friend was standing just behind them, listening to the introductions and grunting with approval, but now he excused himself. I'm just going to try to find a gents, he said. Not feeling too chipper after that flight. Just ask for El Baño, Luke called after him. Right you are. Friend quickened his pace down the corridor. Nasty business, that, in Tumaco, said the sergeant. Best watch your back down here, sir. Haven't had the pleasure of visiting that part of the coast myself, but I hear it's a bit tasty. Mind you, from what I've heard, that should suit you fine, sir. No need for sir. Luke will do fine. Righto, sir. Ready to get down to business? In one swift movement, Coles hefted the bag from the floor onto a bare wooden table. I'm assuming you'll want to start with the personal weapon. It's right there on the top, beneath the flap. Luke had selected the model he wanted for this mission the previous day. It was the last thing he'd done before driving out of Vauxhall Cross. He had opted for a Swiss-made Sig Sauer P229 with built-in infrared, visible laser sight, and screw-on suppressor. One mag inserted into the weapon, and 2 spare, all preloaded. He stripped it down now, inspecting the working parts, ran his finger along the slide and sniffed it, savouring the familiar smell of gun oil, then reassembled it, cocked it, sighted it on an old Dakota transport plane parked outside on the tarmac, then squeezed the trigger with an empty magazine. Now he turned his attention to the rest of the rucksack's contents. Carefully, he went through the small grab bag of medical essentials, a standard first field dressing, a phial of quick-clot blood coagulant, and a lightweight combat application tourniquet. Then he unpacked a neatly folded black parcel, one of the new gel-based body armour vests. Under normal conditions, the gel wobbled and rippled as it moved, but when hit with sudden force, such as a 9mm bullet fired at point-blank range, it hardened in a fraction of a second, making it difficult to penetrate. Luke reached further into the rucksack and pulled out a Garmin GPS, some detailed maps of Tumaco and the border area, a prismatic compass, HF radio comms equipment, a coded logbook, nylon hammock, mosquito net, hunting knife, torch, Puritabs, some basic survival kit, and enough emergency rations to last him 48 hours in the jungle. All a bit boy's own for an MI6 intelligence officer, he had to admit. but he hadn't forgotten the old military saying, prior planning and preparation prevents piss-poor performance, otherwise known as P7. "It's all there, sir?" asked Coles. "It's all there," replied Luke, hefting the rucksack onto his shoulders, testing the weight. "Thanks, mate. This lot'll do nicely. Now, I'd better go and find that lawyer. Make sure he hasn't fallen down the loo." Staff Sergeant Coles watched him walk out of the door, carrying the heavy rucksack as if it was filled with feathers. In the short time they had spent together, he had got the distinct impression that wherever Luke was heading, it smelt of trouble. Chapter 8. Dr. Gangkok Mun felt sick. He knew exactly what he was about to witness, and he knew that he could betray not the slightest hint of emotion. Any glimmer of sympathy for the victims would bring about his own death sentence, or, worse, see him trade places with the family being led into the chamber below. Shackled, cowed, terrified and emaciated after months of near-starvation rations, the man, his wife, and their 2 children were being taken into the hermetically sealed laboratory beneath him, condemned as traitors and enemies of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, better known as North Korea. The hermit state had a well-documented history of conducting human experiments on its own people. As the last truly practicing communist regime on the planet, the ruling Supreme People's Assembly had a deeply entrenched paranoia. Someone close to the top had reportedly been executed before an assembled audience out in the field, obliterated at short range with an anti-aircraft gun. Dissidents, doctors, smugglers, and party apparatchiks who had fallen from grace could be found among the half-starved prison population crammed into the gulag of remote labour camps. The luckier ones emerged as broken men and women, looking twice the age they had been when they'd gone in. Many died there, unnoticed and unannounced. But some, mostly the political dissidents, those suspected of directly threatening the regime and the dear leader, were selected for a special fate. Gangkok Mun, or Comrade Dr. Mun, as his fellow scientists called him, was a loyal citizen, or so he had always thought. He had studied hard, joined the Workers' Party at 17, and, after excelling at chemistry, had secured a junior position in Pyongyang's prestigious Faculty for Scientific Research and Development. Chemical reactions intrigued him, and he was good at his job. As he rose up through the ranks of the faculty, he was proud that his skills were of service to the glorious People's Republic. When he was chosen to work in the secretive Defensive Toxicology Division, his family glowed with pride. None of them, not even Mun, had any idea what he would one day be required to do. They sat bolt upright in their chairs, leaning forward to get a clear view. There were 12 in all, 8 officers in full-dress uniform, their faces inscrutable beneath their huge, sweeping Soviet-era hats, and 4 scientists in white coats. Their chairs were bolted to the floor in a circle, arranged around a circular pit, like spectators at a miniature gladiatorial arena. A double pane of hardened glass separated them from the pit, and each man had a gas mask beside him, just in case. Down in the pit, the 2 armed guards saluted, awaiting the order. The most senior officer present, a Sangyang, a colonel-general with 3 stars on his epaulettes, nodded solemnly. The guards marched out, and a steel door hissed shut behind them. The family looked up in fear at the men who stared down at them as they huddled together. The parents knew what was coming. Other prisoners had talked about it in the camp, and fell to their knees, wailing and sobbing, begging forgiveness, swearing undying loyalty to the dear leader and to the party. A lowly party official, the man's crime had been to make a joke about the dear leader in the workers' canteen one day. It was reported, of course, and he had confessed his crime. But before the day was out, he was on his way to the labour camp. His wife of 12 years still did not know what they had done wrong. For a few seconds, nothing happened, their pleas being mouthed silently on the other side of the thick glass. And then, from a vent high up on the wall, came a pale yellow vapour, heavier than the air. Coiling and twisting like a living creature, it spread along the walls and sank slowly to the floor, where it unfolded like a carpet. The officers and scientists leaned further forward still, some making notes. When the gas reached those in the pit, their bodies were racked with spasms. A derivative of phosgene, a choking agent dating back to the trenches of the First World War, this was Agent MX, the latest addition to the arsenal of massed batteries of artillery units ranged along the border with South Korea, all aimed at its capital, Seoul. The People's Assembly had been adamant. It must be tested extensively on live human subjects. Dr. Moon tried hard to remain impassive as the experiment drew to its inevitable and grisly conclusion. He fiddled with his pen and pretended to write notes as the condemned family writhed and vomited on the other side of the glass, the parents trying in vain to save their 2 children, even as their own lives ebbed away. When their twitching ceased, he joined in the chorus of obligatory applause, and stood beaming as the Colonel-General came up to congratulate him and the other whitecoats. Then he made a dash for the toilets. Moon barely had time to check there was no one else in the room before he threw up his lunch of rice balls in the stained lavatory bowl and yanked the ancient flush. He turned the rusting tap and splashed his face with water. He would probably be decorated for this, but right now he wished he had never been born. When he raised his face from the sink, a man was staring back at him. The insignia on his epaulets marked him out as a taedwa, a senior colonel in the Korean People's Army. 2 thin red stripes and 4 silver stars. A powerful, influential man. "Comrade Colonel!" exclaimed Dr. Moon, pulling himself up to attention. "An honor!" He stood stock still, wondering if he had washed away the evidence of his disgust. But the officer who faced him looked far from stern. In fact, he seemed equally sickened. The colonel moved slowly to the sink and turned the tap full on. They spoke in low whispers, their exchange masked by the spluttering of the running water. By the time they went their separate ways, Moon felt his heart would burst with the enormity of what they had just discussed. Yes, he could deliver what the comrade colonel was asking for. He had the authority. No one would question it. And access to the material, but surely this was treason of the highest order. Should he report the colonel? Was this a trap? A test of his loyalty? What the colonel had asked him to do was almost unbelievable, and yet he could not go on working for this vile regime. If he could play some small part in its downfall, he could live with his conscience. Dr. Moon wasted no time. The next morning, at 11 o'clock precisely, he broke off from his work in the lab to go for his customary glass of watery ginseng tea, slipped into a side office, and gave an order over the phone. 1,500 grams of highly radioactive cesium chloride were to be diverted from the adjacent waste unit to the Pangsang Un People's Defense Unit on the outskirts of Pyongyang. There, the colonel would take charge of it. Dr. Moon knew what this material could do to those exposed to it. Even in news-starved North Korea, word had reached the scientific community of the infamous Goiânia incident in 1987. He had read of how the curious townspeople in the Brazilian city had found an abandoned container glowing blue at an old hospital and decided to prise it open. 4 had died from radiation poisoning. Many others had survived with burns, nausea, and a lifetime's likelihood of developing cancer. Whatever the colonel had in mind, Moon knew it was destined to hurt people he loathed, the Politburo, whom he considered to be barely human. In paranoid totalitarian regimes, it is often said, the further a person rises up the greasy pole of power, the more they need to watch their backs if they want to survive. In Ceausescu's Romania of the 1980s, children were encouraged to report their parents if they suspected them of anti-state views. In pre-invasion Iraq, it was often said that President Saddam Hussein had the uncanny knack of being able to tell if a member of his regime was plotting against him, even before that person had decided to make his move. And so it was in North Korea. They came for Dr. Moon that same day, right at the end of his shift. dragging him from the lab, still in his white coat, even as he loudly proclaimed his innocence. His fate had been sealed the moment the colonel had picked up the phone that afternoon to the feared State Security Department. Now Moon was destined to disappear into the Gulag, where there was every possibility he would end up on the wrong side of the reinforced glass in that dreadful human laboratory. Yet even now, in his darkest hour, he remained professional. As they bundled him into the Black Crow, the van used to transport political prisoners, he begged them to tell him just one thing. Had the radioactive cesium been safely secured?
"Please," he sobbed. "You don't know what this stuff can do. The people must be protected."
A blow to the back of his head from the butt of a pistol nearly knocked him unconscious. "No talking!" they screamed. But the arresting officer could not resist a final verbal blow.
"Do not fear, Comrade Moon. Your colonel has been a loyal citizen. All 750 grams have been secured. They will be used as evidence against you at your trial." "Wait! Only 750 grams? Silence!"
Another crack of the pistol butt, and for Dr. Moon, it all went dark. Chapter 9. At first light, they filed out to the flight line, Luke, the lawyer, and their Colombian police pilot. Black leather flying jacket, reflecting shades, and hair slicked back, smooth and shiny, across his scalp. Luke took an instant dislike to him. "Pacific swallows," remarked Friend, who was dawdling on the tarmac to admire the birds that swooped and dived in the early morning sun, catching the midges that hovered above the grass. "Reminds me of home." "We've only been gone a day, John." I know, just saying." One by one, they clambered aboard and strapped themselves in for the 3-hour hop from the capital to the Pacific coast. It all started so well, the pilot brimming with confidence, flashing a winning smile beneath his aviator shades. Squashing his tall frame into the Cessna Caravan 8-seater, Luke discovered that the police plane was so small he could touch both sides of the fuselage with his fingertips. The top of his head brushed the cabin roof. There was a brief and noisy commotion in the back as the ground crew struggled to find space for Friend's suitcase. Then they were off, swerving once to avoid a pool of rainwater, then taking off west into the wind, lifting clear of the runway with the sprawling, tin-roofed barrios of Bogota spreading out beneath them. 20 minutes later, it felt like a rough ride at Alton Towers amusement park. The tiny aircraft was pitching and yawing, buffeted by the Andean thunderstorm that swept in over the Cordillera. Battered by rain, the windscreen had only one wiper working, intermittently. The pilot unbuckled his seatbelt and half rose out of his seat to peer through the gloom outside. He sat down, turned to Luke and grinned, still wearing his redundant sunglasses. In the seat behind, Friend heaved twice into a plastic bag. "This," said Luke to himself, "is not the way I want to go out." But then the storm clouds of the high Andes gave way to the hot, humid river valleys of Cauca province. A river twisted below, brown and sluggish. And then the jungle was before them, spreading far to the south, leaching across the border into Ecuador. The Badlands, thought Luke, as the pilot levelled up to land. Nariño province, the most dangerous of all Colombia's 32 departamentos, the place with the biggest per capita murder rate in the country, and they were heading for its epicenter, Tumaco port. The natural trouble-seeker in him said, "Bring it on, I'm ready." But another, more measured voice told him to watch his back, get the job done, and extract himself in one piece. He had Elise to think of, and Friend to keep out of harm's way. Their arrival in Tumaco was anything but discreet. They touched down with a bounce, briefly taking to the air again, then landed and rolled to a stop. Luke peered out of the small perspex window and saw a reception committee lined up and waiting for them, a squad of police commandos in full combat gear, their faces tiger-striped in green and black camouflage paint. He recognized them as the Jungla, Colombia's elite counter-narcotics special forces, Set up by Britain's SAS in 1989, later trained and mentored by America's Green Berets. Luke remembered being told by someone on an earlier visit, "It's pronounced Kungla." They had a certain macho reputation, fast roping down from Black Hawk helicopters into heavily defended jungle labs ringed with claymore mines and booby traps. But they were not cowboys. They had taken their share of life-changing injuries. A corporal with a prosthetic leg had laughed off his injury and once told Luke, "You know the only thing we jungla are scared of? It's el coralillo, the coral snake. We have no anti-venom. All our stocks are used up." Luke dropped his rucksack onto the tarmac, jumped down from the doorway of the Cessna, then strode up to greet the troop commander, who welcomed him to Tumaco. Out on the edge of the airstrip, not far away, a garbage collector put down his broom and spoke into his mobile phone. There was a pause at the other end. Salsa music played softly in the background. Then came a grunt of thanks, and the line went dead. He went back to his broom as the convoy of police jeeps swept past him in a cloud of dust. Far away, up in the cool air of the hills, a message was whispered into the ear of a man they called El Pobrecito. It was an ironic sobriquet, meaning poor little thing, a nickname he had earned when he had wept tears of joy after beating his first victim to a pulp with a baseball bat. "Han llegado," they told him. "They have arrived."
Chapter 10. "I hate to be a bore," said Friend to Luke, "but what makes you so certain that this is the right hotel?" It was mid-morning in Tumaco, and their convoy of police vehicles had rolled and jolted its way from the airstrip into town. Their escort had already dismounted, and was now urging the two Englishmen to get off the street and inside the generously named Hotel Paradiso. "Because," replied Luke, helping the lawyer with his luggage yet again, "it was mentioned in the latest report from Bogota Station. This is where Benton spent his last day alive." Once inside, Luke asked for the room, number 16, that Benton had slept in. He wanted to get right under his skin, to sense his movements and get a feel for what he had been onto. Luke wasn't squeamish. Washing his face in a dead man's sink didn't bother him. In his first year at university, he had been told he was inheriting his bedsit from a boy who had hanged himself there the previous term. Luke looked up now into the cracked and blotchy mirror and briefly considered the reflection that met him. There were faint creases around his eyes from all those months of squinting into an Afghan sun. Like most of his mates, he had always been more interested in what he was looking out at than in how he appeared to other people, although Elise was definitely working on him in that department. Elise. Just the thought of her brought a smile to his face. He sat down on the bed, which sagged alarmingly in the middle. "You fat bastard!" his muckers would have shouted, if he had been in barracks, probably followed by, "Who ate all the pies?" Stuck in that distant hotel room, he suddenly missed the Marines and the banter. Instead, he had John Friend, the service lawyer, and now the man was knocking insistently on the door. "I don't suppose you have an adapter by any chance?" asked Friend, poking his head into the room. "And what about the water? Do you think we can drink it?" Luke reached into a side pocket of his rucksack and handed him his own adapter. "This is your first time in South America, isn't it?" "I should say so. Actually, it's my first time out of Europe. Well, unless you count Tenerife." He left, closing the door behind him. Luke checked his watch. It was time to get started on the investigation. His overriding priority was to find Fuentes, the locally recruited agent who had been working with Benton. Or rather, for Benton. Fuentes had been the last man to see him alive, apart from Benton's executioners. But if I were Fuentes, reflected Luke, I would have gone very deep underground by now. In fact, I would probably have disappeared altogether. The coroner's office had not reported any more bodies in the last 24 hours, so he had to assume Fuentes was either still on the run or had been caught by the cartel. So where was he? Perhaps he would get some answers out of the local police chief. Vauxhall Cross had given him the name before he left, a Major Umberto Elizon. The Major waved Luke and the lawyer to the chairs in front of his desk and sat down with a flourish. There was supposed to be an interpreter, since Friend spoke no Spanish, but someone was still looking for her, so the lawyer sat drumming his fingers on his briefcase, understanding not one word. "I think we share the same purpose," began Luke, diplomatically, in fluent Spanish. "We all want to get this cleared up as quickly as possible so we can leave you in peace. I'm sure you have lots to get on with." Major Elizon nodded and frowned, as if weighed down by the heavy burden of responsibility that came with his job and his title. Luke had seen that look on a policeman's face before, and he usually found it to be a facade. The last time he had seen it was in Afghanistan, about 5 minutes before his patrol had discovered a 10-year-old village boy kept chained and cowering in the police chief's back room. Still, mustn't prejudge Major Elizon, he thought. "Perhaps," he continued, "we could start with you telling me what is not in the coroner's report."
"Excuse me?"
"I've read the report," replied Luke. "We both have. So we know that Senor Benton suffered several stab wounds from a sharp object. Let's assume it was a knife. They cause severe internal bleeding. And he was injected with something before he died. But who do you think did it and why? Come on, Major. You've worked so many cases down here, you must be an expert by now. I'd like to know your gut instincts on this case. What's your professional hunch?" The Major held up his hand, as if patting an invisible object.
"Slow down, my friend," he said. "Paciencia. Let us get to know each other a little. This is how we do things over here. This is your first time in my country, yes?"
"I grew up here," said Luke.
"I see. Well, I can reveal to you that the men who killed your comrade—"
Major Elizon placed the palms of his hands together as if in prayer. Luke noticed that his nails were bitten to the quick.
"The men who did this will most likely be from one of the two cartels down here, Los Rostrojos or Los Chicos."
Brilliant. I knew that before I left London, thought Luke.
"But, to be certain, my men are working on getting the answers now."
"Can I ask how?" said Luke.
"Of course. We have nearly 40 suspects in custody, and some of my best investigators can be, how shall I put it, very persuasive."
The police chief's stern features broke into a lopsided grin. Shit, thought Luke. Abort, abort. It was as if a massive alarm bell was going off inside his head. This would be information acquired through torture, and he threw a glance at Friend. Knowing the lawyer, would have had a stroke if he'd understood what was being said. MI6 and MI5 had got themselves into enough of a legal tangle from their work with local partners in places like Pakistan and Libya. If he wasn't careful on this case, Luke could see himself ending up in the High Court, answering questions from behind a screen. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea to have legal counsel along for the ride. He looked again at Friend, who was busy making notes. "Are you following any of this?" he asked. "Not a word, I'm afraid. You'll have to give me the gist when you're done." "We are done," said Luke. He turned back to the police chief. "Thank you, Major, for your time. I'll be in touch. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have something for you. A souvenir from Scotland." He reached into his bag and handed over a bottle of Johnny Walker. Elizon's face lit up, his hands almost caressing the bottle. He opened a drawer in his desk, dropped the bottle into it, and took out another.
"Aguardiente,"
he announced proudly, handing Luke what looked very much like a bottle of TCP antiseptic.
"This is Antioqueño, our most popular brand. Please, it is yours to keep."
Luke knew all about aguardiente. 29% proof. It guaranteed the mother of all hangovers. He handed the bottle to Friend. "Here," he said. "You can declare that to Vauxhall in your report."
"I hope," continued Major Elizon, "that we can provide some entertainment for you here in this town. Perhaps we will drink together. Tonight, if you're free. I know a good place."
A glance at Friend, wilting quietly in the heat, The jet lag clearly getting the better of him, told Luke he would be on his own for this one. He forced a smile. "Sure, but my friend here needs to rest. It will just be me."
"Excellent. I pick you up from your hotel at 8.
Luke, too, was craving sleep. But back at his hotel, he had a visitor. The SIS Deputy Station Chief for Colombia was waiting for him in the lobby. Simon Clements was an unnaturally thin man, and curiously pale for someone living in South America. He and Luke went to sit beside the hotel's deserted pool on white plastic chairs, with no one to overhear them beneath a sunless sky of unbroken cloud. "Look, you probably know all this from the reports he was sending back to VX," began the Deputy Station Chief, "so I'm not sure I can tell you anything massively new. Jerry Benton was overseeing our work with the Colombian joint units, running agents into the cartels and helping to set up the SIGINT telephone intercepts. Oh, and relaying tip-offs in real time on the bulk coke shipments heading for our ports." Luke nodded thoughtfully, doing his best to hide a cavernous yawn. He knew all this, and, by God, he was tired. "Anything from Fort Meade? From the Americans?" "Ah, yes, there is, actually," said Clements. He reached down to a flat canvas bag at his feet, the sort of thing one might see at an English county book fair, and took out a slim file of printouts marked with the official classification, Strap 2 Secret. At the request of Vauxhall Cross, America's giant NSA listening station in Maryland had been on the case since day one, tracking emails, phone calls, text messages, and geolocations of everyone sending them. "There's a fair bit of detail in there," said Clements. "Hope it helps." "Thanks. And in a nutshell?" "Well, you'll have to read it yourself," replied Clements, rather testily. "But in a nutshell, as you put it, there's not a lot to go on. Jerry was never much of a one for digital comms. I suppose you could say he was a bit old school. We've got his last call in from this very hotel before he set out, but after that, nothing. There's a bit of chatter from the cartels over the next day or two, but, frankly, it's spread all over Colombia." "So what about the agent?" persisted Luke. "What do you have on Fuentes?" "Only what's on file, I'm afraid. Giraldo Fuentes, born here in Tumaco, recruited into a criminal banda when he was just 16. Later arrested for armed robbery, charged, banged up. Jerry went to see him in jail, got to know him, turned him, and got him out early. He's worked for us ever since. He's trusted, polygraphed, cleared to level 3. He and Jerry were working pretty closely by the end, but I'm afraid I've been too busy up in Cartagena to get involved. You know how it is." "I can imagine. Any idea where I might find him?" "Ha!" Clements snorted. "You'll be lucky. Fuentes, I fear, has gone to ground. We sent someone round to his family as soon as we heard. You know, see if we could offer any help, get them to a safe place and all that. No joy. Place was deserted. Neighbours say they packed up and left in a hurry, and something quite disturbing, too." "Go on," urged Luke. "Well, our man said a dead dog was lying on the porch with its stomach slit open and its guts spilling out. I imagine it was some sort of warning." "You don't say." Luke stifled another yawn. Clements consulted his watch and got up to leave. "I've got to catch the next flight back up to Bogota. Ambassador's been at the Foreign Ministry all day, and he wants to confer tonight. I don't mind telling you there's still a hell of a stink about what Jerry was up to. Our Colombian friends are peeved, and I can't say I blame them. Let's just be thankful the UK press haven't got hold of it." Chapter 11. Heavy brocade curtains, dark velvet cushions, and grandiose faux colonial arches. This was the decor with which Nelson Garcia liked to surround himself. Of course, nobody called him that. In fact, very few people even knew his real name, or that the well-guarded Spanish-style villa up in the hills of Antioquia, where he liked to spend as much of the year as he dared, was his. When you were running a multi-billion-dollar cocaine empire spanning 3 continents, with a lot of enemies and a price on your head, you tend to sleep around, both literally and metaphorically.
2 days here, 3 days there, sometimes in the backstreet barrio where he had grown up, poor and violent, at others on a luxury yacht moored 15 kilometers off Cartagena, or in a palm-thatched cabin deep in Amazonas province, where the jungle merged with the great rainforests of Brazil. Like so many men at the top of their game in the narcotraficante world, Garcia had grown up with nothing, and now he had everything. With an acquired taste for the finer things in life, it was to this house in the hills, close to the pretty Spanish colonial town of Ituango, that he liked to return most often. Known simply as La Casa, it was built in the classic hacienda style, with whitewashed walls, wrought iron balconies, and handmade roof tiles. It had its own kitchen garden, and for 365 days a year its fridges were kept stocked. Every night, without fail, the crisp bed linen was turned down by maids in old-fashioned black-and-white uniforms trimmed with lace. Yet weeks and months might go by without a visit from the man the drug world had nicknamed El Pobrecito. Usually the first anyone would know of his arrival was the mounting clatter of rotor blades as he helicoptered down from the skies to a nearby field, or a convoy snaking up the road from the village in a procession of black GMC Suburbans, gun-toting goons leaning out of the windows, yelling and waving at people to get out of the way. As Luke was sitting with Clements on the coast, Nelson Garcia was very much in residence at his hillside hacienda. In fact, he was holding court with his most trusted people at the head of a long, highly polished table. The blinds were closed, the heat of the day shut out, and in the lamplit gloom of the interior the air was thick with the smoke from countless packets of Piel Rojas, loose-packed black cigarettes, not good for the lungs. Every one of the men around that table, there were no women in the cartel's top tier, pulled the strings of international operations that stretched right around the world, into the tattooed gangs of California's Folsom State Prison and San Quentin, into the digital address books of dock workers from Antwerp to the Port Authority of New Jersey, to customs and Coast Guard officials from Nassau to Macau. Today, Garcia's instructions were clear. Fuentes, the informant, was now a dead man walking. It had taken less than 2 minutes for Benton to give up his name once the cartel had got to work on him in that jungle clearing. Benton was no hero. He had told them everything they had asked, but it still hadn't saved him. So now Fuentes was to be hunted down, along with his family. An example should be made of them, said Garcia, and no time was to be wasted in finding them. But their deaths should be, how should he put it? Recreational. Garcia looked around the room, waiting for suggestions, his great bull-like head swivelling from one man to the next. He was looking for ideas, something original that would serve as a warning. Do whatever it takes, he told them, whatever it costs. He didn't care if they had to be traced to L.A., Miami, or London. The account had to be settled. That was just the way the clan did business. But now, El Pobrecito had more pressing business to discuss. He needed to know, had the project been compromised? That dumb-fuck Englishman, that espion, who had blundered into his people's jungle rendezvous down in Tumaco, what had he learned? As always, the words he wanted to hear came from Alfonso Suarez, the head of security, soothing him like a balm. El Inglés knew nothing of importance, he said. Heads turned towards the grim-faced Colombian American, whose suave good looks had earned him the nickname El Guapo, the handsome one. His track record for getting information out of people was well known within the cartel, and in his younger days his methods had not always involved violence. It was remarkable how much some people's wives and daughters were prepared to reveal between the sheets. But now his jet-black hair was starting to grey at the temples, and he had no time to play games. Suarez would issue an order on behalf of his boss, and others far further down the food chain would carry it out. He rarely spoke, and when he did, it was mostly to whisper something darkly into the ear of his boss, who liked it that way. It kept everyone on their toes. "We question him extensively," said Suarez. They all knew what that meant. He gave us some names. including that piece of mierda, Fuentes." He paused to spit theatrically on the marble floor. A maid dashed forward, like a ball girl on Wimbledon centre court, mopped up the spot, and retreated to the shadows. "We have, however, taken some precautions," continued Suarez. "We will be putting the word out that the target is Manchester. Only you in this room know the true destination for our gift, so relax, my friends. The project has not been compromised. Everything is still on track." El Pobrecito grunted. Now he had another concern.
"There is this other man. This one you say looks like un soldado. The Englishman who just landed in Tumaco. Follow him. Watch him closely. And if you think he knows anything, deal with him."
He gave a brief, joyless chuckle. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes were serious, and everyone at the table knew better than to laugh.
"Of course, patron,"
replied his head of security.
"We already have a team on the case."
Chapter 12. What, wondered Luke, do you wear for a night on the town in Colombia with a dodgy provincial police chief? Not that he had brought an extensive wardrobe, what with all the survival kit he was hefting around in his rucksack. Tonight it would have to be the chinos, Timberlands, and a dark blue polo shirt. Nothing flash. The Major was waiting for him in the lobby, in a dazzling tropical sunset of a Hawaiian shirt, tucked into contour-hugging white slacks and two-tone loafers. A gold medallion nestling in the man's chest hair completed the picture. "Major Elizon," he greeted him. "You're dressed for fiesta."
"Please, we are friends now. You can call me Umberto. And you, my God, you are the perfect English gentleman. The ladies will love you tonight."
"Nice to know," said Luke. "But I'm already well spoken for."
"Ah, we all have someone special back home,"
said Elizon, trying not to think of his embittered battle-axe of a wife up in Bogota.
"But tonight we forget the world and our troubles, you and me, yes? Vámonos! Let's go!"
La Casa Miraflores was everything Luke had expected, and worse. The Major's police driver deposited them in the driveway of the club and kept watch as they walked up to the entrance. Moths danced around the bare light bulb that dangled above the doorway, while the purple neon sign that announced the club's name in garish italics fizzed and sputtered with the intermittent power supply. A vast Afro-Colombian doorman was patting people down for weapons, but as soon as he saw the Major and his guest, he waved them through.
"Don't worry, he works for us," remarked the Major.
It took Luke a moment or two to adjust to the semi-darkness and the rhythmic salsa beat that throbbed through the floorboards beneath his feet. Already his eyes stung with cigarette smoke. He was unused to it. It had been nearly 10 years since the UK public smoking ban had come into effect. The Major was exchanging jokes with the coat check girl, as Luke took in a trio of bored women in lycra gyrating slowly on a stage. A man in a stained white shirt and limp bow tie steered them to a table.
"The VIP spot," he announced. "Only the best for our esteemed police chief and his honored guest."
Luke stifled another yawn. He had managed to pack in a 45-minute power nap, but his body clock was still all over the place. He had to stay focused, catch the Major off his guard, and get some insight into what was going on down here, into who killed Benton, and what he had been following that was so important he was prepared to risk his life for it. The evening might turn out to be a total waste of time, but he would give it his best shot. "So, Major, how is the investigation proceeding? Any leads yet?"
"Many, many leads. But first, we celebrate."
The irony of celebrating anything in a case that had seen one of his colleagues tortured to death did not escape Luke. But before he could answer, the Major was clicking his fingers and summoning a stout, middle-aged woman. She bent over his shoulder as he spoke into her ear above the music, then disappeared through a door. Luke did not like the way the table was set up. He was sitting with his back to a doorway. He was about to stand up and move his chair when the woman returned,
leading two girls to their table. The Major pushed back his chair, motioned them to sit down, and ordered a bottle of sparkling wine from Argentina.
Vida Organica, he demanded. From Mendoza. Your best, if you please.
Just play along, Luke told himself. Get him loosened up and talking. He was convinced that the Major knew a lot more than he was saying, and then, soft as a butterfly, a hand landed on his inner thigh. It was the older of the two girls, and she was smiling meaningfully at him, a slight smear of misplaced lipstick at the corner of her mouth. Luke removed her hand. "I'm married," he told her.
"But you have no wedding ring," she replied.
"Ladrones," explained Luke with a weary smile. "Robbers."
"Ah, sí, ladrones."
She nodded in sympathy and moved herself to a respectful distance. They would laugh about this one day, he and Elise, though perhaps it wasn't the smartest idea to tell her the sort of thing he got up to when he was away on an operation. Across the table, Major Elizon was clearly in his element, proposing toast after toast, one hand clasped round his glass, the other caressing the girl beside him. She was practically in his lap. When the girls excused themselves to go to the bathroom, he gave Luke a playful slap on his knee.
"Good times, no, Senor Luke."
"The best," he lied. He could see that the Major was already well on the way to getting drunk. His shirt had somehow magically undone itself by a couple of buttons, and beads of sweat on his chest reflected the flashing neon lights of the dance floor. For a second, Luke wondered if this would be him in 10 years' time, lost in a loveless world, paying for his own pointless entertainment. Thank God he had Elise. But he needed to make his move if he was going to get anything out of this character. "I meant to ask—"
"Anything!"
The Major threw an arm round Luke's shoulders.
"Anything for my English compadre."
"Major, is there anything you would like to tell me about this investigation? Any clue, any evidence? Just anything that is not in the report?"
"Ah, tan serioso! Can you not relax for one night, my friend?" "Very well. There is one thing."
The Major was about to continue when the two girls hove back into view, fresh lipstick in place, and he broke off abruptly. "Oh, for Christ's sake," thought Luke. He held up his hand, stopping them in their tracks some distance away. "You were saying, Major?"
"Ah, yes. I have something for you. It is probably nothing, but maybe it can help you."
With his thumb and forefinger, the police chief extracted a small black notebook from the breast pocket of his Hawaiian shirt and handed it to Luke.
"It was found," continued the Major, "on the body of your compadre from the embassy. We forgot to give it to the investigators from Bogota."
Luke turned the notebook over in his hand. It was damp, and the corners of the pages were splayed and frayed. On the back cover there was a brown smear that might have been mud, blood, or possibly something more unpleasant. He sniffed it and recoiled. Excrement. What sort of person, he wondered, carries a shit-stained notebook in their breast pocket? He opened it. The first page was blank, just a dead mosquito squashed flat against the paper. He flicked through the next few pages and found notes and coordinates in Spanish. Benton's handwriting? For a moment he felt almost reverential, handling a relic from a dead man's life. One day, maybe, they would let his widow have it, but that might well be 30 years away.
"Is useful?"
asked the Major. Luke sensed that the man was eager for him to put away the notebook and get on with some serious drinking, but he nodded and turned over. And there it was, staring up at him on a whole page of its own. A single word inscribed in neat Oriental characters he didn't recognize. Was it Japanese? Korean? Chinese? Luke couldn't tell, but the analysts back home would have pinned it down in an instant. It confirmed there was an international connection. That must have been what Benton was onto. And yet it didn't make sense. If this had been found on Benton's body, why hadn't the cartel removed it? Perhaps their people had been careless that night, overconfident even, after beating the crap out of the poor man. And why was the Major giving him the notebook?
Luke's naturally analytical brain was turning over the possibilities, even as he flicked through the remaining pages. Was the Major looking for money? A reward, perhaps? Or a favour in return? In which case, what was it likely to be? There was something about the man he definitely didn't trust. And what if this was a red herring, deliberately planted on Benton's body to throw investigators off the scent? Well, that would be for the reports officer in London to decide. Right now, though, in the sweaty, sleazy Colombian nightclub, his instinct told him he had something valuable in his hand. Luke slipped the notebook into the pocket of his chinos. "You did a good thing, Major. I really appreciate this," he told him. "Now we should have a toast."
It's nada. It's nothing, really."
As far as Luke was concerned, the evening's objective had been accomplished, and he was counting the minutes before he could leave. First thing in the morning, he would photograph every page and send it to VX for analysis. Now he felt a tingling sensation on the outside of his thigh. He turned to his left in irritation, expecting to see smeared lipstick coming round for another pass. But it was his mobile phone, quietly vibrating in his pocket. "Elise!" He could barely hear her. And what time must it be in London? 4:30 in the morning. This was not good. "Babes," she said, "I can't sleep." "Hang on, let me find somewhere quieter." Luke stood up, mobile clamped to his ear, and brushed past the Major as he headed for the door. "Where are you?" said Elise. "Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to ask, am I? Well, it sounds like quite a party you're having in there. What's her name?" "Very funny. You should see this place. It's a crap hole." "Anyhow," she continued, "seeing as you're not going to be back in time for the exhibition opening, Hugo's offered to help and maybe take me to dinner afterwards." The words were delivered breezily, off the cuff, yet they stung Luke. "Hugo Squires? That smoothie from Goldman Sachs? I thought you said you couldn't stand him." "Oh, he's not so bad. And you should see his place in the country." "What? Elise? Hello? Hello?" The connection was lost. They rode away together in the police car, Major Elazon in the back, wedged happily between the girls from the club. The police chief had brought them out for the night, but Luke sat up front, next to the driver. He was trying hard not to think about the polished investment banker 8,000 kilometres away, trying to move in on his girlfriend while he was stuck here, serving Queen and country. Could he blame him? Probably not. Elise was a temptation for any man. Still, maybe they would have a conversation when he got back, him and Hugo Squires. Nothing hardcore, just to get a few things straight. Like, piss off and leave her alone, or I'll break your neck. "Thanks. Just drop me here at the hotel," he said to the driver. He twisted round to say goodbye to the Major, but the man was fully occupied. It would take Luke some time to shake off the image of a girl's head bobbing up and down on the lap of Tumaco's chief of police. "Que te diviertes?" "Enjoy yourself," said Luke, although the word seemed superfluous given that Major Elazon had his head tipped back and his eyes closed. He shut the car door and went into the hotel past the security guard, patting his pocket to check he still had the notebook. He paused outside the lawyer's room and listened. The faint sound of snoring told him all was well. Outside his own door, Luke knelt down and shone the torch on his smartphone at the crack between the edge of the door and its frame. Good. The hair he had stuck across the gap before he went out was still in place. It was never 100% proof that no one had been in, but it gave him some reassurance. Inside his room, he locked the door, then went to the cabinet beneath the bathroom sink. He reached in and felt along the inside roof of the cabinet until he found what he was looking for. With one swift tug, the 6 Sauer came free from where he had taped it to the wooden surface. He popped out the magazine, counted the rounds, reinserted the magazine, cocked the weapon, and flipped the safety catch. He went through his rucksack, piece by piece, checking nothing had been removed, then tucked the pistol under his pillow, took off his clothes, and fell asleep. Chapter 13. Luke was running, pushing his body to the limit, and he ached everywhere. The green webbing straps cut into his shoulders, The SA-80 rifle cradled in his hands felt absurdly heavy for such a small piece of kit, and his sopping wet combat trousers chafed his thighs with every stride. Now he was balanced on a slippery plank 10 meters above the ground, taking a running jump and punching his way through rope mesh netting, then crawling along a single horizontal rope, one leg dangling, the other cocked at an angle, and kicking him along, as they'd been shown. Someone was shouting at him, someone unpleasant who wouldn't shut up, someone big and ugly in a tight white singlet with a pair of crossed red clubs and a crown on his chest, a PTI, a physical training instructor, his nemesis. Oh, God, he was back at Limpston, at the commando training centre on the Devon coast, going through the Tarzan course and the commando tests. Now he was hauling himself up a rope on the wall of pain, every muscle screaming. Someone was standing at the top, silhouetted, hands on hips. Another PTI. Luke woke up and realized someone was standing at the end of his bed. There are moments when everything before you suddenly slows down. The cricket ball that hurtles inexorably towards the greenhouse, the drinks tray that slips from the waitress's grasp and takes an eternity to crash to the tiled restaurant floor, the oncoming car that skids and swerves but still hits you. This, for Luke, was one of those moments. How on earth, he wondered, did this person get into my room when I locked it? Shh, she was whispering to him. Relaxete. Luke tensed, now wide awake and very far from relaxed. Who the hell are you? And how did you get in here? He said in Spanish, reaching for the bedside light. He clicked the switch, but it didn't work. I saw you in the club tonight, she replied softly. You are tanto guapo, so cute. My friend on reception let me in. Don't you like me? She smiled, and even in the dim light that spilled in from the corridor, he could see she had perfect white teeth. She was a far cry from the poor souls back in that fleapit of a club, and he definitely couldn't recall seeing her there. She was far too pretty to be working in the Casa Miraflores, her oval face framed by a mane of silky black hair. Luke smelled a rat. I'm Carla, she breathed. And just like that, she was shedding her blouse, reaching behind her back and unclipping her bra, her breasts tumbling free as she moved towards him like a sinuous predatory cat. Ah, que bueno, eres sin ropa, she purred, sliding her body up his. Luke backed himself up against the wall behind the bed, holding out a restraining hand. Whoa! This is not going to happen, he spoke emphatically, brooking no argument. And it was then that she gave the game away. Just one glance, a tiny gesture. He could so easily have missed it, but he didn't. Just a minuscule tilt of her chin to one side, and he caught it. She was looking at the door. It gave him the 2 seconds he needed to prepare. There were 3 of them, thick-set and brutish, their muscles bulging through their shiny synthetic gangster shirts as they crashed through the unlocked door from the corridor into his room. The girl had already rolled neatly to one side and off the bed, clearing the way for the first man to lunge towards him. A flat face with a boxer's nose loomed towards Luke as he felt a giant hand scrabbling for his throat, trying to close around his windpipe. There was an overpowering smell of sweat and garlic, and something else he couldn't place. But Luke's senses were on fire. This was what he had trained for. Those 2 seconds had given him the time to reach beneath his pillow, and now he slammed the butt of the pistol down on the first man's head. He slumped, pressing Luke down with his bulk. And now the second man was on him, trying to pin back his arms, and behind him the third was preparing some kind of cloth. So he was being kidnapped. Fuck you, he thought. You're not having me. In a confined space, like that no-star hotel room, an unsilenced pistol makes a lot of noise. In Luke's firm grip, the weapon bucked and roared in a deafening explosion of sound and light. Squeezing off 2 rounds in under a second came as second nature to him. Time and again, he had taken his troop through rehearsals with live ammo in the killing house back at Poole. Double tapping, they called it in the trade. Now, with the flash of each shot, he caught a split-second frame of a man's face, his final moment on Earth. Handguns are notoriously inaccurate over distance, but at such close range it was hard to miss. Luke heaved the slumped body of the first man off him, rolled off the bed, and stood braced, feet slightly apart, both hands on the weapon, poised to fire again, his breathing coming in shallow, controlled gasps. Nothing moved, except the girl in the corner, who was shivering with fear.
"Please,"
she begged.
"I had no choice."
"Turn on that light at the wall," he ordered. She moved awkwardly at a crouch towards the switch, holding her crumpled blouse against her breast. Voices sounded in the corridor, and in the harsh white light that suddenly flooded the room, Luke was all too aware of his own appearance, stark naked, splashed in blood, and holding a smoking pistol. Lumps of a pink blancmange-like substance were splattered across his torso. Human brain. There were 2 very dead bodies in his room, one unconscious gangster and a half-naked girl. This could take some explaining. People were jostling in the doorway now, letting out screams of panic as soon as they caught sight of the carnage inside room 16. Someone had gone to fetch the manager, and the incongruous figure of an English lawyer in striped flannel pyjamas was pushing through the crowd. "Dear God, man! What have you done?" exclaimed Friend, clamping a hand over his mouth in horror. "I know how it looks," said Luke, putting down the pistol and wrapping a bath towel around his waist. "But let me take care of it. Just keep an eye on the girl in the corner, will you?" He unzipped a money belt inside his rucksack and drew out a wad of US dollar bills, sought out the hotel manager, and pressed them into his hand. Immediately, the manager began to disperse the throng, assuring them that the police were on their way. When they had all gone, Luke sat Friend on the bed. The lawyer was trembling and having difficulty breathing, as if he himself had just had to shoot his way out of a violent kidnapping. Adrenaline was still pumping through Luke's veins, but he addressed the lawyer as calmly as he could. "Look, John," he began, "I'm sorry, but that's just how it goes down sometimes. It was them or me. This is a bloody dangerous part of the world. You knew that, right? I'm just glad it was my door they came through and not yours." Friend said nothing. He was staring at the floor, shaking his head from side to side. "John?" Luke gripped his shoulders. Friend looked up suddenly, eyes furious. "No!" he shouted. "It won't do. I won't have it. We can't just have you shooting your way around this country like it's the Wild West. It's against all the rules." Chapter 14. "I'm very disappointed in you, young man." Sid Khan's voice was so quiet, Luke had to press the phone to his ear to make out what he was saying. "We send you down to South America to help clear things up. And what did you give us? 3 damn stiffs, Luke Carlton." 2, to be exact. One still alive. I just gave him a bit of concussion. "Let me remind you," continued the head of CT, "that this is a Tier 1 priority. And what are you doing? You end up nobbing some Colombian bird on the service's time, then turn the place into a free fire zone, like it's Laser Quest with live ammunition. Look, if I can just— I haven't finished yet," said Khan. He hadn't raised his voice once. He didn't need to. The message was coming across loud and clear. "I want a full report on this, sent to me by the usual means, and I want it by the end of today, London time. So you better get going. And Carlton?" "Yes?" Luke was trying hard to keep the exasperation out of his voice. It was 3 a.m. in Colombia, 5 hours behind London, and he had only just finished moving into another hotel room while the night shift began the grisly job of sanitizing his old room. Friend had put himself to bed with a sleeping pill and a chair wedged at 45 degrees against his door handle. At least Major Elazon had played his part. Within minutes of Luke calling him, a squad of uniformed cops had turned up, carted away the bodies, and put an armed guard outside the hotel, another outside Luke's room. One of the dead men was quickly identified as a known assassin for the cartels, while the sole survivor and the girl were being questioned. "I don't mind telling you, Luke," continued Sid Khan. "There are people here at VX who think you're a loose cannon, that we should have left you where you were, in Special Forces. I've just spent the last 20 minutes explaining why we should keep you on.
This isn't some cowboy outfit where we go jumping out of planes and whack the first people we bump into. We're an accountable arm of government, answerable to the Foreign Secretary. Please tell me you get that."
Luke stared blankly at the white chipboard door of the bedroom cupboard opposite his bed. "I get it." Not since basic training half a lifetime ago could Luke remember receiving such a bollocking from a superior. He'd really thought he'd left all that behind him. He was being blamed unfairly for what had taken place in his hotel room, but he allowed himself no self-pity. Take it on the chin, write up the report, move on, and start getting some results. First thing in the morning, Luke and the lawyer moved across town, under heavy escort, to the safety of the Jungla police commando barracks. The security people at VX wanted no more chances taken. Friend had been visibly relieved, patting his briefcase on the short ride over as if comforting a distressed pet. But Luke, now effectively confined to barracks and in bad odour with his masters, felt like a caged beast. Billeted in the officers' quarters 2 doors down from Friend, he looked out of the window as a squad of shaven-headed recruits jogged past, hoarse voices belting out the core song in unison, their bodies oozing testosterone. At a knock on the door, Luke reached instinctively for the cig. This might have been a police barracks, but he was still in South America. It turned out to be Friend, looking rather sheepish. He pulled up a chair. "I think I owe you a bit of an apology. I mean, are you all right?" Luke laughed. He was tempted to say that the time to have asked that was last night, but he shrugged it off. Friend had had a baptism of fire, and nobody forgets the first time they see a dead body. Already the poor man looked about 5 years older than he had when they'd left Heathrow. "No problem, John. They didn't get me, did they?" "Yes, but Well, I suppose you're used to this kind of thing, but I don't mind telling you, it scared the hell out of me. How did they know where we were staying?" Luke smiled. Here was a first-class Oxbridge brain, a man who could dissect reams of legal documents in minutes, probably on 3 times his salary, yet in a place like this he had absolutely no situational awareness. None. Think about it, John. We must be just about the only 2 gringos in town, and we stick out a mile. The cartels have got dickers everywhere. They'd have clocked us coming in. I'm sorry, dickers? Scouts, lookouts. The 10-year-old kid on the street corner. You think he's selling chewing gum, but his real job is informing for the crims, that kind of thing. Even as Luke was speaking, a thought occurred to him. Could Major Elizon have had something to do with the setup in his hotel room? Surely the police chief had had his hands full with those 2 ladies of negotiable virtue. Still. He tried hard to dismiss the idea, but it wouldn't quite go away. He had worked with some fine Colombians in his time, people like Jorge, whom he trusted completely, but Major Elizon was not in that bracket. Luke tended to trust his instincts, and he had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Friend was gazing at him, waiting for him to say something more. When he didn't, the lawyer lowered his head to peer at Luke over the top of his glasses. "Well, I'd best get the paperwork sorted on those 2 characters you, disposed of last night. I expect Sig Khan has been asking for answers already." "You could say that. Well, let me handle him, so you can get on with your work. Just keep me in the loop, if you don't mind. To be honest, I could use your help right now. Can you spare half an hour to go through something? I need your legal, analytical brain." "Well, I suppose the other stuff can wait, so good." Luke pulled out the thin, classified file of single-sided A4 documents that Angela had put together for him in a rush on the day he had left for Colombia. "I don't know how much of this you've had a chance to read," he continued, "but it contains all the relevant CX reports that Benton filed in the 6 months before he was killed." "CX report? The raw intelligence he was supplying back to Vauxhall Cross? Before it gets assessed and written up into something ministers can read? Oh, yes, I remember now. Come on, John. I need you firing on all cylinders here. Righto." Luke spread the documents on the table between them. One of the legs was shorter than the other 3, and it wobbled as he touched it. For some unknown reason, Friend seemed more interested in fixing the table leg than in studying the documents. "Take a look," said Luke, steering him back to them. because something does not add up. Agent Synapse, as he's referred to here, was our sole source inside the cartel, right? Right. And everything he was supplying to Benton came from here, from Tumaco, down in the far southwest of Colombia. Yes, I suppose so, said Friend, lifting his glasses clear of his nose and replacing them in exactly the same spot. But I'm not sure where you're going with this. Someone else is in the picture. Someone in another part of this country was feeding material to Benton at the same time. Someone inserted in deep cover, way upstream in this cartel. Someone I haven't been told about. John, what the hell is going on here? If Luke had looked hard enough at Friend in that moment, he might have caught it, the pulsing vein in his temple. Friend certainly looked uncomfortable, but then he always did. Well, said the lawyer, I'm sure we've both been given the same brief. Look, I hear what you say, and I think you should take it up with Khan. But I really must get on now and tie up the paperwork on these 2 fatalities. There'll be a coroner's inquest, you know, and the service will want to keep your name out of it. He stood up, avoiding Luke's gaze, and let himself out of the room. Luke watched him leave. He knows something I don't. He didn't like that. But now he needed to turn his attention to Benton's notebook. Had it really been less than 12 hours since Major Elazon had handed it to him in the club? It felt like months. Luke couldn't help himself. He sniffed the cover again and recoiled. It still smelt of crap, and now he was down to his last packet of antibacterial wet wipes. He took out his smartphone and painstakingly photographed every page that had been written on. As he did so, a memory came floating back. His uncle, who had worked at MI6 in the 70s and 80s, showing him his old service camera, a beautiful leather-bound Agfa Silette with a Carl Zeiss lens, made in West Germany, stamped on the side. A throwback to when the country was divided in 2 by the Iron Curtain. His uncle, long retired, had shown him how to photograph documents in double-quick time, clicking the shutter and shuffling the papers with all the swiftness of a casino croupier. This was good old-fashioned spy work, he had told him, stealing secrets in a hurry before someone comes through the door and catches you red-handed. But Luke was alone, in the sparsely furnished officers' quarters on a secure base with the police commandos, and he took his time getting it right. First, he transferred the images in his phone to the service laptop, formatted them for transmission, then attached the squirter, the encryption device that would send the data in a burst transmission up into space, then bounce it off a satellite back down to Earth to be collected and decrypted at Vauxhall Cross. It took quite some time, and when he had finished, he sat back and opened a packet of dried plantains, left behind by the previous occupant. It was more for something to do than anything else, while he worked out his next move. In fact, Luke decided, as he popped the last one into his mouth, he didn't like plantain. Just then, his secure phone beeped and shuddered. Incoming text from VX. He half expected another rocket from Khan, but it was from Angela. Nice work on the notebook, El. Translation completed. It's Korean. That isolated word was Hungnam. It's a port. In North Korea. Chapter 15. Between the East Pyongyang Market and the giant triple statue of the Workers' Party monument lies the district known as Munsin-dong. Amid the uniform white tower blocks and the smaller green-roofed office buildings of the North Korean capital sits a discreet organization called simply Bureau 121. Unheard of until recently, the unit has achieved a certain notoriety in foreign intelligence circles. It is widely believed to be the nerve center of North Korea's cyber-hacking industry, a nationwide enterprise employing at least 6,000 people and absorbing more than 10% of the country's military budget. It was not the job of Bureau 121 to record what happened to the disgraced scientist Comrade Dr. Moon and his family. Those details were written down, with clinical precision, by another government department. The confessions, the trial, the sentencing, and the transport to the labour camp, all recorded and logged in the annals of North Korea's disappeared. But in the week following his arrest, the morning shift at Bureau 121 noticed something unusual. There had been a spike in online communications between an IP address, an internet user in South America, and another inside their country. The team on duty traced it to the Pang Sang-un People's Defense Unit on the outskirts of Pyongyang. This could be serious, a matter of national security. But should they report it, or should they back off? The unit leader, Comrade Go, was summoned, and for several long minutes he stood behind them, leaning over their shoulders and peering through his spectacles at the streams of code and intercepted messages. What puzzled him most was that they were not written in Korean, but in English. Why would anyone be communicating in English from inside the People's Defense Unit? This was a hard call to make, career-wise. Get it wrong, and he didn't want to think about what might happen to him and his team. Eventually, without saying a word to his colleagues, Comrade Go straightened, removed his spectacles, went to his glass-sided office, and closed the door. They saw him pick up the phone and speak, nodding vigorously. 30 minutes later, there was a commotion in the corridor, the sound of booted feet running down the linoleum. A dozen men from the State Security Department, the dreaded SSD, burst into Bureau 121 and ordered everyone to stand up, away from their consoles. Nothing was to be touched. A photographer moved among them, walking right up to each analyst, letting his camera flash go off right in their faces, catching their anxious expressions, recording their reactions as he methodically worked his way through everyone in the room. Inside Comrade Go's office, 3 of the men from the SSD sat him down and fired a stream of questions at him in quick succession.
Why did you not report this earlier? When did you first discover this? How long have you been monitoring this interaction?
Go, an academic by training, was as bewildered as the rest of his team. Surely, he protested, he had done the correct and patriotic thing by calling it in at once. Could he venture to ask what this was all about? Then perhaps his team could assist in the investigation. The men from the SSD turned away from him and conferred among themselves.
The reason we are here, announced the lead investigator, is that the IP address you told us about belongs to a Tejua, a senior colonel.
But that is why I called you, exclaimed Comrade Go. We could see that the online traffic was originating from inside the People's Defense Unit. Did I not do the right thing? If not, I am humbly sorry.
You acted as you should, replied the SSD team leader. But now, we must begin a thorough investigation. We will need all your team to work with us on this.
But I don't understand, protested Go. Surely you can put these questions to the colonel himself.
That is no longer possible.
The 3 men from the SSD looked at each other. In the paranoid regime, this was a potentially dangerous situation for all of them, and they knew it.
It is not possible, repeated the investigator, because yesterday Colonel Kwan Ganjun deserted his post.
The cyber team leader's jaw dropped.
Yes, continued the investigator, this running dog of the capitalist West has defected. We believe he has left the country by ship. He was last observed in Hangnam Port.
Chapter 16. Secure, confined, frustrated, Luke was totally unable to sleep. It was 1 a.m, and in his bunk at the Francisco Santander Police Commando Base, watching a spider crawl across the ceiling, he was still wired from what had happened the previous night. Shooting his way out of a kidnapping was not something he felt particularly proud of, although all day the Colombian officers had nodded respectfully to him. Even the cleaner had asked to shake his hand. But clearly there was a contract out on him from the cartel, so he was going to have to up his personal security a notch. Yet it wasn't this that was keeping him awake. It was the notebook, and, specifically, the North Korean connection. What, in heaven's name, could link a Colombian drug cartel with that isolated and unpredictable Cold War relic? Nothing good ever comes out of North Korea, he reflected. If they're not test-firing their latest ballistic missile or banned nuclear device, They're busy flogging scud blueprints around the Middle East and harassing exiled dissidents. A Colombian narcotics North Korean partnership? The only person alive, Luke realized, who could possibly shed some light on this was Fuentes. He had to find him before the cartel's thugs did. The odds on this happening were not good, but by the morning he had an idea where to start. As soon as dawn broke, grey and misty over the camp, Luke was rapping on the door of the base commander's office. He was already up, and an orderly let him in. "Senor Luke," Commander Rojas beamed. "Perhaps we should call you Tiro Fijo, Marksman. 2 of those putas dead and 1 in custody. Nice going. Maybe I keep you here and make you an instructor. Coffee?" "Please." The commander went to a table where someone had left a jug and some cups and poured café tinto for them both. He was tall for a Colombian and well-built, with alert, darting eyes. Halfway across the room, with a cup in each hand, he stopped and smiled again. "You're looking at my tracksuit, right? It's the morning run in 20 minutes. I take the men out every day. They expect me to set an example. You should come too." "Maybe I will," said Luke. "But the reason I'm here is that I have a favour to ask." "Tell me." "If I wanted to go for a drink tonight," began Luke. The commander threw his head back and laughed. "Dios mío! My God! You British have cojones! You wanted to go out partying again already? After what just happened?" Luke held up his hand and laughed with him. He could see how that must have sounded. "Hear me out," he said, when they had both calmed down. Commander Rojas sat down at his desk, folded his hands, and gave him his full attention. "If I was Senor Benton," continued Luke, "and I wanted to meet someone in a public place near my hotel, somewhere I'm not going to attract a lot of attention, where would I go?" The commander was nodding before Luke had finished his sentence. He opened a drawer, rummaged around, closed it, then opened the one below it until he found what he was looking for. Mapa Turistico de Tumaco. "We had a guy from the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration here on the base for a month last year," said Rojas, unfolding the map. "Man, he wanted to see everything, and I mean everything. Okay, so here's your hotel, El Paradiso." The 2 men leaned over the city street map as the commander traced a route with his finger. "And I'm guessing your Senor Benton could walk, if he felt like it, to this place here, Las Olas del Mar." "The waves of the sea," said Luke. "Exactly. Very popular at weekends. Close by the beach, great margaritas." "So, if I wanted to check it out this evening, could you provide a discreet security escort? You know, you're there but you're not there, if you catch my drift?" "It would be our pleasure. This is our especialidad. We even teach this on a course here to our friends from Honduras and Guatemala." Outside the window, the grey mist of dawn had turned to a fine drizzle. Luke noticed a solitary figure pacing up and down near the parade ground, holding up an umbrella. "Chadwick and Partners," read the logo, "for all your legal solutions." It was Friend, and he seemed to be lost in thought. Luke left Rojas's office and went out to catch up with him. "Sleep all right, John?" Friend whirled round, then relaxed. "Ah," he said. "Not really, no. But I'm glad I bumped into you, because I've got something to tell you. I have to fly up to Bogota this afternoon and sort out the paperwork for the repatriation of Benton's body. I'm afraid that means you're on your own down here. I know you can take care of yourself, but just—" He tailed off. "Just don't go slotting anyone else?" "Precisely. Look, I've been thinking about that second source inside the cartel that you mentioned." "Yes?" "Well," Friend was shifting uncomfortably now, giving Luke the impression he rather wished he hadn't broached the subject after all. "Obviously there's nothing I can tell you, but, I wouldn't entirely steer you away from it." Luke stared hard at him, his earlier suspicions confirmed. He's been told something, and I haven't. So I'm down here, working this thing, with one hand tied behind my back. "Look," said Friend. He could see how this was going down with Luke. "Why not talk to the cousins?" "You mean the CIA?" Fred winced, as if stung by an insect, and glanced round to see if anyone was within earshot. They weren't. "Yes," he continued. "I take it they've given you a number for the liaison officer on this one. Good. Well, I'd give him a call and hook up if I were you." And with that, Friend and his umbrella were gone. Anyone strolling past the Olas del Mar bar that evening might have noticed several short but well-built men sitting drinking on bar stools. If they had taken a really close look, they might have noticed that for all the swigs they took from their beer bottles, they never seemed to finish them. Luke's escorts from the jungla were very much alert and on duty. He arrived a few minutes after them, having been dropped off nearby, pulled up a bar stool, gave them a cursory nod, as a stranger would, and ordered himself a beer. He was dressed in pretty much the only clothes he had brought with him: beige chinos, dark blue polo shirt, and a pair of grey springy shoes. Approach boots, they were called. Nothing too military about them, but they allowed you to walk for hours and tread softly when you needed to. Tonight, midweek, the bar was practically deserted, open on all sides to the damp breeze and the sound of the Pacific surf crashing ashore just down the beach. A young girl in a sleeveless dress was behind the bar, bending over to get Luke's beer from the icebox. For a moment, he was reminded of Elise, though there was probably 10 years' difference between the two women. What would she be doing now? Tucked up in bed, hopefully. When the girl brought his beer, which was cocooned in a styrofoam jacket to keep it cold, he asked, "Do you get many tourists from Europe here?" She laughed. "None. You are the first for a long time. Why?" "Well, my friend from England was here in Tumaco a few days ago, staying at the hotel just down there. He's a bit older than me. He's, missing, and I'm trying to find his friend, a Colombiano. You didn't see them here together, by any chance?" The girl put a hand on her hip and bit her lower lip in thought. "When?" she asked. 5 nights ago? About the same time in the evening as now?" She shook her head and gave him an apologetic look. "Sorry, I was off then. Can I get you some tapas with your beer?" "In a while," replied Luke, and pulled out his phone. He should probably check in with Friend. 2 girls walked in arm and giggling, brushing unnecessarily close to Luke and making eye contact with him as they sashayed to the other end of the bar. They certainly had the attention of his jungla escorts, he noticed. They wore tight, fluorescent crop tops, spray-on jeans, and rather too much makeup. The girl behind the bar turned her back on them, and when they ordered some green fizzy drink with ice, she took her time serving them. Evidently, she did not approve. The girls smiled at Luke from across the bar, and a thought flashed through his head. Would Benton have known them? Would he have... when in Rome and all that? Surely not. He got up and walked over to them. "Hola, chicas." That sounded pretty tacky. He'd better get straight to the point. "Has either of you met another Englishman here? A man a bit older than me?" They gave him a coy look. "Is no problem," said the older one, thrusting out her chin. "You can bring him too. Which hotel you in? The Paradiso?" Luke sighed. He was not easily embarrassed, but his cheeks were reddening. He sensed the bar girl staring at him, her disapproval burning into the back of his neck. "No, I meant, have you seen any other Ingles here, in this bar, last week?" Their smiles evaporated. This man was a time-waster. They turned away, bored of him now. Luke exchanged a glance with his close protection team and gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. It was time to move on. It was as Luke was paying for his beer that a boy came in, a wooden tray suspended round his neck on frayed straps, bearing lottery tickets and sticks of chewing gum. "Lotto! Lotto millones!" he called. He made straight for Luke, tugging at his elbow and holding out a wad of printed lottery tickets. Immediately there was a hiss from one of the well-built men at a nearby table, telling him to leave the tourist in peace. Luke had never bought a lottery ticket in his life, and he was not about to start now. But the lad was so insistent that he took out some pesos to give him, and was about to send him away, when he noticed something that made the words die on his lips. It was the pen, poking out of the top pocket of the boy's shirt. It was nothing special, just a cheap plastic giveaway. But the words printed on it were plainly visible. Scarborough North Cliff Golf Club. Chapter 17. Luke pulled up a chair for the lottery ticket boy and made him sit down, his heart racing. "Let me buy you a Coke, a Mirinda, a Sprite, whatever you want." He knew exactly how this must look to everyone else in the bar, but his explanations could come later. "Where did you get that pen?" he asked the boy. "Who gave it to you?" "No lo sé. ¿Por qué? I don't know," said the boy, shrugging his shoulders. "Why? What's it to you?" His eyes darted around the bar, looking for a way out. This was the most tangible lead Luke had had, and he could not afford to blow it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single $50 bill. The boy's eyes widened. "Listen, Chico, you see this money?" Luke told him. "Well, it's all yours if you can take me to the man who gave you that pen, the one in your pocket. Can you do that?" He could see the boy hesitating, sensing trouble. Smart kid, he thought. You don't get to survive on the streets of Colombia without an antenna for danger. But the boy's eyes kept flicking back to the banknote, and eventually he nodded. Without another word, he took Luke's arm and led him away. As they left, Luke looked at his escort and inclined his head towards the exit. They would be following at a discreet distance. As soon as they were outside, the boy quickened his pace. People talked in these parts, and Luke didn't blame the kid for not wanting to be seen with the gringo. Word might get back to the cartel, and that would not be good for either of them. They passed a solitary street lamp that lit up the fine mist of rain that had begun to fall, then turned down a muddy, unpaved road. The night felt close, and, far out to sea, jagged forks of purple lightning split the sky. Luke walked quickly, just behind the boy, who sidestepped neatly around the puddles, still holding his tray against his chest. Luke still had good night vision, a product of all his years in special forces, but this kid was almost supernatural. He seemed to know every inch of the road. Was he being led into an ambush? Luke was all too aware of the possibility, given the failed kidnap attempt. But he could feel the comforting bulk of the Sig Sauer pistol tucked into his waistband beneath his polo shirt, and a glance over his shoulder confirmed that his Hungler escort was shadowing them from some distance back, one on either side of the road. When the shot rang out from in front of them, Luke dropped immediately to the ground, flattening himself against the rain-soaked mud of the track, the Sig already in his hand. "Bajate!" he shouted to the boy. "Get down!" But the boy just stood there, laughing. "Es nada," he said. "It's nothing." Something was coming down the road towards them at speed now. Luke readied the weapon in his hand, and then he relaxed. A stray dog, half running, half limping, tore past them into the night. Luke stood up, his clothes soaked in mud. They pressed on. At a fork in the road, the boy steered them to the left, and the track soon narrowed to a footpath. They were right on the edge of town now, leaving the lights of Tumaco behind, and Luke could hear the unwelcome whine of the first mosquitoes beginning to seek them out. His escort, he noticed, had closed the gap between them. They came to the outline of a large shed, pitch black against the night sky, and the boy pointed to a flight of steps that led down at the side to a basement. Luke wished he had his NVGs with him, but instead he took out a pencil torch with a red filter, standard military practice to avoid using a white light that can be seen for miles. "Y entonces?" he asked the boy, pointing to the steps. "So what now?" The boy went first, picking his way down. Luke could feel underfoot they were wet with slime, and in the shadows something scuttled away, abandoning a chicken carcass. Luke grimaced. The air reeked. At the bottom of the steps they came to a door, black with grime and mould. The boy knocked. "Oye!" he called. "It's Julio. I have someone with me." Now he turned to Luke. holding out his hand for the promised $50.
"Whoa," said Luke. "Who's behind that door?"
"You asked me about your friend, the Englishman,"
said the boy, defensively.
"He is a kind man. He give me a present. So,"
he pointed to the door,
"this is his friend. Sometimes I bring him food."
Together they pushed open the door to the basement, and Luke's torch probed the room with a dim beam of red light. There was a rustling in the corner, then silence. As the torch played over the detritus in the room, it lit up broken chicken baskets, discarded plastic buckets, and crumpled newspapers, and there was an overpowering smell of excrement. A foot was poking out from beneath the rubbish. Luke moved towards it, squatted, and nudged it with the muzzle of the cig. It recoiled, and its owner leaped into view, then huddled against the wall. His red-rimmed eyes were bright with terror, his hands pressing together, imploring. He had found Agent Fuentes. Chapter 18. 3 hours later, Fuentes had showered, shaved, and put on a green military-issue tracksuit. Now he was nursing a glass of Fanta Orange and was ready for his debrief. A radio call back to the Jungla base that night had summoned a nondescript pickup truck to extract him and Luke from the warehouse cellar, while the boy with the lottery tickets was dropped off on the edge of town. The Jungla police commandos were taking no chances, and they made Fuentes lie down behind the front seats with a blanket over him. He was a marked man. Luke was pacing up and down outside the debriefing room, running through all the questions he needed answers to. "Do not cock this up," he told himself. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Fuentes barely looked up when he walked in. He had, Luke noted, the 1,000-yard stare, which was hardly surprising, given what he must have seen and heard. His hair was black, short and curly. There were worry lines across his forehead, and his face had deep, open pores. To Luke, he looked about 45, but was probably 10 years younger. The strain of being an agent and informant inside one of the most dangerous cartels in Latin America would be taking its toll. "Okay," began Luke. "Let's start at the beginning. How long were you working with Senor Benton?" Fuentes looked up sharply, his mouth half open.
"I thought you said you worked with him," he said. "You are from British intelligence, no?"
"Yes, I am," Luke reassured him. "And I have most of his reports here." He gestured to the thin file in his hand. "But I still need to hear it in your own words. What, exactly, was your position within the cartel? How far did they trust you? What were they planning?" Fuentes answered slowly at first, his comments interspersed with long pauses, but Luke didn't hurry him. The man was a classic candidate for PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and he would certainly need counselling. But now his words were coming faster, like a dam bursting on a mountain stream, coursing through the narrative of what had happened that dreadful night when Benton had been caught and killed. Fuentes recalled the beach bar rendezvous with Benton, the night vision goggles, the camera, the ambush, the screams. Luke watched Fuentes and made notes as he recounted all this, reliving every detail. When the agent had finished, Luke got up, walked round to the fridge by the window, and took out 2 more Fantas, one for each of them. He sat down again, handed one to Fuentes, then held his own can against his forehead, savouring the cool, moist metal surface against his hot skin. Fuentes watched him, bemused, then broke into a laugh and did the same with his. It was the first time Luke had seen him relax. "So," Luke continued, "my service needs to know, and this is why they've sent me all the way down here, what you and Benton were chasing that night that made you take such a big risk. You went into the jungle with no backup, and there's nothing in Benton's last report that gives any hint of that. What—" Luke searched for the right Spanish phrase. "What were you on to?" Fuentes took a long swig of his drink.
"Senor Senor Benton. He was my friend. He was like family to me. Even my wife, she cooked for him in my house. I trusted him, and he trusted me. We took every decision together.
So what made you take this one? Luke regretted his abrupt tone. This was meant to be a debrief, not an interrogation.
Just one day before I was in the Café San Andres, here in Tumaco. You know it?
Luke shook his head.
I am there with my wife when this guy comes in. He's a big shot in the cartel, like an enforcer. Nobody likes him. And he beckons me over. I'm like, hey, I'm with my wife, you know? Why, he just gives me this look, and I know what that means. You don't argue with this guy. So he sits me down next to him and looks me in the eye and says it right out. Geraldo, he says, I think we have an informer in our ranks. Jesus,
whispered Luke.
Hombre, you have no idea.
Fuentes was smiling now as he remembered the encounter.
I tell you, man, I was shitting my pants.
But he obviously didn't think it was you.
No, gracias a Dios. They caught one of the drivers, got him through his cell phone. Turns out he was moonlighting for another cartel. Anyway, this big shot tells me they've got visitors coming in from somewhere in Asia. China, maybe. Somewhere like that. Really important visitors, he says, with a lot of money involved. Then he tells me there's a meeting at the treehouse the next evening.
The treehouse?
It's what they call the cabin out on the edge of the jungle. It's miles from anywhere. The cartel uses it when it wants total privacy.
So, hang on, said Luke. Why is he telling you all this? Was it a test?
That's what I'm thinking too,
said Fuentes.
But then he tells me I have a role to play. He wants me to take care of these visitors during the day, house them somewhere safe, show them round, but keep it discreet.
How soon could you alert Senor Benton?
It wasn't easy. There was so little time. I had to use the emergency frequency.
Fuentes suddenly placed his hands flat on the table and stood up.
Hey, I need the toilet. Is all that Fanta?
Of course. Alone in the room, Luke went over what he had just heard. Asian visitors, a jungle rendezvous, and the notebook, recovered from Benton's body with that single word, Hungnam, the name of a North Korean port. What was all this stacking up to? He should probably get word out to the Colombians to pick up the Asian men, but they would be long gone, slipped out of the country by sea to avoid detection. Tell me about those visitors, he asked Fuentes, when he came back into the room.
Aye, well, they didn't talk much, not to me anyway. They brought an interpreter with them, but his Spanish was terrible. They looked kind of military, but were dressed in very dull clothes, almost like factory overalls.
Luke was having trouble picturing them, but he needed to understand what had happened next that night in the jungle. How did you know where to go to shadow that meeting they held at the treehouse?
Tracking beacon, magnetic, GPS. Senor Benton showed me how to use them after he recruited me. There was an opportunity, and I took it. When I handed over the visitors to the others, I placed it under one of their pickup trucks.
Luke nodded, impressed, then leaned forward, his arms on the flimsy table, which creaked under the pressure. Do you still have the receiver? Fuentes gave a short, bitter laugh.
Are you serious? I fled for my life from that infierno. I knew what they were doing to him. I could hear it.
He shivered at the memory, still uncomfortably fresh.
I left that place with nothing but my life.
His words hung in the room. Then the silence was broken by the revving of a lorry outside. Luke leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the table, thinking. You should know, he said finally, that my service is incredibly grateful for the work you've done here. You'll be looked after now, I can promise you. And I'm sorry about Benton. He was a brave man, and he's going to be missed by a lot of people back home, believe me. But we owe it to him, don't we, to get to the bottom of this? Once more, Fuentes looked hunted. He probably thinks I'm going to ask him to risk his life again. It's all right, said Luke. I'm not going to ask you to do anything more for us. But I do need to know what's in your head. let's suppose that this deal, whatever it was, has gone down between the cartel and the Asian men you looked after. Which way is it going? I don't follow you. I mean, who's buying what? Is the cartel exporting their products into Asia? Or is there something they want from the Asians? I see. Fuentes lowered his head, ran thick fingers through his curly hair, and scratched the back of his head. He suddenly looked very tired. Luke knew he should probably let the man get some rest, but if he had a personal motto, it was carpe diem, seize the day. He had to assume the cartel would stop at nothing to find Fuentes and finish him off. He also knew that on a medium-sized military base like this, there was a fair chance the cartel had dickers on the inside reporting back. He had to get Fuentes out of there first thing in the morning, and preferably on a plane out of the country. This might be his one and only chance to question him. When Fuentes spoke, he looked Luke straight in the eye and enunciated his words very carefully. "Cigarros mojados," he said. Wet cigars? Yes. That's what the cartel call their miniature submarines. I think you call them mini-subs. They launch them out of the swamps up the coast from here, near Buenaventura. Normally, they're taking the coke shipments up to Mexico or wherever, but this month I've heard them talking about something else, some kind of special delivery. From the cartel to Asia? No, replied Fuentes. The other way around. They are bringing something in, I think, from across the Pacific. Luke's mind was racing. What could the Colombian cartel possibly want from North Korea, if it was North Korea? They already had all the weapons they could buy, didn't they? Did you tell this to Benton? Of course, said Fuentes. First chance I got. That's why he was so preoccupied with this thing. Didn't he put it in his report? Luke shook his head. Benton must have had his own reasons for keeping it to himself, but, for the life of him, Luke couldn't figure them out. But there must be more to it than that, or why would Benton have risked his life? It was well past midnight now, and Fuentes was yawning. Luke wasn't feeling too fresh either, but he had to press on. At last, he felt he was making real progress. There has been talk, said Fuentes, of la venganza, of revenge. The cartel really hate you Brits, especially your service. We, have done a lot of damage to their operations recently. Luke sat bolt upright, very much awake and listening. Go on, he said. Fuentes tilted his head to one side. It's only whispers, he said. They don't tell me everything, but it seems they want to punish your country for all the arrests and confiscations, the millions you have cost them. I think they are buying some kind of unusual weapon. They say it is to teach the Ingleses a lesson, and they say it will travel by sea. This, my friend, is what Senor Benton was working on, and this is what he died for. Chapter 19. Luke sat alone on a hard wooden chair, facing a room full of senior officers. They made no attempt to hide their contempt. It was written all over their faces. Your plan sucks, said one. You haven't thought this through, have you? You don't have much of a tactical brain, do you? Said another. Have you decided to ignore all the information we gave you? Luke was exhausted. He had been on the run for a week, hadn't slept for nearly 72 hours, and his last meal had been a half-cooked rabbit. He had had diarrhea for 2 straight days now. Please enlighten us, Carlton, said a senior officer in the front row, leaning forward and fixing him with an icy stare. Because I, for one, just don't get it. How the hell are you going to extract yourself and your team without a helicopter? If I could just explain. They cut him off with more questions. Your men are out of rations, they're tired, they're pissed off, they've lost all confidence in you. Basically, Carlton, you're a complete failure. Officer Week. Part of Special Forces selection. The worst week of your life, they had warned him, and he wouldn't dispute it. For the 3rd time, Luke took them through his plan, but now there was a persistent whining, getting louder by the second. Soon it was drowning his voice. filling his head with an urgent, rhythmic clatter. Black Hawk helicopter. He recognized the sound of the rotor blades. His eyes popped open. Not quite 5 a.m., and it had been another dream, another flashback. He was not in Wales. He was on a Colombian police commando base, his room annoyingly close to the helicopter landing pad. And he was bathed in sweat, his heart racing. Awake now, the enormity of what he had learned from Fuentes came back to him in a rush. The agent had had no more details to offer, but already Luke sensed he was standing on a precipice, looking down at something very big and very sinister. The investigation had taken a whole new turn, and now he had to pace himself. The obvious thing to do was to call VX. That was what they would expect of him. But he wanted more answers first, something more concrete to give them than a second-hand rumour overheard by an agent. He got up, splashed some water over his face, and stood by the window. He could hear the Black Hawk powering down on the landing pad, the yelping of the camp dogs beginning to subside. He stood there at the window, gazing out at the grey pre-dawn half-light and chewing the inside of his cheek. He knew exactly what he had to do. Friend, the service lawyer, might not like it, and neither probably would Vauxhall Cross, but Luke had made up his mind. He needed to take the fight to the enemy. Chapter 20. The prisoner was slumped on a metal chair that scraped on the floor each time he moved. His hands were cuffed behind his back, his head was bandaged, and a barrel-chested guard kept watch on him from the door. The prisoner's pudgy bovine face bore a look of concentrated defiance, and his eyes narrowed as he watched Luke and the police chief walk into the room. "Malparidos," he muttered under his breath. Bastards. He spat quietly on the floor. He was the man Luke had knocked unconscious with the butt of his Sig Sauer in his hotel room a few days ago. A phone call to Major Elazon had secured him access to the prisoner, and now he had questions for him. He pulled up the only other chair in the room and put his face about 10 centimetres from the prisoner's, invading his personal space. "Listen, cariculo. I'm going to make this really easy for you to understand." He spoke in Colombian street slang, addressing the man as arse-face. "You're going to tell me what I want to know, or I swear you'll never leave prison." "Never," echoed Major Elazon from just behind Luke. Part of the deal for access was that he should be present at the interrogation. "I shot dead both your compañeros in that hotel room, remember? You only lived because I knocked you unconscious. Your life in prison will be shit if you don't cooperate. So, you need to make some choices fast, because this opportunity is not going to come around twice." The man's eyes flicked momentarily towards the guard by the door, then towards Major Elazon. Luke understood immediately what that meant. There were things that could be said at some personal risk, but not with policemen in the room. Luke stood up, went to the guard by the door, and bent to speak quietly into his ear, simultaneously pressing a $20 bill into his hand. The guard left. "Major?" He turned to the police chief, but the major was ahead of him. "You need privacy. I understand." He too left the room. Probably going to listen in from next door, Luke reckoned. That didn't bother him. He just needed to get the thug talking. So now it was just himself and the prisoner. "So here's how it is," Luke began. "After the trial, you're likely to be sent to La Modelo prison. 12 years for armed assault and attempted kidnapping. I hear the overcrowding there is worse than ever, but who knows? With a bit of input from us, they'll send you to La Tramacua instead. You can spend the next 12 years picking out the lumps of shit your fellow inmates put in your food." The prisoner said nothing, just stared at him blankly. Luke found it impossible to know what he was thinking, or if he was even getting through to him, but he continued. "You're probably thinking your cartel connections will see you through, that you'll get some kind of special treatment. But you know what? At La Tramacua, it doesn't work like that. The guards there really don't like you people, but they do like their tear gas and pepper spray. In fact, they love firing it into an enclosed cell. Then there are the daily beatings with table legs. Big lad like you can probably take it for the first few months. But the bad food and dysentery will get to you. It gets to everyone there eventually. It's all the maggots in the food and mould in the water bottles. You'll lose your will to resist after a while. And that's when you'll start bending over to be the duty bitch for the patron on your wing. Sound good? The thug sat there, silent and passive. He just gave the faintest tilt upwards of his chin. Luke took this to mean, "Go on. What are you proposing?" "Let's start with a simple question. Who sent you to kill me?" The man looked up in surprise. Slowly, his face creased into a grin, and finally a great rasping laugh that portrayed a lifetime of smoking cheap unfiltered cigarettes. "You don't know? He was El Pobrecito, of course. My God, it's common knowledge. You people really know fuck all." The man was every bit as stupid as he looked. In his eagerness to insult Luke, he had given away a vital clue. El Pobrecito, the poor little thing. Luke recognized the nickname. He had seen it in Benton's earlier reports, but now the dots were starting to connect. If the man had ordered a hit on him, he had something to hide. Had he also given the order for Benton to be killed? It was certainly starting to look like it. Yet something was troubling him. If it was such common knowledge that El Pobrecito was behind the attempt to kidnap Luke, why hadn't Major Elizon shared it with him? He must have informants on the inside here. Luke would take it up tactfully with the police major. "So where is El Pobrecito now?" said Luke. "Where's his base? His centre of operations?" The thug said nothing. Luke could almost see the cogs in his mind turning, the realization slowly dawning on him that he had probably let slip something extremely dangerous. For this failed assassin, prison had just got a whole lot more dangerous. Finally he spoke, in the coarse language of the barrio, but not the words Luke wanted to hear. "You think you know this country? You think a few words in your stupid cachaca slang will get you through?" The prisoner shook his head, his eyes narrow slits of hate. "You are a fool, English. You should leave Colombia today. Get your police friends to drive you to the airport. The same one we watched you arrive at. Because the next time we send people to find you, you will not be so lucky." "Right," said Luke calmly. "Except you're the one in prison now. I hope you enjoy your next 12 years in La Tramacua." Chapter 21. The door clanged shut behind him, and Luke walked down the green-painted prison corridor behind Major Elizon and the guard. Had they been listening in on his conversation with the thug? He didn't really care. The prisoner had given away so little. But now, at least, he had a name to put in his report. Dark arms were reaching out of barred cells, trying to touch him as he went past. The unhappy inmates of Tumaco's overcrowded penal system. The stench was overpowering, and Luke quickened his pace until they left the prisoner wing and reached the guardhouse. Now was perhaps a good time to tackle Major Elizon about El Pobrecito, but first he had some urgent business. Luke sat himself in a corner of the guardhouse, away from the policeman, who paid him little attention. On his personal mobile, he sent an email to Commander Jorge Enriquez at the Colombian embassy in London, asking for anything he had on El Pobrecito, his known locations, his organization, and his TTPs, his tactics, techniques, and procedures. Next, on his secure phone, he took a deep breath and sent the briefest of messages to Sid Khan back at Vauxhall Cross. Progressing here. Benton closing in on transnational deal. N-Korea? Possible weapon headed from Colombia to UK by sea. Target is UK. Much to discuss. Talk in 2 hours. He knew this would set the hairs racing, and that his phone was about to start glowing red-hot with frantic calls, so he turned it off. He still needed more answers, and now it was the time to turn to the Americans for help. Luke's police escort was waiting for him just outside the main gates of the prison. "A la base militaire, senor?" asked his driver, already putting the vehicle into gear and revving up. "No, the Hotel Paradiso." Not exactly his first choice for a rendezvous with the CIA, but their local station chief had apparently classified it as secure. This, to Luke, was unbelievable irony. But the CIA station was adamant. He was to meet his contact out by the pool, where he had met Clements from MI6 on his first day down there. Luke walked through reception and was relieved to see a different manager on duty. Only the cleaner recognized him from his earlier eventful stay, and she crossed herself before hurrying away down a corridor, throwing anxious glances behind her in case Luke was pursuing her. He wasn't. He made his way out to the pool area. He was 15 minutes early, a habit he had acquired long ago in the forces, preferring to check out a place for entrances, exits, hiding places, and ambush points. He wondered how the hotel made any money as, again, it was practically deserted. Just a couple of old Colombian men playing draughts in the corner and ignoring him. Luke pulled up a white plastic chair, sat on it with his back to a wall, and contemplated the lime-green water of the swimming pool, which reflected the lowering sky. The minutes ticked by, and nobody came. Luke glanced at his watch and frowned. It had gone 11:40, 10 minutes past the agreed time. It was unlike the Yanks to be late. He'd give it 5 more minutes, then head back to the base. Bloody CIA. And now one of the old men was lurching towards him. Luke groaned inwardly. He really didn't feel like striking up a conversation with a stranger right now. "Easy, kiddo," said the old man, in perfect English. "I'm not asking you to join in our game." Luke nearly fell off his chair. He should have spotted this one coming. "Sergio Ramirez," said the man, holding out his hand in greeting. "Station chief for Tumaco." He was clearly enjoying Luke's reaction. "I guess you were expecting some clean-cut Ivy League type." Luke grinned. "I guess I was," he said noncommittally. All he really cared about was whether the man could help him. "I'm Colombian-American, in case you're wondering," continued Ramirez. For a spy, he certainly had a lot to say. "That's right. Raised in the barrio, emigrated with my dad, got my degree from UCLA, then joined the agency. And now, all these years later, for my penance, they've sent me to this shithole." He threw a tanned arm around Luke's shoulders. "Welcome to Tumaco, my friend. May your stay be short and profitable." "Thanks," said Luke. "I've had a ball so far." "So I hear." Ramirez pulled up a chair and sat down heavily. They were a generation apart, him and Luke, and while they had both done the hard yards in their own ways, their physique was very different. While Luke was lean and fit, he reckoned it had been some years since Ramirez had darkened the doors of a gym. Now he was pulling out a packet of cigarettes, Marlboro Lights, the smoker's equivalent of a Diet Coke. He lit one, then waved the packet in Luke's direction. "Thought not," he said. "So, buddy, how can I help?" "El pobrecito," replied Luke, cutting straight to the chase. "I was hoping you could give me what you've got on him." "You mean Garcia, right? Nelson Garcia." Ramirez looked at Luke for a moment, then squinted towards the shack beside the pool. An attendant in a white baseball cap with a whistle round his neck was arranging fresh towels in a stack, waiting for customers. "Well, he's one nasty SOB. Does a lot of bad things to bad people to stay at the top of his game. He runs a fair bit of the trade that leaves this part of the country, mostly by sea. You Brits have been hurting his business plenty, though, and I guess we've been doing our share, too." Luke looked at the CIA man as he spoke, pausing between sentences to drag on his cigarette. From the way he was talking, it didn't sound to Luke as if Benton had shared with anyone his fears about the cartel buying in a weapon. Which was odd, given the Five Eyes mutual intelligence sharing agreement between the UK, the US, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. Maybe Benton had been keeping his cards close to his chest until he could be sure of what was really going on. "So where would I find him?" said Luke. "Whoa there, fella. Let's take this down a notch. You asked for this meeting at short notice, and I'm more than happy to oblige. Jerry Benton was a good friend of mine. But see here." The American took a deep breath, as if trying to explain something very simple to someone very stupid. "There are things in play right now that you may not be aware of, things that, well,
Let's just say there are things you might not want to go upsetting.
Luke looked at him questioningly. Was there more? No. Ramirez had finished. So was this patronizing spiel all the help he could expect from the CIA, Britain's closest intelligence partner in the world? Let me get this straight, he said evenly. You guys know where to find him, but you'd rather not share it just yet? Ramirez chuckled. Something like that, he replied. We can give you NSA phone intercepts and testimonies from some of his people we've caught over the years. Just, don't go stirring up the hornet's nest. Like I said, there's a lot of things in play here. The conversation was not going the way Luke had hoped or expected. It was time to come out with the question that had been bothering him. Can I ask if you guys have someone on the inside? Someone on El Pobrecito's team?
Phone intercepts and witness testimonies, replied Ramirez, getting up to go. I'll have them brought round to your base by this evening. Pleasure meeting you, Carlton.
Chapter 22. 17 missed calls. No surprises there. Luke had known his last message to Vauxhall Cross would set the cat among the pigeons.
What the hell do you mean? Possible weapon headed from Colombia to UK by sea, shouted Khan,
as soon as Luke called him back.
What weapon? And do you have any idea how many people have been trying to get hold of you in the past hour? I had to share this with the chief and tell him you'd switched your phone off. How do you think that makes us both look?
Luke didn't care how it looked, to Sid Khan or to anyone else. He just wished he had a bit more hard intelligence to offer up, and now, just when he was getting going, he felt the window was about to close.
I want you back in London by the weekend, announced Khan. We're sending a full team out to take over.
He sounded calmer now, his naturally analytical brain resuming control after his brief emotional outburst. With respect, said Luke. I'm just starting to get somewhere. I need more time. Wouldn't it make more sense for me at least to work with them down here, this new team?
Decision's already been taken, said Khan. You're being recalled. Plenty for you to do here when you get back. That's all there is to it.
Luke knew it was pointless to try to enlist help from Angela or even John Friend in Bogota. Even if they agreed with him, which they probably wouldn't, they would end up deferring to Khan. And besides, office politics were not his thing. He was back on the Jungla police commando base, sitting on his sagging bed with the mosquito net flipped up and the ceiling fan turning in the midday heat. It was quiet. Everyone at lunch in the canteen. His phone buzzed with an incoming email. Elise? It had been a while since he'd heard from her. No, it was from Jorge.
Hola, Lucas.
That's what Jorge always called him.
We got some intel attached here on your player Garcia. He moves around a lot, but looks like he's at Ituango right now. Happy to assist if you need.
Bingo. Out of the darkness of despair, a shining ray of light. Luke couldn't have wished for better news. He opened the attachment and scrolled down. It was all there. Profiles of Garcia, his top team, their modus operandi, the estimated strength of their security units, even a detailed description of their weapon systems. There were photos of Ituango, too, taken from the air on slow flypasts by the Colombian police air wing. They showed a villa surrounded by a wall, fortified but not impregnable. A plan began to form in Luke's head. What did he have to lose? He was facing a forced recall to London with the job left undone, and him no closer to learning what the weapon was or where it was heading. What was the worst they could do to him at VX? Fire him for ignoring orders? He'd had worse days in Helmand province. It was 1400 hours. Time to catch Commando Rojas as he came back from lunch. "Comandante," he said, as the Colombian officer trotted up the metal steps to his office. "Can we talk?"
"Of course. In fact, I was expecting you to come by."
"How's that?" said Luke.
"I just took a call."
Commando Rojas, that smile playing once again around the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling, almost mischievously.
"A call from London, from a certain Jorge Enriquez, at our embassy there. It seems I'm to give you every cooperation, and it's to remain classified. Sounds like you have some useful friends, Senor Carlton."
This time, the hungry commander didn't trouble to ask if Luke wanted coffee. He went straight to the side and poured some for them both. It was going to be a long session. "Nelson Garcia," Luke began, as they took their first sips of the rich dark liquid from tiny white china cups. "The guy who calls himself El Pobrecito?"
"That piece of shit," barked the commander. "His people killed 3 of my men last month in an ambush. I've got another in the infirmary who will never see his legs again. We have some scores to settle."
"Good. I think I can help you. He's up at Ituango right now, in northern Antioquia province, just up from Medellin."
"I know where it is," said the commander. "Nice place, if it wasn't for Garcia. Hills, churches, farms, airstrips."
"I think we agree the world would be a better place with him out of the game. But he knows some things we need to find out fast. We need him alive." The commander was staring at Luke now, his eyebrows half raised. Luke could tell this was an officer who cared about his men, that he was not about to put them in harm's way without a decent plan. "What I propose," said Luke, "is that I work up a plan with 12 of your operatives. We'll need to go over aerials, floor plans, routes in and out, and we'll need airlift by helo, medivac, and an extraction plan. I'll come back to you shortly with our CONOPS, our concept of operations. If you approve it, we'll go for a start time of 2000 hours tomorrow." Commander Rojas got up and walked to the window, his hands clasped behind his back. A woman in a blue tunic was sweeping methodically at the side of the road, going through the motions rather than having any effect on the leaf litter that had gathered in piles along the gutter.
"You don't ask for much, do you?"
he said finally. But Luke caught the twinkle in his eye. He knew enough about him already to understand that he lived for exactly this kind of operation.
"Bueno," said the commander, after only the briefest of pauses. "You can have Captain Martinez and his squad. They have considerable experience in this area."
Luke held out his hand in thanks, but instead of shaking it, Commander Rojas gripped it and did not let go.
"Just one other thing," he said. "I take it your office has approved this mission."
Luke was surprised by how easily a lie could spill from his lips when needed. He didn't hesitate. Even looked the commander in the eye as he said it. "Por supuesto. Of course." At that exact moment, in another corner of Colombia, an unremarkable light aircraft was taxiing down the runway at a small military airfield. On board, a woman and her 4 children were experiencing their first ever flight. Frightened beyond their wits, they clung to each other as the aircraft lifted clear of the tarmac. They had nothing but the clothes they wore, and the youngest boy had already wet his trousers. But there was a silver lining. The family of Giraldo Fuentes was safe, flown out of South America to Miami, into the waiting arms of the FBI, and a new life under a new name. The family of Agent Synapse had been safely extracted. Chapter 23.
Mud brown. Always mud brown. Did the Thames ever look any other colour?
Elise watched the eddies and whirls drift past the window of the river bus. She loved sitting in her usual seat, takeaway latte in her hand. Such a great way to commute, she told her friends. Just a hop across the river from Battersea, then a short tube ride up to Piccadilly Circus, and she could be at her desk in the Stratford Gallery within 40 minutes. More for something to do than for any other reason, she fished out her phone and scrolled through the news headlines and the online papers. Since she had started going out with Luke, she had been taking a keen interest in global affairs. In turn, he had been doing his best to learn a bit about the art world. So far, she was making rather more progress than he was. As the boat slowed to dock at embankment, she was about to put away her phone when she clamped her hand to her mouth, muffling a cry of dismay. From the tiny screen in her hand, the headlines stared out at her, and Elise's world went cold. MI6 spy murdered in Colombia. A Guardian exclusive by Steve Drain in Bogota. He had never told her that was where he was heading, But Elise was not stupid. She knew Luke had had a childhood in Colombia, and she knew he had been back more than once. Although he never spelled it out, she got the impression it was his time in the SBS that had taken him there. And now, of course, he was on contract to SIS. That much he had confided in her, nothing more.
"It's Luke. Oh, God. I know it is."
She called his number at once, but it went straight to voicemail. Suddenly she felt profoundly and inexplicably guilty about how she had spent the previous weekend. Hugo Squires' house party in the country had been rather more fun than she had expected. The invitation had been for them both, of course, but as Luke was away, she had gone on her own, driving down to Dorset with her favourite MP3 playlist plugged into the car stereo. Hugo had been the perfect host, lavishing just enough attention on her. There had been croquet on the lawn with the other guests, a tour round the walled herb garden, drinks on the veranda, then a glittering candlelit dinner beside a roaring log fire. It had not escaped her notice that everyone was in a couple, apart from her and Hugo. At 1 a.m. he had politely escorted her to the door of her room, and there they had kissed, drunkenly, his hands around her hips, gently pulling her close to him. He was certainly keen. Elise had let it go no further, eventually breaking off and placing an elegant finger on Hugo's parted lips, then firmly closing her door. But she felt incredibly guilty. And now this. She read on. "In an exclusive report, we can reveal that a serving British intelligence officer has been found murdered on a top-secret mission in a South American jungle. Name him. Just name him." The other commuters were pushing past her now, queuing to get off at Embankment. "In order to protect his family, we have been asked not to reveal his name, but it is understood he was a father of 2 and originally from Scarborough in North Yorkshire." Elise closed her eyes and breathed out. Scarborough. So not Luke, then. She hardly needed to read any more. Less than a kilometre from Elise, in the sandstone and green palace of Vauxhall Cross, a crisis meeting was underway. In the boardroom, the directors had gathered, with Sid Khan seated at the head of a long table of anxious faces. "2 items on the menu today," he began. "First, the so-called weapon that our man Carlton has alerted us to, down in Colombia." Everyone in the room noted that today Khan had swapped his customary pink and plum-coloured polo shirts for a sombre suit and tie. "We need to know what it is, where it's heading, and what we're doing about it." Khan held up a copy of The Guardian. "Second, my friends, there's this." They had all seen the headlines in that morning's paper, but the words, "MI6 spy murdered in Colombia," still had a chilling effect. "The news is out, we can't change that," said Khan, looking around the group. "So this, clearly, is about damage limitation. Do we know how it leaked out?" "We do," said a voice behind him, causing Khan to swivel awkwardly in his chair. It was Vikram Sharma, the head of corporate communications, his bald head gleaming in the tungsten spotlights embedded in the ceiling. "Sorry I'm late. Just off the phone to the Foreign Secretary's office. C wants an agreed party line on this one." Sharma reported directly to the chief of MI6, sitting in an outer office and responsible for handling the press and media. News of Benton's murder had got out on his watch, and now it was his job to pick up the pieces. "It seems the local Colombian media got hold of it first," said Sharma, pulling back a chair and sitting down. "It appeared in yesterday's edition of La Prensa. Someone down at the police station in Tumaco blabbed to the press. I'm afraid it was bound to happen eventually, and the Guardian had a stringer in Bogota with good government contacts. He managed to get the whole story. Well, at least the stuff about Jerry Benton's body being found in the jungle. But we've moved quickly, and the DA notice people in Whitehall have asked editors to exercise caution." "Exercise caution?" said Khan. "What does that mean exactly?" "It means an email's gone round to all the mainstream media, reminding them of their responsibility not to publish the names or photographs of any intelligence officers, past or present." There was a loud grunt from the far end of the table. It came from a thick-set man in a pinstriped suit, his hair grey at the temples, his fingertips yellow with nicotine. "Gary, you have a question?" said Khan. Addressing the head of security section, MI6's own internal security cadre that looked after everything from online digital footprints to safe routes into a war zone. Gary had been in the business most of his life. "Well, come on," said Gary. "Who are we kidding here? This is the 21st century. Do we really think they're going to abide by those rules? If they want to publish, they can get a US subsidiary to do it. It's happened before. Remember Edward Snowden?" "Well, it hasn't happened this time," said Sharma, rather testily. "Jerry's name has been kept out of it. We've got a close eye on what pops up online." "Okay," said Khan, calling the meeting to order. "So here's where we are now. The media will obviously get the narco connection. It's a bit of a no-brainer, given where it is on the map. But there's no reason to suppose they'll dig any deeper than that, is there? FCO are putting together a press release as we speak. With any luck, that will draw a line under it and they can move on. Plenty of other news for them to get their teeth into, and Colombia's a long way off. There's the new SARS outbreak, the Baghdad bombings, and now that backbench bloke sexting pictures of himself to an undercover reporter." "Sorry, am I missing something here?" asked Greg Sanderson, head of Latin America. "If the media know about Jerry's murder, that's pretty big news. Surely it's only a matter of time before they send people down to Tumaco to start poking around. The next thing we hear, they've run into our guy down there, Carson or whatever he's called, and this whole op is blown open wide." "It's Carlton, Luke Carlton," Khan corrected him, "and he's being recalled." "Is he?" said another voice at the table, the head of HR. He put down his pen and took off his glasses. "I don't think I was told about that. When's he back? Because with what happened in that hotel room a few nights ago, we may need to arrange some counselling when he gets here." "He's flying home this weekend," replied Khan. "I've asked John Friend from Legal to escort him onto the plane in Bogota. We can't have him rattling around South America racking up dead bodies, and his comms are appalling. He switched off his phone for 2 hours after he messaged us about the weapon." "But he did produce that notebook," pointed out another figure at the table. It was Craig Dale, head of agent handling. "And he's tracked down Jerry's principal agent, Synapse. I think we should give him some credit." "I take it," said Sanderson, "that he's now in contact with Tradewind. I don't mean to sound disrespectful to Jerry Benton, but it's obviously important Carlton's able to pick up where Jerry left off. Wouldn't everyone agree?" Khan and Dale exchanged meaningful glances, and there was a brief awkward silence, before Khan replied, "No. To answer your question, Carlton does not know about Tradewind." "Hold on a minute," exclaimed Sanderson. "You mean we sent him out there without telling him? Any good reason? Aren't we effectively making him fight this battle with one arm tied behind his back?" "Absolutely not," retorted Khan. "We took a decision." "You mean you took a decision?" "No. Craig and I took a combined decision based on the grounds of operational security. Tradewind is in deep cover, and when the time is right, we'll let Carlton know. But right now," continued Khan, "he's safely on the police commando base, under orders not to move off it without referring back to me. I don't think we'll be having any more shoot-ups like last week's shenanigans." Chapter 24. Luke looked down at his thumb and winced. Blood blister. That was careless. He was loading so much ammunition into so many magazines that he had accidentally jammed his thumb between a cartridge and the metal lip of the M4 clip. One of the Jungla police commandos had noticed his missing middle finger and offered to help him load his rounds. "Thanks, but I can manage just fine," Luke had said, with a grin, which was when he'd messed up his thumb. No more mistakes from now on, he told himself. He and Captain Martinez had worked hard on the plan, anticipating the questions that Commander Rojas would ask, putting in last-minute bids for extra resources and firepower, all granted. Now they were on the final prep for the mission to take down El Pobrecito, and Luke felt a familiar knot of tension deep in his abdomen. He was about to go seriously off-piste. The Colombians might have approved this mission, but Vauxhall Cross had not. Technically, this would put him in breach of duty to the service, and quite possibly put the service in breach of its duty to its political masters in Whitehall. This was already a sensitive mission that had needed sign-off from several people on both sides of the river. Now he was about to take it to a whole different level. Yet Luke had an unerring sense that what he was doing was right, given the opportunity he now had. He smiled to think of the look on Friend's face if the lawyer could have seen him now, in body armour, with 2 personal weapons strapped to his sides, his face streaked with green and black camouflage paint. Friend had checked up on him by phone a short while back, and Luke had been somewhat economical with the truth. "I'm using my last 2 days in country to follow up a possible lead in Antioquia with the jungla," Luke had told him. "I can't promise mobile reception will be that great up there, but I'll do my best to ring in." Luke knew full well he had only to switch on his mobile, and the NSA would have his location triangulated and pinpointed on a map. He would not be switching it on, and he had no intention of checking in. He was going out on a limb. This mission had to work, because if it didn't, he would be looking for another job, another career. The Colombians had been gratifyingly enthusiastic about his plan. They had had the rehearsals, the actions on contact, the backup plans, the comms checks, and the last-ditch mission aborts. The HUMINT reports provided by the Colombians on the ground had confirmed that Garcia was in residence at the fortified farm, though no one could ever tell for how long. He glanced around the briefing room, where men in full combat gear, like himself, were quietly going over their kit, checking and rechecking the M4 carbines slung across their chests, spare magazines taped on. Faces he had been getting to know were almost unrecognizable beneath tiger-striped paint. Radio call signs were being run through, ration boxes broken open and distributed. From outside came the familiar whine of the helicopter rotors starting up. The sound took Luke back to another time, another war, on a different continent. The Black Hawks preparing to carry him and his team into the dangerous Badlands of Afghanistan. Here we go again, he thought. "Listo, Senor Carlton. You ready?" It was Captain Martinez, technically the mission commander, though it was agreed Luke would be driving it. At 29, Emilio Martinez had a deep mahogany tan from a life spent almost entirely outdoors. A curved scar ran halfway down his cheek towards a thick moustache, and Luke noted that his gravelly voice seemed to carry instant authority with his men. "I'm good to go," he replied. "Vamonos! Let's go!" They filed out to the helipad. Luke, the lone Englishman among 12 of Colombia's most highly trained police special forces, each weighed down with equipment, rations, and the sheer enormity of what they were about to undertake. It was 2000 hours, and starting to rain again. Chapter 25. Cramped, irritable and thirsty, the 2 submariners could agree on only one thing. This would definitely be their last voyage in one of these metal coffins. At 3 meters below the surface of the Pacific Ocean, conversation in the tiny craft had all but dried up. 4 days of chugging along at minimal depth, breathing bottled oxygen and diesel fumes, eating freeze-dried food, then urinating and defecating into plastic bags, had left them craving fresh air and sunlight. Undetected from the air, from the surface, or even from up in space, their 6-meter miniature submarine had inched its way northwards up Colombia's Pacific coast from the swamps just south of Buenaventura. The vessel's confined cabin had few creature comforts, just 2 hard aluminium bucket seats, a periscope, a basic navigation panel, and an empty cargo compartment. It had been left up to the pilots, in the final days before they had slipped their moorings in the muddy jungle berth, to source a pair of makeshift cushions fashioned from jungle hemp by the local indigenous Indians. The cushions had now started to unravel and rot, leaving their backsides sore and aching. But the money was good. Oh, yes. $50,000 each in cash, and a bonus when they reached their destination. Their instructions were simple. Steer the vessel to a point exactly 7.50 degrees north and 79.14 degrees west, then rendezvous with the mothership. Out in the maritime no-man's land of the eastern Pacific, this would be well outside the territorial waters of either Colombia or Panama, and far from the prying eyes of their nosy government coastguards. But the mini-sub was making painfully slow progress, battling a swell that held it back to just 8 knots, while the pilots fought constant nausea. One had thrown up 3 times, the vomit slopping around the metal floor at their feet before drying into an acrid, foul-smelling crust. It had turned the unpleasant into the intolerable, and now the space between them crackled with silent tension. On the 5th day at sea, the submariners brought the vessel slowly up to the surface on a steamy equatorial morning. They unwound the airtight hatch to the deck, pushed open the lid, and took in great lungfuls of fresh air. In the grey light of dawn, they scanned the waters around them. Nothing. As the temperature rose, the horizon began to wobble in the haze, the sea blending almost indistinguishably into sky. "Hi! Mira! Look!" shouted one, pointing at a distant silhouette. "Quick! Fetch the helix!" Together they stood on the crudely welded iron deck and signalled the approaching ship. Nothing. "Mierda! Maybe it's the wrong ship." "Or maybe you've brought us to the wrong place," muttered his co-pilot. But then came an answering signal, flashing clear and bright across the narrowing gap between them. The ship's silhouette matched the image on the printout they had been handed before leaving Colombia, wrapped in waterproof cellophane. It certainly resembled the hulking rust bucket of the 9,000-ton bulk cargo ship they were expecting. Lit by the slanting rays of the rising sun, it was close enough now for them to make out the chestnut-brown streaks that poured down its side from a socket where the anchor was secured. The superstructure had been painted white, an unfortunate choice for so filthy a ship, but down towards the waterline the hull was a dingy grey. A man in overalls and a white hard hat peered over the side at them, then disappeared. On the side of the ship, outlined in peeling grey letters, they read, "Maria Esposito, Manila." They had made the rendezvous. Chapter 26. For close to 3 hours they flew northeastwards through the night, their camouflaged faces lit dimly by the eerie green light of the Black Hawk's cockpit instrument panel. Only the door gunners moved, constantly shifting left and right as they scanned the vegetation below with their helmet-mounted night vision goggles. Their gloved hands were clenched around the grip handles of the chain guns mounted in the helicopter's open doorways, ready to spit out a stream of bullets if they took fire from the ground. Nariño, Valle del Cauca, and Chocó provinces slipped past beneath them as the helicopters powered on unseen, bolstered by external fuel tanks. So much for putting this ship behind him, thought Luke, but it certainly beats a day in the office. He shuddered briefly to think what Elise would say if she could see what he was up to. What would she be doing right now? It would be about 4 a.m. in London, and he liked to think of her in their bed, her perfect face turned to one side on the pillow, with maybe a dab of lavender oil to help her sleep. Tonight was that exhibition opening she'd worked so hard for. And where was he? Helicoptering into a hostile landing zone in South America. He felt a twinge of remorse at not being with her. He knew how much the show mattered to her. But, if he was honest with himself, he often felt like a fifth wheel at those things. People were always coming up and asking him questions about the artist that he couldn't answer. This was the world he knew, and he was glad to be back in it. A sudden jab in the ribs from Martinez brought him back to the moment. It was time to switch on, as the military was so fond of saying. They had crossed into Antioquia province and were circling for the landing, the pitch of the rotors changing as the pilots steadied their craft for the touchdown, the blades slicing through the rain they could see through the window, now falling in sheets. Luke spared a brief thought for the reconnaissance team, who would have gone in at last light to stake out the landing site, a disused field close to the forest, now calling in the Black Hawks on a prearranged frequency. They must be soaked. He glanced one last time around the interior of the helicopter, the canvas seats, the silvery metal floor, the boldly marked firefighting equipment, then scanned the men's faces. He searched for any signs of fear, but he could only see determination beneath the helmets and face paint. Only one man, the medic, crossed himself. The loadmaster was on his feet now, his harness attached by wire to the Black Hawk's ceiling. Next thing, The door was fully open, and in rushed the noise, the rain, the roar of the rotors, and the wind whipped up by the downdraft. It was like opening a door to a miniature tempest. Luke was second out of the helicopter, putting his feet on the skids, then jumping out in almost pitch darkness, trusting that the pilot had judged it right and had them at the hover no more than a couple of meters above the ground. He landed, rolled clear, and hugged the sodden vegetation, protecting his head from the small branches and leaves that whipped around him in the downdraft. In one continuous stream, the Jungla commanders followed, throwing themselves out of the open door, then fanning out to form a defensive perimeter, a protective circle around the Black Hawk, while the second aircraft remained above them, door gunners at the ready. In less than a minute, the team were all on the ground, and then the Black Hawks were gone, lifting clear and tilting to one side as they clattered off into the night. In the curious quiet left behind by the departing helicopters, Luke tuned into the sounds around him. The distant bark of a village dog, the soft whoop of an owl, the insistent electronic whine of cicadas as they clung to trees in the nearby forest. The sounds of his Colombian childhood. They had put down in farmland, just over 15 kilometers short of the objective, far enough away to avoid detection by Garcia's perimeter guards, near enough to be able to patrol in on foot. Before they set off, Luke and Martinez huddled beneath a rain-lashed poncho with the recon team, going over the route on the map.
"Cuidado aquí,"
said one, pointing to a stream.
"Be careful here. One of the farmers says he's seen Garcia's people planting mines along the banks."
Luke and Martinez took careful note. They had both seen what an anti-personnel mine can do to a man's leg. Shortly before midnight, the team moved off down a path, treading almost noiselessly, spaced 10 meters apart. Martinez behind the front man on point, Luke following him. The ground rose and fell, and at times the foliage closed in tight around them, but mostly it was easy going. It was hill country, much of it cleared for grazing, very different from the dense lowland tropical jungle that blanketed so much of southern Colombia. The air was cooler, and there was a welcome absence of mosquitoes. The team gave the stream a wide berth and skirted an abandoned farmhouse before entering the forest that overlooked the hacienda of Nelson Garcia, the man they called El Pobrecito. They had not gone 50 meters into the trees when the commando on point held up his hand, and they all sank slowly to one knee. Word was passed down the line in hisses.
"Cuerda de trampa. Tripwire. Right across the path."
They all knew what that meant. It would most likely be connected to a claymore, a curved shield packed with plastic explosive that would blast around 700 steel ball bearings at everyone in its path. Set one of these off, and the entire patrol would be hit. Luke conferred briefly with Martinez, and it was decided they would take no chances and retrace their footsteps, adding a necessary hour to the journey. In the dark of pre-dawn, under cover of the rain, they stopped and took up position on a forested hillside. Through a small gap in the trees, the lights of some outbuildings and what looked like a farm down below were just visible. Luke tilted down the night vision goggles on his helmet and snapped the magnification to the maximum. It took a while for the images to settle down and come into focus, but there it was, unmistakably. Garcia's fortified farm. He checked the layout against the laminated plan in his hand and nodded to Martinez. They would go firm there for the next 24 hours, burrowing into the side of the hill, observing, noting routines, number of guards, their weapons and changeover times. Only when Luke and the Colombian commandos had a thorough sense of the drug lord's security precautions would they make their move. They settled quickly into a routine. 2 men on stag, on lookout, while 2 crawled forward with high-powered binoculars or night vision goggles. 4 hours on, 4 hours off. They lit no fires, left no litter, and made almost no sound that could be heard above the constant chorus of tree frogs and cicadas.
"Sometimes, after a mission," confided Martinez to Luke, "I can't get that damn noise out of my head."
Slowly, he unwrapped a strawberry-flavoured boiled sweet, popped it into his mouth, and pushed the crumpled wrapper deep inside his breast pocket. I know what you mean, concurred Luke, who had stripped down his weapon, oiled it, and was now reassembling it in a short respite from the rain. Garcia's finca, his farm, was well fortified. You didn't need specialist equipment to see that. It was laid out atop a gently sloping hill, a wall surrounding it. There appeared to be some small hovels clustered around it, rather like those found outside a medieval castle, and Luke was pretty sure he had identified dog kennels, which they would need to take into consideration. After observing for a full 24-hour cycle, he and Martinez had done their own counts and come up with the same figure, 26 guards, no more than 12 on duty at a time. 3 on the front gate, the others spaced at intervals around the perimeter. They all carried Israeli-made Galil assault rifles, Luke noted, and there was a technical, a pickup truck with a mounted machine gun. It looked like a Russian PKM, hidden just behind the guardhouse on the gate. A paved road led from there down the hill, through a wood and towards a distant village. They could not detect any pedestrian traffic, but twice they watched a convoy of 2 vehicles leave the compound and return, Garcia in the rear, his bodyguards in front. To Luke it felt strange, and almost wrong, not to be reporting in all these details, feeding them up the chain of command to appear in some intelligence officer's situational briefing on enemy forces. But, of course, he couldn't do that now. He looked at his watch. In around 12 hours, he was supposed to be meeting John Friend at the check-in desk at Bogota Airport for the 23:05 Avianca flight to London. That was not looking too likely. But Luke had made a contingency plan. If he was still on this mission at 1000 hours, then the Hungra commander on the base would call Friend, assure him all was fine, and buy Luke some more time. On the evening of the second day, Martinez and Luke conferred once more, this time beneath Luke's basha, the thin-stretched camouflage-patterned tarpaulin that was keeping most of the rain off them. They spoke quietly, despite the rain. "So, we know Garcia travels in a convoy of 2 cars," began Luke, brushing a trickle of rain off his cheek. Just beyond the basha, the fronds of a fern were trembling with the onslaught of rain, and rivulets of mud streamed past them down the hill. It was impossible to stay dry in this, and Martinez had expressed concern that it was only a matter of time before one of the team was sneezing. It was time to firm up their final plan for the snatch. "The chassis on their vehicles are so low to the ground, we've got to assume they're armor-plated," continued Luke. "And you've got the kit to deal with that. His close protection team travels in front, we've established that, and both the drivers will have done defensive driving courses. My guess is they're Colombian ex-military." "It happens," Martinez shrugged. "You should see my paychecks, amigo. My wife complains every month." Luke laughed with him. In the short time he had worked with the officer, he had grown to like and respect him. Dead professional on the things that mattered, yet he didn't sweat the small stuff. A man after Luke's own heart. "So, the way I see it," continued Luke, sketching out a diagram of the fortified farm and the road that led from it, "there's only one place his convoy has to slow down, and that's here." He jabbed a finger at a bend in the road just before it crossed a stream. "We're going to need to set the main charge right there, beneath the lead vehicle. We'll have to get our own claymores pre-positioned and the M60 machine gun to try to punch through the armor plating. That should take care of Vehicle 1. Martinez was nodding. A veteran of several such operations, he was under no illusion as to the risks. "You know that by this stage in the plan those sons of bitches are going to come swarming out of the farm like ants." "Yes, they will," agreed Luke. "So we need 2 of your guys set up with the M60, where they've got a free field of fire, right across the front wall of the farm. This is not going to be pretty." "And you?" Martinez raised an eyebrow. "Because, I tell you, my bosses will hang me out to dry, Senor Carlton, if you get hit. I have orders to keep you safe." "We can argue about that when it's over," replied Luke. "I'll take care of myself. You just concentrate on the prize, Garcia. He'll be boxed in by then, and he'll want to go down fighting. You may have to use the taser." "Timings?" asked Martinez. "H hour will be 0500 local. We need all your team in place by then. ready for Garcia's 0630 convoy out. That's if they follow their routine. And if they don't, we wait. If it's 2 cars, we execute the plan. If it's 3, we abort and come back the next day. We'll need that extraction by Black Hawk 30 minutes after we launch, and make sure they've got a medic on board. Claro, Martinez grunted. He was about to get up when he gave Luke a light slap on the back. I like your plan, he said simply. Now Luke gripped his arm. Martinez, don't forget the plastic cuffs and sandbag. We're taking this bastard alive. Chapter 27. An hour after dawn, a cloak of mist still hung about the gullies and ravines of Ituango. For a few brief minutes the sun broke through, bouncing off the tin-roofed livestock pens and lighting up the whitewashed walls of houses down in the valley. At least, reflected Luke, it had stopped raining for the first time in 2 days. They had been in position now for more than an hour. Martinez and the rest of the snatch team, with Luke a short distance from them, where he could control the action and issue orders. The adrenaline that had coursed through their veins as they crept down from their hillside hideout in the forest to the ambush site by the bend in the road had given way to something else. Not quite boredom, but certainly frustration. Nothing was stirring at the farm, and the only sound was the murmur and burble of the stream that flowed nearby. Perhaps, after all, today was not the day. But the Jungla commandos remained poised and alert, their index fingers extended flush with the trigger guards on their US-supplied M4 assault rifles, waiting for the order to engage. For some reason that Luke could never quite figure out, his body had its own way of dealing with a long wait. The scarred knuckle of his middle finger would start to ache in the place where the Taliban bullet had taken it clean off a couple of years back. He rubbed it now, straining his eyes and ears for any movement from the farm, 300 meters up the road. Senor Carlton! One of the Jungla police commandos crouched beside him and gripped his arm to alert him, but Luke had already seen it. The farm's reinforced gate had swung open. First one, then another car nosed out of the compound and drove towards their concealed position. A pair of customized black 4x4s, low to the ground, almost certainly armor-plated, probably bulletproof glass. The gangster's choice. They seemed to be in no hurry, which puzzled Luke, but he spoke calmly into his mouthpiece, reminding every member of the team through their headset not to jump the gun. Espera, he told them. Wait. Timing was everything. He needed the convoy to pass the exact spot before he gave the command. 200 meters. 100 meters. The gap between them was closing, and still the vehicles were not speeding up. 50 meters. And... Execute! Shouted Luke into his head mic. He braced himself instinctively for the hot blast of a remotely detonated explosion, followed by the ear-splitting cacophony of automatic gunfire when his team would open up on the lead vehicle. Nothing happened. In a sickening moment, Luke knew immediately that this was no accident. It wasn't just that the device buried in the road had failed to detonate. It was the fact that no one was firing. And now both vehicles had stopped in front of them. Disparar! Shoot! He ordered into the head mic, but the response was silence. His team had vanished. As if watching a film in slow motion, Luke saw the doors of the second car swing open and 2 men step out. They were in no hurry at all. Nelson Garcia was a big man, his chest made bulkier by the Kevlar body armor he wore beneath his tailored hunting jacket. Now he was looking straight in Luke's direction, as if he knew where he was hiding. His voice boomed across the few meters between them. "You can stand up now, Senor Carlton," he called. "Your stupid games are over." Luke's training kicked in. Fight or flight. His finger was on the trigger, and he had less than a second to decide. And in that moment, he knew the decision had been taken out of his hands. From out of the undergrowth around him, gunmen appeared, scruffy, unshaven, heavily armed, training their weapons on him. Garcia's men. It was a hopeless situation, and he knew it. He might be lucky to take a couple with a quick burst, but then it would be over. They would cut him down in seconds. Luke placed his weapons on the ground and raised his arms. Who had betrayed them? Surely not Martinez. He felt sick. The second man from Garcia's vehicle stepped forward and stood beside the drug lord, smoothing the creases in his police uniform. What the fuck? Luke was almost lost for words. It was Major Elizon, the chief of police in Tumaco. Chapter 28. Cold and boring. That was how Luke remembered his teens. Almost 5 years on from the accident that had killed his parents, his life had not turned out as he had hoped. Still blaming himself for what had happened that day in Colombia, he was growing up fast on his uncle's farm in Northumberland. By his 14th birthday, he knew a lot about sheep. He could help deliver lambs in the freezing dawn of an April morning on the moors, and could tell from 100 yards off if one of the flock was infected with parasitic flukes. Older than his cousins by several years, he had been given the "one day all this will be yours" speech, and had worked hard to show his gratitude. He knew that, after what had happened to his parents in South America, he was lucky to have a family to take him in and treat him like a son of their own. There had been nothing on the windswept patch of northern English farmland he couldn't do. But what Luke really liked to do, when he had finished his jobs around the farm, was to hang a rucksack on his back and set out through the heather to a place called Otterburn. It was a military training area, its 60,000 acres of wild rain-lashed hills and fenced-off forestry blocks home to one of the largest live firing ranges in Britain. When the bullets were zipping across the valleys and tiny distant figures moved slowly across the landscape, 14-year-old Luke Carlton was not put off by the red danger flags or the stern "keep out" signs. He would jump over the stone wall to hide where he could watch without being seen, making his own judgments about where was safe and where was not. It was a game he played, lying low, concealing himself deep in the heather, then bringing out a notebook and binoculars and noting down everything he could see. On certain days, he would watch them firing the MLRS, the great batteries of multiple launch rocket systems that could deluge an area the size of a football pitch with high explosives in just a few seconds. But mostly he envied the men on foot, sprinting and ducking among the rough terrain, rifles cradled in their hands, shouting commands, taking cover, crawling, their faces streaked with paint and mud. At 17, he had made up his mind and broken the news to his uncle and aunt. He was never going to take over their farm because he had chosen a different path. He was going to join the Royal Marines and become a commando. And that was the path that had led him to this moment. Face down in a wet Colombian field, bound and gagged, his hands cuffed behind his back, while some bearded and bandoliered thug held down his neck with a boot, and every nerve in his body told him he was in deep, deep trouble. To think that he could have lived frugally but happily as a Northumberland landowner, playing the part of a country gent, probably with a brood of children by now. Out of the corner of his eye, Luke could see two things approaching. The first was a column of ants, surging through the wet grass that grew along the riverbank. As they grew closer, he could just make out their dark red heads and black abdomens. South American fire ants. Nasty. He remembered some painful bites from them as a child, and having to be taken by his mother to the pharmacy on the corner of their street for some ointment. But the ants were the least of his problems. Now he could see a pair of patent leather cowboy boots with angled Cuban heels coming into his line of sight and stopping centimeters from his face. "You screwed up, didn't you, Ingles?" said a voice above the boots. "This is Colombia, my friend. You should have taken more care." Garcia's voice carried all the menace of his trade. He squatted down, bringing his broad, flat face close to Luke's and shoving a fistful of crisp $100 bills under his nose. "Plata, Señor Carlton. Money. You have to know who to trust in this country and who can be bought.
and you're Major Elerzon here."
Garcia tilted his head towards the renegade police chief, standing there in his uniform.
"He likes the plata too much, so he works for us. He is a rich man now."
He broke unexpectedly into laughter.
"You'll be surprised who we have on our payroll. Do you know my people even watched your helicopters take off from Tumaco 2 days ago? We watched you land here in Tuango. You thought you were watching us, but we were watching you, amigo."
Garcia sighed theatrically and straightened.
"Sadly, these lessons come too late for you. And now it is time for la fiesta."
The man they called El Pobrecito spoke rapidly to his bodyguards. Strong arms reached down and hauled Luke upright, his joints crying out in pain. A man behind him grabbed his hair to hold his head in place. Luke's mind was racing now, running through his ever-dwindling courses of action. His wrists were tied behind his back, but his legs were free. If this was execution time, he wouldn't go down without a fight. Probably end up with the same result, but he was damned if he was going to submit like a lamb to the slaughter. He readied himself to back-kick the man from behind him, hard enough to break one of his shins. He would then sprint for the edge of the forest 100 meters away, hard targeting by zigzagging to avoid the inevitable fusillade of bullets that would follow him. Not the greatest odds of success, he had to admit, but it was better than the alternative. He steadied his breathing. He was on the point of making his move when the scene around him suddenly changed. One by one, the members of his team started to appear, bound, gagged, and stumbling towards him, tripping as they went, pushed on by Garcia's gunmen with the muzzles of their rifles. The captured commandos' faces were already purpling with fresh bruises. This was his patrol, his team, betrayed by a corrupt police chief and whoever Garcia had on the payroll on the inside. How had they been disarmed and captured without a fight? And then he knew. 2 of the team stood off to one side. They still had their weapons and were exchanging jokes with Garcia's bodyguards. The mission had been compromised on the inside from the first moment. Luke felt physically sick. He wasn't scared of death. God knows, he had looked it straight in the eyes enough times in Afghanistan. But this had been his plan, his initiative, and now it was about to consign these good men to their deaths. They would nearly all have families, a young wife nursing a child in some distant village, unaware that she was minutes away from widowhood. And then there was Elise. He could picture it now. The quiet knock on the door from the service welfare officer, the invitation to sit down and prepare herself for bad news. A cup of tea, perhaps. Such cold comfort for the hammer blow of bereavement. And then the limp offer of counselling at some future date. Nice one, Carlton. You brought this on yourself. Garcia's men were making the prisoners kneel now, forcing them to the ground and standing behind them as they looked expectantly at their boss, awaiting his orders. Luke could barely recognize them as the same highly motivated police commandos he had got to know over the last few days. Stripped of their weapons, their body armor, their helmets, and their dignity, they were pale reflections of the fighting men he had known. Perhaps this was how he, Luke, looked to them. Garcia was standing not far from them, his hands on his hips, his paunch protruding over his belt, only partially hidden by the flaps of his unbuttoned hunting jacket. Luke watched in horror as, slowly and deliberately, Garcia's men trained the muzzles of their rifles on the backs of their captives' heads from a few centimeters away. Garcia gave a brief curt nod, then turned away, as if bored and quite uninterested in what was to follow. The shots rang out, not quite in unison, and even though Luke was braced for it, he still caught his breath, his heart racing. He was being forced to witness an extrajudicial execution by firing squad, a synchronized mass murder carried out by worthless narcotraficantes, criminal lowlifes in the pay of a ruthless drug lord. When it was over, there was just a line of bodies slumped on the wet grass, For a few seconds, nobody moved. But it was not over. The narcos still had one more prisoner, and they brought him over now. They had kept their 10th victim, Captain Martinez, until last. They took their time, making him wait for the bullet he knew was coming. Luke looked across at him and saw a man devoid of fear, his scarred, tanned face defiant, his jaw held high. When the narcos tried to push him to his knees, he was having none of it, and remained standing. When the narcos tried to push him to his knees, he was having none of it, and remained standing. Luke caught his eye, and, incredibly, Martinez winked. Massive respect there. He was giving them nothing. Then the metal butt of a Galil rifle slammed into Martinez's ribs, and he buckled, letting out a muffled groan through the gag around his mouth. But still, he remained on his feet. A frown passed over Garcia's face, and he called out to his men, "Terminalo! Finish it!" Luke closed his eyes, flinching at the roar of the single gunshot that rang out just meters away, echoing across the valley. Then there was just the sound of the babbling stream. Luke could not bring himself to look at Martinez's corpse. He stiffened himself for what was to come. Surely he was next. He should make his move before it was too late. But now Garcia was almost in front of him, a fat Melia Cohiba cigar clamped between his fleshy lips. "Such a waste," scolded Garcia, his face contorted in a hideous parody of pity for the people he had just had murdered. "Such brave young men. And they all had to die because of you, Ingles. You feel good about that? Because you had the chance to leave, did you not? We gave you warnings, so many warnings, but no, you had to be a burro, a stubborn mule, and outstay your welcome." Luke's eyes held his. He hoped Garcia could see the contempt in them, but he doubted it would bother him. What was the death of one more agent to this man? Probably nothing, given his long, blood-stained track record. "Shall I give you an easy end like them?" said Garcia. He waved a fleshy hand towards the line of dead police commandos. "Something nice and quick, huh? A hero's death, you'd probably call it." He exhaled, the acrid smoke of his cigar briefly coiling around the air between them. "No, I think not, because, you see, you British have been getting in the way of my business, spoiling it. In return, we are sending you uno regalito, a little present. Your people will learn about it soon enough. And what about you, you must be asking? What does the future hold for Senor Carlton, Garcia came another step towards him, placing his great flat face so close to Luke's he could have kissed him. Suddenly, he reached up with his hand and grabbed Luke's jaw. "Look at me, Ingles," he whispered, his breath a toxic blend of stale cigar and cooked garlic. "Because I am the instrument of your death. Soon now, very soon, you will be calling out my name and begging me to finish you." He turned abruptly and shouted, "Marquez, take Senor Carlton to Buenaventura and check him into the chop house." A man approached with a strip of black cloth and moved to wrap it around Luke's head in a blindfold. In the second before it went on, the last thing Luke glimpsed was Major Elazon, lounging against a 4x4, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a cigarette. He was looking straight at Luke, shaking his head, and laughing. Chapter 29. Elise took a sip of her chilled Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc, picked up her napkin, and dabbed discreetly at the corner of her mouth. "This," she said slowly, "has got to be the most amazing crab I've ever tasted. I'm loving the sauce. How did you know about this place? I never even knew it existed." Hugo Squires gave her a knowing look. "One of the best-kept secrets in Chelsea," he replied. He had chosen tonight's venue with care. Absolutely not a date, he had reassured her, yet the friends who were supposed to join them had mysteriously never materialized. A quiet word with the maitre d' when they arrived, and Elise was handing over her coat, and the table for 4 had been neatly switched for a cosy corner setting for 2. Candles were lit with a click and a flourish, and the menus arrived in padded crimson leather binders. A sommelier had appeared from nowhere to inquire discreetly, "Would Mademoiselle care to choose from the wine list?" She had opted, as she usually did, for a New Zealand white. Hugo had worked out his strategy in advance. As long as Elise was with Luke, he knew he didn't stand a chance, but he was falling for her. And he knew he had one weapon in his armoury that Luke lacked. He was dependable, always there when she wanted a chaperone, because Luke was on his travels somewhere he couldn't even tell her. Tonight, as they tucked into their main course of Dover sole on the bone with a shared dish of spinach on the side, Hugo knew what would be playing in the back of her mind. Were they going to broach the subject of that kiss, the one they had had at his house party in Dorset? He wondered, not without some trepidation, if she had mentioned it to Luke. "So," he began, twirling his wineglass to tease out the bouquet, and looking meaningfully at Elise as he did so. "How's Luke's trip going? I expect he's been keeping in touch?" Elise blushed. Hugo wondered why. "Oh, you know," she replied, non-committal. "He's pretty tied up with work right now. He calls me whenever he can." "That must be hard for you," said Hugo, his thick black eyebrows arched in sympathy, and gave her hand a friendly, comforting squeeze. "He's quite the globetrotter, isn't he? So where is he now? Timbuktu? Vladivostok?" "Overseas somewhere," replied Elise, her eyes wandering elsewhere in the room. It was a clear signal that she would say no more about Luke's whereabouts, so Hugo swiftly changed topics. "Any plans for skiing this year?" he asked. It was a loaded question. "As a matter of fact," he went on, "a bunch of us from Goldman's are taking a chalet in Verbier, first week of February. Always room for one more, if you're interested. There's no pressure." He mimicked a line from an old Blackadder TV episode and laughed at his own joke, as Elise smiled politely. "That's sweet of you," she replied. "But Luke and I were thinking of going Nordic skiing in Sweden this winter." "Seriously? That sounds a bit hardcore. Where's the fun in that?" They talked on about skiing, the merits of off-piste versus prepared slopes, chalets versus apartments, and whether it was worth trekking all the way out to the Rockies to catch the fine dry powder the US resorts seemed to have in abundance. It was during the warm, fuzzy stage of the evening, when they were cradling glasses of golden dessert wine, that Elise's mobile rang in her handbag. She flinched and apologized at once. This was not the sort of place where ringtones were welcomed, and hers was a particularly striking Bee Gees song. She scrabbled to locate her phone, got up, and hurried out of the restaurant to disapproving stares. Outside, in the chill evening air of autumn, she saw that the number calling was Luke's, and her heart leaped with excitement. "Babes!" she cried. "Come home immediately! I miss you!" But instead of Luke's voice, she heard something else. A high-pitched whine that sounded like what? An electric drill. "Luke?" she said, anxiety creeping into her voice. "Come on, don't play games. Where are you? When are you coming home?" It was then that she heard a scream. A human scream. One of sheer animal agony. "Luke!" she cried, clamping her hand to her mouth. But the voice that answered was not his. It was nasal and coarse, and sounded as if it came from far away. "Buenas noches, señorita Elise," said someone, and laughed. In the background someone groaned and gasped. "Luke?" The line went dead. Chapter 30. Hugo drove her home. Elise sat beside him in the passenger seat, as stiff as a corpse, staring rigidly ahead, focusing on the traffic, her makeup smudged with tears, her hands clenching and unclenching, fingernails digging into her palms. Their candlelit dinner had screeched to a halt after that phone call, Hugo's romantic plans replaced by something else, something tender and protective. He hated to see her like that, but he felt helpless. Whatever kind of fix Luke had got himself into did not sound like something he could resolve. He was an investment banker, not an international security consultant. But the least he could do was to take care of Elise.
"Look, I'm really sorry about all this,"
she said, snapping out of her trance as they pulled up outside her flat.
"It was good of you, Hugo, to take me out tonight. I had no idea it was going to end like this."
"Don't even think of apologizing. I'm going to get you through this. Now, let's get you inside and sorted while you figure out who you need to call." His eyebrows raised in genuine concern as he steered her up the steps and in through the communal ground floor doors to the building. They rode up in the lift to the 4th floor in silence. He had never seen her so shaken. Hugo wanted so badly to hug her, to envelop her in his arms and tell her that everything would be all right, but something told him that probably wouldn't be the case. "Where are your mugs?" he asked, once she had let him into the flat and he was rooting around in the kitchen.
"Top cupboard,"
she replied, her voice flat and listless. She excused herself, went into the sitting room and to the desk Luke used, in the corner by the window. She remembered him showing her a plastic card, like a credit card, with a government logo printed on the back. It had a phone number on it, he had told her. She was only to use it in a genuine emergency. She rummaged around in the drawers until she found it, and dialed the number printed on the front. Hugo came in and set down a steaming mug of chamomile tea. "I hope you don't mind," he said, "but I've added a tot of whiskey. I reckon you need it." Elise flashed him a smile. "Thanks," she said, and nearly called him Babes. Then she held up her hand. Someone was answering the phone. 45 minutes later the door buzzer rang, and she moved to get up, but Hugo put his hand gently on hers. "Let me get this," he insisted. He opened the door to a rather plain-looking woman in a raincoat. She was carrying an umbrella. "Can I help you?" Hugo inquired politely. "I'm Denise Wilcox, Joint Family Liaison Team. I've been sent over from, Vauxhall. Is this the residence of Miss Mayhew?" "It certainly is," replied Hugo, opening the door wide and stepping aside to let her in. "She's just through there on the sofa." Denise Wilcox went into the sitting room and sat down next to Elise, turning her back to Hugo. She was kind, she was sympathetic, and she had absolutely no information about Luke. But there was a procedure to follow when anyone from the service was kidnapped, and she was going through the motions of it now. "I've been asked to come here," she began, "by your boyfriend's employers. You do know who they are?" Denise Wilcox looked meaningfully at Elise as she asked. Elise nodded. "I do have to check," continued her visitor. "It was you who alerted them this evening?" She reached for a notebook and glanced quickly through the details she had been given. "Yes," replied Elise, impatient now. Something about the woman didn't inspire her with confidence. So, Elise. She checked her notes again. "You did the right thing. Now, you'll appreciate there was a good deal of concern after you made that call." She looked up at Hugo, who was standing in the doorway, not sure what to do with himself. "Is this gentleman your next of kin?" she asked. "Hugo? No, he's a friend. He's been very kind tonight." "I see." Wilcox smiled up at him. "It's probably all right for him to go now. I'll be staying here tonight, and we have a few things to discuss, in private, as it were." "Oh, right. Yes, of course." Elise's voice was distant and mechanical, as if all of this was happening to someone else. She was still finding it hard to get Luke's scream out of her head. Hugo took his cue and came over to give her a peck on the cheek, then saw himself out, closing the door gently behind him. "Okay," continued Denise Wilcox when he had gone. "We'll have to keep your mobile on the whole time, I'm afraid, in case they call again. If and when they do, we need you to get them to call the landline here in the flat. That makes it easier for us to track and record what's being said.
But what if I'm at work?
Asked Elise. I don't think you'll be going anywhere until this is resolved. You'll have to let your employers know in the morning. Say it's a family emergency, nothing more. We don't want this getting out. What matters now is that we get Luke back unharmed. That's the outcome we're all working for. Elise studied her.
Can I ask you something?
She said.
Please, I'm here to help. Have you worked on a lot of kidnap cases? I hope you don't mind my asking. It's just, this is pretty unsettling for me, and...
Her voice trailed away.
Well, we cover them in training, of course, replied Wilcox. But no, I suppose you're my first. I'm currently on secondment to Vauxhall Cross. I actually work for the other lot, down in Cheltenham, GCHQ. Mostly I'm dealing with traffic accidents and breathalyzers.
Elise nodded. A thought occurred to her.
But you know where Luke is, right? I mean, you know which country, and you've got some idea where that call came from.
Wilcox hesitated, unsure of just how much he should say.
I believe the people who need to be aware of that do know, yes, she replied. Can you at least tell me which country he's in? I'm sorry, but I'm not authorized to tell you that.
Elise was tempted to say that there was not a lot of point to her visit if she had so little to tell her, but she was tired now, so very tired. So she helped the woman make up a bed on the sofa, then went to her room. On Wilcox's suggestion, she swallowed a sleeping tablet and eventually drifted off. She slept fitfully, passing from one dream to another. In the one she remembered when she woke up the next morning, they were Nordic skiing, she and Luke, striding through forests of Norwegian firs on thin, pointed skis that cut parallel grooves in crisp snow. The low Scandinavian sun cast long shadows, and she laughed as she tried to push him over. In her dream, Luke was by her side, and Elise, asleep in her bed, was happy.
Chapter 31.
Elise had no idea of the train of events triggered by her single phone call to that emergency number at Vauxhall Cross. All through the night and into the morning, there was a frenzy of coded electronic activity crisscrossing the Atlantic between VX and SIS's Bogota station. Frantic requests for help went to Washington, to the CIA at Langley, Virginia, and to the headquarters of America's giant eavesdropping organization, the NSA, at Fort Meade in Maryland. SIS had lost their second man in South America in less than 2 weeks, and now they were in a race against time to find him, while he was still alive. Sid Khan had been in Ronnie Scott's jazz club when he had got the call. Working late, day after day, it was unlike him to give himself a night off, but this was special. It was his brother's birthday, and they had come to Soho to listen to some authentic Cuban jazz. Stepping outside to take the call on his mobile from the night duty officer, the words in his ear sent a chill down his spine.
Carlton's been taken. The narcos have got him.
Within 30 minutes, Khan was back at his desk at Vauxhall Cross, and, despite the late hour, the chief was demanding answers. Who authorized Carlton's mission? Why wasn't John Friend with him? And, most pressingly, what were they doing to get him out? Khan rubbed his palms over his face. To lose one intelligence officer on active duty in Colombia was unfortunate, but to lose a second? And then there was the unknown device, the weapon to which Luke had alerted them. He was supposed to be giving a proper handover briefing to the relief team Khan had sent out to Colombia. Instead, Luke had become the problem. Khan kicked himself for not reeling him in sooner. Well, now it was too late, and the service's whole South American operation looked like it was starting to unravel. Shortly before midnight, Khan sat down with Craig Dale, head of agent handling. They were in Khan's office, each with a mug of Tetley's tea beside them. Distracted by the business at hand, neither had bothered to remove the tea bag. Khan handed him a single-page memo from Clements, now acting head of the station in Bogota.
"This just came in," he said. "It doesn't look good."
Dale started reading, then looked up sharply at Khan.
"Jesus Christ," he said. "It was a massacre. They killed everyone there.
All those policemen dead." "Everyone except, it seems, our man Carlton," replied Khan. "They'll be keeping him somewhere they think we won't find him, and they'll be torturing him. We know that from the phone call his girlfriend got. They'll be doing it first for information, and then for fun."
"Christ!"
repeated Dale, under his breath. "NSA are doing a surge operation on all comms in the area where he was taken," continued Khan, "but it's coming up blank so far. The narcos aren't stupid. They cleared out pretty fast after the executions. Nobody left in that farmhouse but kitchen staff and cleaners. The Colombian military have been through on a sweep and found nothing but bloodstains and spent cartridge cases." "Any word from Tradewind?" asked Dale. "I was going to ask you the same thing," replied Khan, picking up his tea and blowing on it to cool it. "Nothing." Dale had just noticed the tea bag floating in his mug and was looking for somewhere to dump it. "At least, not yet. The transmissions are infrequent, as you know. There's no knowing when the next chance will come up." "Well, can we fire off a request anyway?" said Khan. "See if the agent has any clue where Carlton's been taken. If Garcia's people are holding him, there must be gossip, surely." "We can but try," said Dale, getting to his feet. He still hadn't found anywhere to put his tea bag, and Khan obviously hadn't noticed, so he left the mug on his desk. "Let's stay closely in touch," he said, and left. There was a sofa in Khan's office, and he went over to it now, plumped up a couple of cushions, lay down, stretched out his legs, and closed his eyes. 2 hours later the phone on his desk purred, and he rolled off the sofa to answer it. It was the night duty officer again, with more bad news. This time putting through a call from the substantial SIS station in Washington, D.C. It seemed the NSA had managed to triangulate the approximate origin of the call Elise had taken in the restaurant barely 5 hours ago. The NSA analysts had pinned it down to a town called Buenaventura on Colombia's Pacific coast. The SIS man in Washington added, rather unhelpfully, that Buenaventura was considered to be the most lawless and dangerous city in the whole country, if not the whole of South America. Khan remembered that name from Luke's briefing to the board on the morning after Benton's body had been discovered. He went over to his computer and pulled up the most recent security advisory on it. "Parts of this port city," it read, "are no-go zones even for Colombian security forces. UK government staff advised to avoid at all times. Entry into Buenaventura only to be undertaken in extremis and with reinforced security envelope." From the river outside his window he heard a long, mournful blast on a horn, a barge passing by. Right now, Khan wished he was on it. Chapter 32. The man stood over Luke and leered into his face.
"Do you know why they call this the chop house?"
he asked. Luke looked up through his unswollen eye and saw one of Garcia's men swaying, swigging from a beer bottle. Behind him, packing cases, lots of them, were stacked on top of each other in untidy piles. They appeared to be in some kind of warehouse.
"No?"
continued the man with the beer. Luke knew the answer, but said nothing. He was trying not to think about it, but the screams he had heard from beyond the packing cases had left little to his imagination. The pain in his own left foot was still excruciating from where they had taken the drill to him. The last thing he remembered, after they had smuggled him into the place and strapped him down, was a man holding a mobile phone up to his face. It was his. Then the drill was biting into his flesh, churning through skin and sinew, spraying everyone with blood. He had blacked out then, and he still didn't know who had been at the other end of the phone. He just prayed it wasn't Elise.
"So, let me give you a clue as to why they call it the chop house,"
said Beer Bottle. He wasn't going to let this one go. Luke strained his head to look round at the circle of men, all narco thugs, standing there watching, with their Uzis, their MAC-10s, and their stolen M4 assault rifles. They wore filthy ragged surf shorts mostly, and stained white singlets, the tropical coastal heat coating their dark, muscled skin in a constant glistening sheen of sweat.
He was struck by how young they seemed, and how desperate. Some had wild, staring eyes tinged with pink. How many were hooked on some toxic drug? Luke could see Beer Bottle ambling slowly to a corner of the room, then selecting something. From where Luke lay, strapped tightly to a hospital gurney, he couldn't make out what the man was doing, but he had an inkling, and for the first time he felt real fear. The man returned with a sickly smile, displaying prematurely yellow teeth. He must have discarded his bottle somewhere in the corner, because now he was using both hands to carry something else.
"So,"
he said, presenting his burden to Luke as if it were a gift.
"Here is one we made earlier."
He winked at the men standing around watching, and then, with a slight heave of his wiry frame, he tossed something wet and heavy onto Luke's chest. They say that the adult human eye can focus clearly on an object as close as 11 centimeters away, but that the distance grows longer with age. Luke had good eyesight, even with one eye swollen shut from the beating, and he had no difficulty in making out what had been dumped on top of him. It was a human arm, severed high above the elbow, the skin thick with black hair, the blood still only half congealed, the jagged white bone sticking out from where it should have joined a man's shoulder. The lifeless hand was reaching out towards his face, as if the broken fingernails were scrabbling for purchase on his chest. He struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Who the arm had belonged to, he had no idea. Probably some nameless gangster on the losing side of a narco-turf war. This was Buenaventura's calling card. Its chop houses were the rat-infested sheds down by the waterside, where rival gangs lopped limbs off their living victims before killing them.
"Hi, Ingles!"
Beer Bottle had wandered off, but now he was back, hovering over Luke.
"Would you like to see more?"
he asked. The men were loving this, giggling like children and giving him whoops of encouragement. Beer Bottle threw something else on top of Luke, something so long and heavy it knocked the wind out of his lungs, leaving him gasping for air. It was a leg, black and scarred, and missing a foot. The victim had suffered 2 amputations on the same leg. Luke said nothing, but Beer Bottle had not finished. Back and forth he went to the corner of the warehouse until a small pyramid of limbs was piled up on Luke's chest. Unable to move, he was starting to find it hard to breathe. And now the flies were descending in earnest, following the scent of death, oblivious to whether they settled on a severed limb or Luke's lips and eyes. His ears filled with their constant droning as they crawled about and tried to get inside his nostrils. He fought to stay calm. "You are truly in the shit here," he told himself. "But you've got to start working on a plan, any plan, to get out of this place." Beer Bottle had recovered his drink and was taking another swig, but he still had lots to say.
"What do you think it feels like," he said, "to have your arms and legs cut off, one by one, huh? You see, I don't know, because I still have all of mine."
He did a little drunken dance and waved both arms in the air.
"And today,"
he said, frowning and concentrating on getting his words out,
"you still have all of yours. But tomorrow—"
His face lit up in a grin as he turned to the men with the submachine guns for approval.
"Tomorrow, you are going to find out. Maybe we make it nice and slow. Take our time. Do you want to see what we will use? You do? Here."
He bent down and picked something up from the floor. It was a vicious-looking machete, the blade stained brown with dried blood, a small chunk of decaying flesh stuck to its surface, and a thin leather strap dangling from the handle.
"Why don't we let you have a good look at it?"
he said.
"Let you sleep with it, really get to know it, because tomorrow, my friend, you will know each other very well. This baby."
He tossed the machete onto the severed limbs piled up on Luke's chest.
"This baby is going to be the instrument of your death. You should learn to love it."
Chapter 33. No one took much notice when one more rusting cargo ship joined the flotilla of vessels lining up to enter the Panama Canal from the south. It was just past 8 in the morning, and the air above the port of Balboa was thick with flocks of marauding frigate birds, wheeling and diving, searching for any scraps of food tossed overboard. Each year, 14,000 vessels made the day-long crossing from the Pacific Ocean to the Caribbean, and onto the Atlantic beyond, saving themselves a 12,800-kilometre detour round the storm-tossed waters of Cape Horn. The Maria Esposito had submitted her notification of arrival with the Panama Canal Authority 2 days earlier, using the EDCS electronic collection system. Registered in Manila, and with her last stated port of embarkation listed as Batangas in the Philippines, her details attracted little attention when they flashed up on the computer in the harbourmaster's office. Her arrival was logged, and the ship's captain informed that prior to transit an inspection would take place in 2 days' time. The Maria Esposito was instructed to drop anchor and wait. On the bridge, Captain Hector Jimenez passed a damp flannel over his forehead, wiping away the beads of sweat that had formed in the muggy heat of the morning. The air conditioning on the bridge had stopped working a week ago. 2 days' delay. Mierda. He had never had to wait that long before, and he had not taken this into account. He needed to let them know back home, but at least it gave his crew time to make the final checks, to make sure everything on board appeared completely normal. The Maria Esposito was certainly no beauty, with her stained hull, her filthy superstructure, and her aging cranes, which looked as if they might topple over the moment they were put to use. Her manifest declared she was carrying agricultural equipment destined for the port of Antwerp. Quite what use the good farmers of Flanders would make of antiquated North Korean manufactured tractors and ploughs was a question that might well be asked when she reached her destination. But in Panama, there was a rulebook for crossing the canal, and the Maria Esposito was treated no differently from any of the other ships that made the transit. First to board her was the inspector from the ad measurer's office in Balboa. A rotund man with a moustache and wispy comb-over, he bustled about the bridge in his short-sleeved shirt and epaulettes, demanding to see certified records of the ship's weights and measurements. He talked Captain Jimenez through the lockage arrangements for the coming transit, reminding him there were 3 locks in total to negotiate between the 2 oceans, then arranged for his subordinates to come aboard for the below-decks inspection. It seemed to go badly. As the first inspector climbed down the metal ladder into the hold, he found it impossible to grip the last few rungs, almost as if someone had left them smeared with grease. In his panic, he let go, and fell the final 2 meters onto the steel floor, landing with a thump and a howl of pain. No bones were broken, but it was enough to put off his companions. After peering down and holding a brief discussion, they went to inspect the deck, while the man got back to his feet, nursing his bruised ankle and muttering under his breath. He hobbled around the cargo hold, peering at the steel-grey farm equipment and patting the piles of stacked boxes. He could hardly wait to finish. Perhaps, if he had had more time and inclination, and a bit more curiosity, he might have noticed the signs of recent welding on the bulkheads, or the application of fresh paint on a vessel that was otherwise in a shabby state. But he didn't. By midday, with the sun beating down directly overhead from a white, colourless sky, the Maria Esposito riding calmly at anchor, Captain Jimenez was shaking hands with the departing inspection team, the all-important ad measurement clearance form clasped in his hand. He instructed payment of the transit fees to be made to a nominated bank in Balboa. Within the hour, confirmation came back, and the Maria Esposito was placed on the transit list. Given the powerful new arc lights installed at the locks and along part of the transit route, Jimenez was hoping they would send him clearance to proceed that afternoon. But rules were rules, and they stated that a south-to-north transit across the isthmus must start first thing in the morning. It meant a further delay. Alone in his cabin that night, Jimenez chewed his fingernails in nervous distraction. They had got through the inspection, but a 3-day delay? It would not go down well with his bosses. In the morning he was up, dressed, and had breakfasted by the time the Canal Authority pilots came alongside and onto the bridge. They had done this journey so many times, and with ships much larger than the Maria Esposito, that their relaxed manner was infectious. Captain Jimenez found himself starting to unwind in their company. They were fellow mariners, after all. Just 8 hours after they had boarded, the haulage hawsers were disconnected, and the ship passed through Lake Gatun under its own steam, and then through the last of the canal. When they entered Limon Bay, the pilots waved farewell and lowered themselves over the side into the waiting harbour launch that would take them to shore at Cristobal and a nice cold beer. Captain Jimenez waited until they were well clear of the Colon breakwater and out into the moonlit waters of the Caribbean before he instructed his radio operator to transmit a single-word message to those he knew would be listening. Benicio. It would mean nothing to almost anyone who heard it, but it meant a great deal to a tight group of men waiting for news in Colombia. Chapter 34. Luke was running out of ways to hold the pain at bay. The straps that bound his limbs to the gurney were digging into his upper arms and threatening to cut off the blood supply. He could feel them going numb. His chest ached with the oppressive weight of all the severed limbs that Beer Bottle had piled on top of him, and his throat was parched. But worst of all was his foot. Every few seconds it sent lancing through his body a fiery pulse of pain so intense it threatened to block out everything else. He tried to focus on a distant corner of the shed, but whatever he looked at kept looming in and out of focus, coming towards him and then retreating. He recognized the signs and knew there was a serious risk he could black out here. Would he ever walk again? He wouldn't know until he put his weight on his foot, but right now the more pressing question was whether he would still be alive in 24 hours. He had lost all track of time. They had taken his watch within the first few minutes of capture up in the hills at Ituango. But he could see it was late from the crack in the roof rafters that let in a faint, intermittent ray of moonlight, and guessed it must be some time after midnight. The flies, at least, had gone to sleep. After dumping all those severed limbs on him, Beer Bottle had eventually got bored and wandered outside some hours ago, but the half-dozen men with machine guns had stayed on for a while, drinking and amusing themselves by walking up to Luke, making chopping noises, then pretending to scream. They're like children, thought Luke, but children with automatic weapons. Eventually, they, too, had grown bored. One had come over to check the straps that held him in place, and then spat casually into his face. He had nodded to the others, and they had all left together, their weapons dangling menacingly by their sides. So now Luke was alone in the warehouse, tied to a gurney and half buried beneath decomposing body parts. This was surely about as bad as it could get. Dawn could not be more than a few hours away, and when the narco thugs woke up, he could look forward to an excruciating death. What a bloody waste of a life. All that education and training, just to end up dying a squalid death in a Colombian waterside shed, murdered by men he didn't know, and who probably wouldn't outlive him by much more than a year, if they were lucky. It was that bastard police chief, Major Elazon, he had to thank for this, for betraying his operation and selling him out, not just him, but so many of his countrymen. But Luke knew there was no point going over dead ground. He needed to focus 100% now on an escape plan. And that was when he saw it. Out of his one unbattered eye, peering through the gloom of the darkened warehouse, he spotted the machete. In his half-drunken stupor, Beer Bottle had left it out of Luke's reach amid the pile of severed limbs that covered his body. But now it was tantalizingly close to his right hand, dislodged by the thug who had checked his bindings. Luke shifted a fraction, which was all that the straps would allow him, and extended his arm as far down his body as he could. His fingertips clawed towards the handle of the machete, fighting their way up the damp expanse of dead flesh. No. It was still beyond his reach. He tried again, straining every muscle in his aching body, and this time his fingertips made contact with something, the leather strap that hung from the handle. His fingers closed tight around it. If he could only pull it to him, then get a purchase on the handle. He heard the door to the warehouse open, and he froze. It was Beer Bottle, still swaying, still drunk. The man tottered over to the gurney and stood next to Luke's face. In the semi-darkness, Luke could see him fumbling with something. He was unbuttoning the fly on his shorts and taking out his penis. The next instant, a hot jet of urine hit Luke's face, spraying him up and down, stinging his one open eye with the acrid tang of ammonia. Beer Bottle was laughing, rocking back on his heels as he relieved himself all over his prisoner. Then he did up his flies, croaked, "Dulces sueños, sweet dreams," and lurched out of the door. Luke waited a full minute, ignoring the stench of the urine that was dripping off him. He had kept his hands perfectly still throughout, not daring to lose his grip on the machete strap. But now he was alone again, he got to work, fast. He extended the fingers of his right hand so that they gathered in the slack on the strap, pulling the handle closer, then felt the crude wooden shaft, and his hand closed around it. Now, he needed to shake some of the limbs off him, but softly, without bringing any of the thugs running into the room. It wasn't easy. They had tied him so tightly to the gurney, he had almost no room for manoeuvre. But by clenching and unclenching his muscles, he was able to shift his position ever so slightly. Luke set up a rocking motion, tilting his supine body from left to right and back again, until at last something fell off the pile on his chest, a severed leg. He kept going until, one by one, he had shaken off around half of the dozen or so limbs Beer Bottle had placed on him. Breathing more easily, he filled his chest with a whole lungful of air, then wished he hadn't. The smell was rotten, fetid. As a small boy, Luke remembered, he had been double-jointed. He used to show off to the other boys in his class how he could bend his hands right back at the wrists so that the tips of his fingers were touching the back of his arms. He didn't have quite the same flexibility now, but still, it was about to serve him well. Gripping the machete with his right hand, and using his wrist as a pivot, he was able to sweep the blade back and forth so that it knocked the remaining limbs to the floor. But now came the hard part, cutting through the coarse ship's ropes they had used to bind him. Lying flat on his back, with only his hand able to move, he had almost no purchase, no means to bring his weight and power to bear on slicing through the 2-centimetre thick coil. He decided to start with the one closest to the blade binding his legs. He flicked the machete down onto the rope, and immediately it bounced off, nearly causing him to drop it. He was about to try again when a beam of light burst into the room, and there was the sound of salsa from beyond the door. Again he froze, knowing that this time they were bound to spot what he was up to. This could be the showdown. But no one came in. The door banged shut, and he was alone. Luke resolved to work even faster. He might have only minutes to save himself. He swung the machete blade once more down onto the rope, the muscles in his arm straining with exertion, a vein around his biceps pulsing, and this time it connected. The blade was razor-sharp, and when he began a sawing motion, moving it back and forth just a few centimetres at a time, the rope began to split in two, then parted with a gratifying pop. It was as if a coil that had bound his whole body was suddenly released. At last, for the first time in hours, he could move his legs. But as the blood came back to them, so did the pain. Luke fought through it, pushing it to the back of his mind as he turned the blade to point up his body, towards his chin, and sawed at the rope that bound his chest and arms. Twice he nearly dropped the machete, his hand slipping constantly with the wetness of his own sweat mixed with Beer Bottle's urine. Because of the odd angle, this was far harder, and it took him nearly 10 minutes. But then came the second blissful release, as the rope that had bound his chest and arms sprang apart. It was as if a voice in his head was screaming at him, "Go! Go! Go!" But it wasn't as easy as that. Luke had lost count of how many hours he had been tied to that gurney. Then there had been the beating and, of course, the drill to his foot. He was in no shape to leap up and out of the door, Slowly at first, like an old man with arthritis, he raised himself into a sitting position and rubbed his joints as he felt the circulation returning. He swung his legs over the side and looked down at his injured foot. He could just make out a dark circle of congealed blood around the point where the drill had gone in, right at the top of the arch. He knew the last thing his body wanted was for him to put any weight on that foot, but he also knew he had no choice. At any moment, that warehouse door could swing open, and then it would all be over. Luke took a deep breath, steadied himself with a hand on the gurney, and put his full weight on both feet. Immediately, red-hot pain shot up his leg from the drilled foot and seemed to sear right into his brain.
Jesus H. Christ, that hurt!
Luke fell back onto the gurney, gasping. Then he tried again. This time, he clenched his teeth and fought through it. He had to keep going, or he would die, like so many others, right there in that godforsaken shed, in a corner of Colombia that no one in their right mind would ever choose to visit. He picked up the machete and hobbled around the room, looking for an exit. There had to be another way out of the place, other than the door with Garcia's men on the other side. His punctured foot was oozing fresh blood, and he looked around for his shoes, craving the cushioning that his approach boots would give him. But the narcos had taken them away long ago, probably drawn lots for who would get to wear them. He continued his search, peering through the gloom of the warehouse interior, where the only light came faintly from a lamp outside. He dragged himself to the inside wall of the shed and worked his way along it, gasping with each step. His foot was on fire. His eyes settled on something, and he reached out to touch it. It was another door, and he tried it now. Locked. Well, of course it was. He was stuffed. So, what now? He could wait behind the other door and take on the first narco who came through, maybe grab his weapon if he was lucky. But Luke knew the odds were stacked against him. There were at least 10 of them, all armed, and while they might be off their heads on drink or drugs by now, he was in no fit state to put up a fight. No, he had to find another way out. A sound from the other side of the shed made him stand perfectly still, straining his ears to listen. It was the sound of someone unbuckling their belt and dropping their trousers to the floor. The sound of someone using an outside lavatory. Luke shuffled as silently as possible across the darkened floor of the shed, almost tripping over what he took to be a severed hand, until he drew level with the sound on the other side of the wall. Whoever was in there was making heavy weather of their business, groaning and grunting. But Luke wasn't listening. He had found what he was looking for. There was a door, leading from the interior of the warehouse to the outside lavatory. He readied the machete in his right hand and put his left hand on the door handle, turning it slowly and quietly. Beneath the single bulb that dangled from the ceiling, the man sat hunched on the toilet with his back to Luke. He was heavily built and looked older than the young thugs who had taunted him earlier with beer bottle, but he was still a narco, still one of Garcia's men. Luke could see that with just one glance at the MAC-10 machine pistol that lay on the floor beneath his crumpled trousers. As Luke moved towards him, a floorboard creaked, and the man started to turn his head.
¿Quién está ahí?
He called.
Who's there?
Luke moved with lightning speed, his reflexes taking over. In one single movement, he covered the remaining distance between them, and drove the pointed tip of the machete deep into the back of the man's neck, severing his spinal cord and his upper vertebrae. There was remarkably little sound. He died instantly, but Luke had to move round quickly to catch the body before it fell to the floor with a crash. Gently, he laid the dead man on his side, then snatched up the MAC-10, a gangster's favourite. The 9mm version had a 32-round magazine, fully loaded, and a folding stock. Luke checked that the safety was off and squatted down in a firing position, ready for anyone coming through the outer door to investigate. Inwardly, his spirits soared. He was tooled up now. The odds had suddenly changed in his favour, and he was back in the game, with a fighting chance. Chapter 35. He gave it 30 seconds, no more. When no one came, Luke made his move.
Holding the MAC-10 out in front of him, he eased open the outer door of the lavatory and adjusted his senses to the night outside. A hot, rank breeze blowing off the muddy shore, a distant dog barking. The light and shadow cast by a lamp placed just around the corner of the warehouse. Luke was still in shadow, but now he could see his situation all too clearly. The warehouse was built on stilts over the water. He hadn't noticed that before because of the blindfold he'd had on when they had brought him here. He was standing on a wooden walkway made up of crooked, uneven planks. A nail protruded from one just beyond his bare feet. He could hear some people talking in low voices not far away, round the other side of the warehouse. Garcia's men with guns, he had to assume. The problem was, the wooden walkway led directly past them, bringing him out into the pool of light given off by the single lamp hanging from the wall. The urge to take them on was overwhelming. He had a full magazine on his weapon, the advantage of surprise, and, yes, if he was honest with himself, he wanted payback for the hell they had put him through. A hell that was as nothing compared to what they had in store for him when morning came. But the burst of automatic fire he would let rip, and that was assuming the MAC-10 didn't misfire, would rouse the whole neighborhood in a second. He could see there were other sheds and shanty huts nearby, doubtless housing more of Garcia's men. They would be swarming over to him like rats, hunting him down the moment his ammunition ran out. No, there had to be another way, a subtler way. What would he do, Luke asked himself, if he was still in the SBS? And almost as he posed the question, the answer presented itself. It was obvious when he looked down. He eased himself into a sitting position, dangling his legs over the side of the walkway, relishing the small relief it gave his tortured foot. He had left the machete in the lavatory, preferring his chances with the machine pistol, but the gun had no strap, and he had no means of fastening it to himself when he made his next move. He had hoped to lower himself into the oily black water as quietly as possible, by dropping fully extended from the edge of the walkway, holding on with his hands until the last moment. But it was that or the MAC-10. He couldn't have both, and he wasn't leaving it behind. Would it work after it had been dunked under water? He honestly didn't know. Maybe he should have stuck with the machete. At least it had a carrying strap round the handle. But he wasn't going back in there now. Adrenaline was coursing through him, pushing back the throbbing from his foot. Luke held the weapon in one hand and used the other to lever his backside off the walkway. Then he jumped. In the stillness of the tropical night, he hit the water with an almighty splash. For a brief, blissful moment, he was submerged underwater, cocooned in a different world. But the impact had been far louder than he had hoped, and he knew that the second he surfaced, all hell would break loose. So he didn't. Underwater, he made an instant decision to ditch the machine pistol. He couldn't swim with it, so he let it drop to the bottom of the harbour as he struck out away from the shore. The water was filthy. He could taste the fuel of boat engines, but that was the least of his worries. Beams of light were probing the water around him, and as his lungs screamed for air, he knew he had to surface. He was a good 10 meters from the warehouse when a cry went up as the torch beams found him. A crackle of shots followed. Bullets zipped past him in the darkened water of the bay, sending up small plumes of spray. Luke dived vertically downwards to escape the gunfire. It wasn't easy on a full gulp of air. His lungs were acting like a lifebelt, preventing him from descending, so he exhaled in bubbles. He had about 30 seconds left before he would have to surface again. When he came up for air a second time, he thought he might just have got away with it. The torches were playing on a patch of water some distance behind him, and Garcia's men were firing blindly at the wrong place. Perhaps he could make it out to the open sea and take his chances there. But then he heard a sound that made his heart sink. An outboard engine. Once they started crisscrossing the bay in a speedboat with lights, it was only a matter of time before they found him. Even his powerful swimmer's lungs couldn't keep him submerged for the minutes he would need to stay hidden. So he took a difficult decision, a totally counterintuitive one. He turned and swam back towards the shore.
He had no intention of giving himself up, so he aimed for a patch of mud he could see beneath another building on stilts, the darkest place he could find. As the narco's speedboat swept the waters of the bay in front of him with its lights, Luke did what he did best. He vanished. He positioned himself at the point where the tidal seawater lapped against the stinking black mud of the shore, and proceeded to smear it all over his face, arms, and feet. He still had his trousers on, so he coated them too. Soon he was almost indistinguishable from the mud that surrounded him. Only his eyes would have given him away to anyone who came close, shining with a desperate intensity as he fought to survive. But Luke was not alone. His arrival had disturbed the rats, dozens of them. They swam around him in confusion, setting his teeth on edge with their manic, high-pitched squeaking. The less he moved, the bolder they became, scuttling towards him on the mud and bumping into his legs below the waterline. He slapped the water, just enough to send them retreating, but soon they were back, ever more fearless. How long before they started to take a few chunks out of him? He couldn't stay there. The narco's speedboat was some distance off now, scanning another empty expanse of the bay, and Luke reckoned he could make it undetected to a small fishing boat he could see riding at anchor, about 200 meters away. He was about to launch himself back into the water when he became aware of footsteps on a wooden walkway directly overhead. Through the cracks in the planks, he could see a man silhouetted against a nearby light, slowly pacing up and down, holding what looked like a shotgun. Another of Garcia's men searching for him? Almost certainly. He would have to put up with the rats. After 10 minutes, the man coughed, hawked up some phlegm, spat it into the water below, then wandered off. Luke scanned the darkened bay for any sign of the speedboat, but it was gone. He smiled to himself. All those armed narcos, and they had lost their prisoner. Garcia was not going to be happy. Someone would be punished, and, with any luck, it would be beer bottle. But Luke was not out of trouble yet. Silently, he detached himself from the muddy shore and struck out into the bay, pushing his way through discarded oil cans and plastic bags. He was aiming for the fishing boat and taking care to disturb the surface of the water as little as possible. Polluted as it was, it acted like a balm to his injured foot. But now an unwelcome thought occurred to him. It was probably still bleeding. Sharks, he knew, could detect a molecule of blood in 25 million molecules of water, and he was guessing there would be hammerheads and bull sharks in the eastern Pacific. If there were any in the vicinity, they could probably close in on him in under 2 minutes. Still, even a shark was preferable to the horrors of Garcia's chop house. He intensified his efforts, slicing through the water at a fast crawl, making for the safety of the fishing boat. Gasping for breath, shoulder muscles burning, Luke slowed his pace as he approached the small craft. What would he do if someone was asleep on board? He was unarmed now, in no condition for hand-to-hand combat. He circled the boat, guessing it to be about 7 meters in length. It had a covered wheelhouse up front. With his head bobbing just above the surface, he ran his eyes along a line of white hand-painted lettering on its side. It spelled La Macarena. And it was then he noticed 2 things. His swollen eye had reopened, and if he could read the lettering, dawn could not be far off. He was running out of time. He made his way round to the stern and gripped the rungs of a metal ladder that hung down into the water. With an immense effort, he hauled himself out of the sea and nearly howled as he put his injured foot on the lowest rung. He climbed slowly up, keeping his profile low as he rolled his body over the side and down into the well of the boat. It was empty. There was nothing in it but a crumpled tarpaulin that someone had neglected to put away. All his body wanted to do, all it yearned for, was to curl up in that tarpaulin, go to sleep. What? And wake up back in the chop house? His body might have been close to exhaustion, but Luke's mind was still firing on all cylinders. As the sky to the east over Buenaventura took on the pinkish tinge of dawn, he crawled to the side, reached for the anchor chain and pulled. Nothing happened. He gave it another tug, but it was stuck fast. His heart sank. He just didn't think he had it left in him to dive down and free the anchor. He sat on the tarpaulin and held his head in his hands. This was not despair. He was absolutely knackered, and wondered how much longer he could keep going. He went back to the side and gave another pull on the anchor chain, and there it was, coming free in his hands, like the sword Excalibur. He hauled up the chain and put away the anchor. Almost immediately he faced another problem. The tide was coming in fast, and the boat was already drifting towards the shore. At this rate, he would be bumping up against the side of the chop house in no time. He made a quick assessment of his options. Start the outboard and make a break for it? Too risky. It was a feeble 50 horsepower, and looked as if it had seen better days. The narcos would overtake him in seconds. Put the anchor back down, stay hidden under the tarpaulin, and wait till dusk, in the hope no one came aboard to find him? Not smart. There were no other boats within 100 meters, so they were bound to come looking here once they had finished searching the shore. There was nothing else for it. He was going to have to muster his final reserves and do this the hard way. Still staying down, Luke lowered himself over the stern and back into the sea. He clenched his fingers around the rusty metal rungs of the ladder, extended his arms, and kicked out like a frog. At first it had no effect, but he kicked out again with all his strength, and gradually the momentum began to build, and the boat was moving. After several more kicks, he glanced over his shoulder at the shore. Yes! It was marginally further away. He kept going, heading diagonally out to sea and northwards, keeping the murderous shanties of Buenaventura on his right, straining to put as much distance as he could between himself and the men who lurked there. He tried not to think of the sharks. Luke's arms and legs were numb with tiredness, his hands wrinkled and sore where they gripped the rusty rungs. But it was as if he was on autopilot now, kicking out rhythmically and robotically. This was more grueling than anything he had faced in Special Forces selection, but he had to keep going. The alternative was unthinkable. He picked a distant rocky promontory on the shore far to the north as his marker, and focused his efforts on pushing past it. Now a distant memory floated back, a half-buried moment from his childhood. The butterfly. The promontory was like the butterfly he had followed all those years ago as a boy lost in the jungle, the day his parents had died. Well, he'd survived then, and he was bloody well going to survive now too. By the time he drew level with the rocky outcrop, the sun was bearing down on him out of a thin haze of white cloud, scorching his shoulders through his tattered shirt. He could feel his forehead and nose blistering, imagining them glowing bright red with sunburn. In his desperation to get away, he hadn't stopped to search the boat for water, and now he was tormented by thirst. He stopped kicking and pulled himself back onto the deck, then surveyed where he was. On either side of the outcrop, thick, lush vegetation tumbled down a steep slope to a deserted beach of uninviting black sand. He was alone, adrift on this stretch of coast, and he could feel the current sweeping him northwards. He went into the covered wheelhouse, grateful for some shelter from the sun, and rummaged around in a bucket until his fingers closed around a warm can of Coca-Cola. He wiped it on his sleeve, pulled back the ring pull, and drank it in one go. His teeth were gritty with sugar, so he continued his search for water. Slopping around in the bilge beneath the wheel, he found a half-empty plastic liter bottle. He unscrewed the top, sniffed, and recoiled. It smelt faintly of fuel. But a further search revealed that it was the only water on board. It would have to do. Now he needed to find the key to start the engine. The empty silver socket in the dashboard was staring back at him, taunting him. If he couldn't get the engine started, he would make slow progress along the coast, and this was still narco territory. Luke got down on his hands and knees, trailing his fingertips through the bilge water on the floor in case someone had dropped the key there. Nothing. Whoever owned the boat had taken the key with them when they had gone on shore. For a moment he felt a pang of guilt, knowing he had just robbed some Colombian fisherman of his livelihood, but this was survival, and he'd had no choice. The soft, rhythmic lapping of the waves against the hull, the torpor induced by the noon heat, and the gentle rocking motion as the current bore him northward were all starting to have an effect. Luke could resist it no longer. He dragged the tarpaulin into the wheelhouse, made himself a bed amid its creases and folds, then sank into the deep sleep of exhaustion. The kick that woke him seemed to come from nowhere. One moment he was fast asleep. The next he was staring up at a man with a machine gun.
Levantate,
he ordered.
get up.
Dazed, dehydrated, and slightly delirious, Luke did not react at first, so the man jabbed the muzzle of his weapon into his chest.
Levantate,
He repeated, louder this time, and more urgent. Luke struggled to stand up, but his legs felt like lead ballast, and suddenly everything was spinning. The man, the boat, the sun, the sky, and he fell helplessly into oblivion. Chapter 36. Go home. It was more than a suggestion. Craig Dale had come into Sid Khan's office at 7 a.m. to find him slouched forward on his desk, his head in his hands, his eyes red-rimmed, testimony to an almost sleepless night. The news that Luke Carlton had been kidnapped, most likely by the same cartel that the service was working to dismantle, then taken to one of the most violent towns in Colombia, had left him drained. This was his mission, his alone. He had sent Luke there, and now the buck stopped with him. There was no place in Vauxhall Cross today for his usual cheerful bonhomie. People would expect him to pull out every stop to save Luke. But there was a limit to how effectively someone could operate on almost no sleep, and Khan had reached his. I'm going, he replied, making a half-hearted attempt to tidy away the papers on his desk. But before I head home, something's bothering me here. Dale let out a snort. That's putting it mildly. This whole thing has turned to a bag of shite. I won't even tell you how many agents we've had to pull out of that country since we lost Benton. I know, said Khan, holding up a hand defensively. What I meant was, something doesn't make sense here. Which is? That phone call the narcos made to Carlton's girlfriend, Elise. Putting him on the line while they beat the crap out of him. I mean, why take the risk? Now we know they've got him, and they must know we'll stop at nothing to get him back. Dale sucked in his cheeks and pursed his lips. It was an odd habit, but it gave him time to compose what he was going to say. Look, Sid, we've both come up against some highly unpleasant people in this business. In agent handling, it still comes down, as it always has, to persuading some very brave people to do very dangerous things on our behalf, right? Sure. But where are you going with this? All the reports I've read from Bogota Station suggest that these narcos are about the worst you can imagine. They're sadists. They kill people slowly for fun. You said it yourself. They'll be torturing our man for information, then do it just for kicks. Twisting the knife into his girlfriend is part of the same deal. It's what they do. For several seconds, the two men stood there without speaking, consumed by their own dark thoughts. Then Dale spoke briskly. Right, you need to get home and get some sleep. Ask someone to sort you a car. You're in no fit state to drive. I'll call you if we get a breakthrough. Cheers, Craig. Appreciate it. Where's C today? Is he up to speed on all this? He's in Brussels at NIS, the NATO Intelligence Summit, remember? Mullins is with him and taking calls if you need to get hold of him. The chief of MI6 was listening through headphones to interminable speeches from various Baltic intelligence chiefs about Russian covert activity along their borders. It was late in the afternoon, soon after they had all come back from the tea break, when Mullins, his PA, tapped him on the arm and motioned for him to follow him out of the conference chamber. See, it's Clements, Mullins said, as soon as they were in the corridor. Our acting head of station in Bogota says it's urgent. He handed his phone to the chief. Any news? They found Carlton, said the voice down the line. He's alive. The chief leaned against the corridor wall and breathed a sigh of relief. With his free hand, he massaged his temples. Go on, he said. The Colombian Coast Guard found him drifting just south of the Panamanian border. Seems he hijacked some local's fishing boat to get away from the narcos. He's been knocked about a bit, needs a thorough medical, but he's in one piece. They're flying him up here to Bogota now for the debrief, then we'll get him on the first plane home."
"Thank Christ for that," said the chief.
"Is that chap from legal still with you?" "John Friend? Yes." "Tell him he's to stick to Carlton like glue the moment he reaches Bogota. He's not to let him out of his sight, do you hear? And I want a word with him when he gets back."
Chapter 37. Motorcycle outriders. Nice touch, thought Luke. The Colombian security people were taking no chances. In a convoy of 4, they swept down the leafy avenue of gum trees and into the courtyard of the finca, the discreet farmhouse north of Bogota that served as MI6's Colombia station. Several people offered to help him out of the car, but he waved them away. "I'm fine, honestly." But they all saw him wince as he put his weight on his right foot. One of the Colombian intelligence men from ANIC whispered something to a policeman. He hurried away, returning moments later with a large hospital wheelchair.
"Para usted, Señor Carlton, por favor."
"Seriously?" said Luke, looking from the wheelchair to the circle of pitying faces. Could he really not make it from the car to the front door by himself? He made an effort to straighten up. He could do this. "No thanks," he told them. "I'll manage." He hobbled slowly to the door of the main office, trying not to show the pain he was in from the wound in his foot. Then he stopped and grinned. "John!" There in the doorway stood the lawyer. Luke hadn't thought he would be happy to see him, but today, after all he had been through, he was. Now John Friend crossed the courtyard to greet him. There was a dab of blood on his collar, Luke noticed, where he had probably nicked himself shaving. "Come on, you old bastard," he said. "Give me a hug." The two men embraced awkwardly, Luke finding he was doing all the backpatting. The Colombians looked on approvingly. "My word, you've been through the mill," said Friend, stepping back to take a good look at his colleague. And Luke was quite a sight. There was a livid purple bruise beneath his eye where they had hit him hard soon after his capture. His face was scorched with sunburn from the boat, his hair matted and unwashed. He had a few days' growth of beard, and he smelt appalling. "Let's get you cleaned up," Friend said. "The doc will need to check you over, and there's a heap of stuff Khan wants me to go through with you, but that can wait. Do you fancy a fry-up? Carmen here can do you some bacon and eggs. I believe we've even got baked beans in the kitchen. Right now, I can think of nothing better on earth. Lead me to it." Chapter 38. "You're putting me on the spot here," said Sid Khan. "Look, no one's more relieved than I am that he's alive, but I just can't do what you're suggesting. Not today, not now." Angela stood in the doorway of his office on the 4th floor at Vauxhall Cross, one hand on her hip, and regarded him coolly. The head of counter-terrorism was wearing a suit and tie again today, she noticed. Must be a reason for that. "I'm just saying, it would be a good idea if you met him off his flight, that's all," she said. "After all he's been through, I mean, it was you who sent him, and Luke was progressing well on my team. He'd had some successes already, and his probation was nearly up. I think he'll make a first-class case officer in time. That's if we haven't put him off by now. As his line manager, I'm obviously going to the airport, and we're taking his other half along, plus the family liaison officer. The Met can keep any press away." Khan fidgeted with his pen. He seemed to be only half listening. "We're going to have to agree to disagree on a few things here, Angela. As I say, no one in this building is more relieved than I am to see Carlton come back in one piece. I don't have to tell you that." And yet you just have, twice, she thought. "But he went completely off the grid for several days. He took it on himself to set off on an unsanctioned operation that ended up with 10 Colombian policemen killed." "He was betrayed, though, wasn't he?" she interrupted. "As I understand it, the local police chief the Colombians assigned him to work with turned out to be playing for the other side. That's hardly Luke's fault." "That's by the by," said Khan. "He'll have to face an internal inquiry when he's well enough to come in. Meanwhile—" Sid Khan pushed back his chair from his desk, rose heavily to his feet,
and buttoned up his jacket. "We still have a potentially serious CT situation building here, and I've been asked to chair a Cobra meeting in Whitehall in less than an hour." That would explain the suit, thought Angela. She had never seen him like that before, all self-important and formal. It was not like the Khan she knew at all. Then, as if he had read her mind, Khan relaxed a little and let his shoulders slump. "I'm sorry," he told her. "I don't mean to come over all official. It's not my style, as you know. But I'm under a lot of pressure here, and I feel like I haven't slept in weeks. That last report Carlton sent after debriefing our agent, Synapse, has set a lot of hairs racing, I can tell you." "You'll have to remind me which report that was," said Angela. "I've been rather focused on whether or not he'd survived getting kidnapped." "The transcript's right here," replied Khan, picking up a thin file from his desk and passing it to her. "Have a look on page 2. Carlton transcribed the exact words the agent told him. We've marked it up in bold." Angela opened the file and read. "It seems they want to punish your country for all the arrests and confiscations, the millions you have cost them. I think they are buying in some kind of unusual weapon. They say it is to teach you British a lesson, and they say it will travel by sea. This is what Senor Benton was working on, and this is what he died for. Transcript of Agent Synapse debrief, Tumaco, Colombia." The colour had drained from Angela's face. "I hadn't seen this," she said. "Well, you have now," Khan replied. "I'd best be getting to Cobra." Chapter 39. At 3 in the afternoon, as Luke's flight descended on its final approach to Heathrow, Sid Khan sat at the head of a rectangular table in a windowless wood-panelled room. He was not alone. Of the 22 seats around the table, nearly all were occupied today, many by people he knew, with whom he had had dealings in the 20 months since he had taken up the reins as Director of Counter-Terrorism at MI6. As the room settled down to business, Khan nodded as he recognized them. There was Andrew Crowthorne, his opposite number at MI5, the Domestic Security Service. Next to him was a senior policeman, Andy Grimshaw, who ran SO15, the Met's Counter-Terrorism Command. Then some suit from the Home Office, whose name he could never remember. He spotted Maria Stanikowski, the CIA representative from the US Embassy, dressed in a dark suit and crisp white shirt, and they exchanged rather exaggerated bows. Khan liked her. She always spoke her mind and got straight to the point. There were also a few military types he didn't know, so he glanced quickly at his list, the crib sheet of attendees printed up and handed to him by the Cabinet Office just minutes earlier. Royal Navy, more Royal Navy, Special Forces. He read down the list, pausing to look at the exotics, as he thought of them, the science brains from the atomic weapons establishment at Aldermaston in Berkshire, then the defence science and technology people from Porton Down in Wiltshire. They were in a basement beneath the pavements of Whitehall, and Khan was about to preside over a session of Cobra, the acronym coined by the media for Cabinet Office briefing rooms, where a committee meets whenever the government is facing a national emergency. Ebola, hostage situations in Nairobi and Algeria, and a host of other threats to Britain's security had all triggered Cobra meetings in their time. But this was different. Those had been known threats that had triggered a clear, calibrated response. Here, they were dealing with something unquantifiable, so a whole range of frightening scenarios had to be planned for. Right. Khan stood up. Thank you for being here promptly. Before we start, can I just check we've got the live feed from Bogota Station? Coming online now, replied one of the tech operators from just behind Khan's chair. At the other end of the table, a large TV screen took up the whole of the wall, divided up into 8 separate images. Some were blank, some were maps, but in the top left-hand corner, a man's face flickered into view. It was Clements, acting head of MI6's Bogota station since Benton's death. His pale, pinched face was rather too close to the camera, and he was wearing a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles that gave him an owlish, professorial air. Good, said Khan. Now, I'm going to be brutally honest and tell you exactly what we know and what we don't. Every head in the room was turned towards him. We have a high level of confidence that an organized criminal network in South America is trying to smuggle an unconventional weapon into this country by sea. It did not escape anyone's notice that he avoided using the toxic term WMD. It had taken 10 years and 2 chiefs for MI6 to move on from the fiasco of those shaky intelligence assessments about Saddam Hussein's mythical weapons of mass destruction. "We have some handle," continued Khan, "on who is behind this and why they are doing it. It's one of the Colombian drug cartels, but—" he looked around the table. "We do not, as yet, know what this weapon is, where they are planning to bring it ashore, or what the intended target is." "Bloody brilliant," sneered Andy Grimshaw under his breath. "If I could ask you all to look at the screen," he went on, "I'm going to get our man in Bogota to update us on what we know about this particular cartel." Clement's face suddenly filled the entire wall. 1 or 2 people round the table flinched as his bookish features jumped out towards them. His lips were moving, but no sound was coming out. "Tech," called Khan. "Sorry, sir. We seem to be having a problem with the audio, but we're working on it." Clements was in full flow now, apparently speaking with passion, but not a word could be heard in London. Khan motioned to the techie at the console, and at the click of a button, Clements's face was demoted back to its place at the top left of the screen. "Okay, moving on," said Khan. "As you would expect, my service has been working closely with counter-proliferation at the FCO, and we're pooling our efforts with Aldermaston and Porton Down. We've also made discreet inquiries with the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency. Our assessment is that the cartel does not possess a thermonuclear device." Several pairs of shoulders around the table visibly relaxed. "But that still leaves the chemical, biological, radiological, and explosive strands of the whole CBRNE piece," continued Khan. "Until we know what we're dealing with, my service has briefed the Prime Minister that we need to prepare for every eventuality. Our American friends," he gestured towards the woman from the CIA, "have been very helpful with extra satellite coverage over the Atlantic, while both Cheltenham and Fort Meade are hoovering up anything they can catch in the cybersphere. But so far, there's not a great deal to go on. These people in Colombia appear to have gone to some lengths not to leave a digital trail." Khan rested his hands on the surface of the polished table. "Now, I mentioned at the start that we think this weapon is coming in by sea. That's from a single trusted source. But we have to be open to the possibility they could change their plans at short notice. Right now, this makes it a maritime problem. So I'm going to ask—" Khan stopped to look down at his list of attendees. "I'm going to ask Rear Admiral Paul Maddox from the Royal Navy to give us his assessment. Over to you, Admiral." Khan sat down heavily, took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead, as the naval officer walked briskly to the far end of the briefing room and stood by the screen. A tall man with jet-black hair, Maddox was in uniform, his 2-star rank displayed by the thick gold braid around his cuffs and a further thin one with the curl insignia. He picked up the remote control, and a map of the Atlantic filled the screen. He turned to address the room. "Right, ladies and gents, this will take about 10 minutes of your time, so bear with me. I'm going to cover routes, means of delivery, and countermeasures." Maddox took what looked like a black fountain pen from his jacket pocket and flicked a switch, directing a thin green laser beam at the map. "Colombia is down here on the bottom left of the screen. There are 3 container seaports that could act as a point of departure. Here, here, and here." He pointed the laser pen at the cities of Barranquilla, Santa Marta, and Buenaventura. "Anything leaving from the Pacific coast would have to transit the Panama Canal, which takes several days longer and incurs additional searches, so we think that's less likely." "Excuse my interrupting," said a voice from the other end of the room. It was Maria Stanikowski. Maddox did not look like the sort of person used to being cut off in mid-flow, but he let her speak. "Please," he said, "go ahead." "How do we know they're transporting it by container?" she asked. "The DEA have all those terminals under surveillance. Wouldn't they think of something a little more subtle?" If Maddox was irritated by her interruption, he took care not to show it. "You are absolutely correct," he replied. "I was coming to that. There are smaller vessels leaving a number of other ports every day, not all of them capable of making the Atlantic crossing. And then there are the mini-subs, the miniature submarines the drug cartels use to ferry their product up the coast to Mexico and the Caribbean. They're an integral part of their smuggling operations, and they can launch from pretty much anywhere along the coast that's hidden by undergrowth. But let's be clear here. These are basic jerry-built sardine cans. They don't have the range or the stability to cross the Atlantic. Which means? It was the CIA woman once again. Which means, continued Maddox patiently, that we are most likely searching for a small to medium-sized cargo vessel coming in from the southwest. Its destination need not necessarily be a UK port. It could be Antwerp, Rotterdam, Le Havre. We have to keep an open mind here. But the bottom line is, we must assume that whatever device is on board that vessel, it's on its way to us right at this moment. He let that sink in. Khan cleared his throat. "Thanks for that, Admiral. If you would be so good as to tell us what measures we can have in place to intercept it." "Absolutely," said Maddox, putting down the laser pen and walking back to the table. "In an ideal world, we would set up a naval screen on the 100-fathom line just west of the English Channel to stop and search every vessel coming into our waters. But that's just not practical. There are tens of thousands of ships making the Atlantic crossing every year, hundreds at any one time. Even if we had the means to do it, the effect on trade would be catastrophic. So this has to be intelligence-led. We'll go with everything the agencies can give us." He looked pointedly at Khan. "We're after deadweight, cargo, port of origin, anything that narrows it down." "Sorry to butt in, but can I just get something straight?" This time it was a senior army officer, Major General Chip Cutler, the director of Special Forces. Unlike Maddox, he was in civilian dress, wearing a well-cut suit and silk tie from Jermyn Street. "If the vessel is ID'd at sea, we're going for a maritime interdiction, right?" Maddox was already nodding, but Khan answered the question. "As you know, General, that would be a decision for the PM or the Secretary of State to make on the day. But that would be the most likely scenario, yes." "Sounds like Groundhog Day, then," said Cutler dryly. "Excuse me?" said Khan. "Groundhog Day. History repeating itself. Remember the MV Nisha back in 2001? There were a few murmurs of recognition from the older people around the table, but Khan was silent. In 2001, as an applied mathematician at GCHQ in Cheltenham, he had been so knee-deep in codes and algorithms that he must have missed that moment. "The MV Nisha," explained the Director of Special Forces, "was a freighter coming from Mauritius and heading for these shores. There was an intelligence tip-off that she might be carrying terrorist material hidden inside her cargo. So there was an interdiction at sea off the Sussex coast, I believe. SF teams assaulted from RIBs, rigid inflatable boats, and fast roped down from helicopters. They found nothing. But all the protocols are in place to do it again if we need to." "I have a question." This time it was Andy Grimshaw. Khan noticed to his surprise that he appeared to be chewing gum. "We want to stop this thing out at sea before it gets here, right? How many planes have we got to do the search sweeps off the coast?" Khan narrowed his eyes a fraction. He could not be sure if Grimshaw was being mischievous or genuinely curious. Either way, there was a short, embarrassed silence before Rear Admiral Maddox, still standing, gave an abrupt answer. "None. The UK scrapped its maritime patrol aircraft, the Nimrod, some years ago." "Genius," muttered the policeman. "There are other options," replied Maddox sternly. "There are helicopters out of the Naval Air Station at Culdrose in Cornwall with horizon-scanning radar as well as sonar, and they can fly 8-hour sorties at a time, weather permitting, of course. And we have Scan-Eagle drones that can fly off one of our frigates in the Channel." "So when does all this get started?" asked a woman from number 10. To Khan, who was far from being the oldest person in the room. She looked impossibly young. Her auburn hair was scraped back into a ponytail, a pink blouse showing beneath a tweed jacket of muted green. "And do we tell the public?" she added. "The answer to your first question," replied Maddox, "is that it's already begun. The first Sea Kings took off on patrol from Cornwall this morning." "And I can address your other question," said Khan, standing up and reasserting his role as chairman. "We're not telling the public anything," he said. "At least, not yet. The last thing we want is some tabloid-generated panic when we don't even know what we're dealing with. Once we've got a better grip on the situation, we can consider putting out an official line through the Cabinet Office. But until then, can I remind everyone present that what we have just discussed is classified Strap 2 level secret. Absolutely nothing you have heard today is to leave this room." Chapter 40. "It's called Belle de Provence," whispered Elise. "It's lavender oil from the south of France." Luke, his upper body propped on pillows, his legs extended along the bed, found himself caught between pleasure and pain. After all he had been through in Colombia, Elise's touch was soothing as her hands worked gently on his legs, massaging the scented oil into his muscular calves, her eyes never leaving his. But when she turned her attention to his injured foot, he winced with pain. It was still too raw to touch. There was a vivid purple mark, like a bullseye, on the upper arch of his right foot, where Garcia's thugs had taken the electric drill to him. He had given them the passcode to his mobile phone pretty quickly after that, especially when they had threatened to start on his hands. Now he was going to put all that behind him. Since landing back at Heathrow, he had been pumped full of antibiotics, and a thorough 2-hour medical had found no lasting physical damage. After an initial debrief, the service had told him to take as much time off as he needed to recuperate from his ordeal, so he and Elise were enjoying something akin to an unofficial honeymoon. Both naked on the bed, their bodies still steaming from a hot bubble bath, they had lost all track of time. For Elise, the days since Luke had returned had been uninterrupted bliss. She wanted never to let him out of her sight again. True, at times he seemed a little withdrawn, a little preoccupied, as if something was weighing heavily on his mind, but she put it down to his ordeal and didn't press him. He could tell her everything in his own time, and that was fine by her. Now she leaned over his legs, caressing them with her hair as it fell loose, and began working her way up them, planting kisses higher and higher. Suddenly his whole body tensed, and she stopped, fearful she might have touched some damaged nerve. But it was something else. His work mobile was buzzing. Elise's eyes said, "Please, not now. Just ignore it." But Luke reached over and grabbed it from the bedside table, looked at the number, and sucked in his cheeks. Covering the phone with his hand, he whispered, "Sorry, got to take this," and kissed her softly on the lips before rolling off the bed and carrying the phone into the next room. He was no longer hobbling. "Luke?" said the voice at the other end. "It's Angela." And there it was. Bang. Just like that. The honeymoon was over. Luke perched himself on the arm of the sofa in the sitting room, recognizing the subdued office voices he could hear in the background. "Look, I'm sorry to ring you," continued his boss. "I know you're officially on medical leave, but I thought you'd want to know." "Know what?" snapped Luke, suddenly impatient for news. "Don't keep me in suspense. Please tell me you found the weapon." Serene as his reunion with Elise had been, he hadn't been able to get the thought of the unknown device out of his head. While Elise had slept peacefully beside him, he had lain awake at 3 a.m, racking his brain for what it might be and how they could track it down before it was too late. "No," replied Angela. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We think it's still at large somewhere out in the Atlantic, but things are moving very fast on many levels. Washington are redirecting a lot of their assets over the Channel approaches. Fleet HQ at Northwood are deploying a destroyer to the Scilly Isles, HMS Dauntless, I think. They've sent one of our nuclear subs to patrol off the entrance to the Bristol Channel, and... And? Luke dug his fingernails into the soft material of the sofa as he waited for Angela to reveal why she was phoning. "You'll not be surprised to hear that your old mob from Poole are deploying," she said. They're sending the Maritime Counter-Terrorism Squadron. They're setting up a forward base in Cornwall, ready to move the moment we can identify the incoming vessel. Some place called Culdrose. I expect you know it? They're giving them a corner of the base cordoned off from everyone else. They've got Merlins and Sea Kings down there. Director Special Forces has tasked the SBS to take down the ship and secure the weapon as soon as we have a lead. It's crunch time, Luke. And you're telling me this because, well, you are still on the payroll and... Angela, I want in. You know I do. My foot is fine now. It was a lie, and she probably knew it. Even as he spoke, he felt a faint throb emanating from it, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. I'm good to go, he told her. I'm seeing this one through. I thought that might be the case, but are you absolutely certain you're up to it? You've just been through much worse than most of our agents ever risk if they get caught. Luke hesitated. He was wondering how Elise would take it. Not well, he suspected. I'm in, he said. Good. Because I've already gone ahead and nominated you as service liaison on the pool team. I had a bit of pushback from HR. They want you to spend all next week sitting in a country house in Buckinghamshire going through some situational re-evaluation program, but I've batted that away. You need to be ready in an hour. They'll pick you up from Battersea Heliport and fly you down to Culdrose by Chinook. Best pack for a few days. This could take a while. Luke walked back into the bedroom, his bare feet noiseless on the thick carpet. Elise was sitting up in bed, a towel around her shoulders, staring silently at the bookcase. She had heard most of his side of the conversation, and now there was nothing more to be said. The moment between them had passed. Chapter 41. Life for Cecilia Cruz had not turned out the way she'd planned. Her husband had brought her from Colombia to London after the birth of their first child, and she still crossed herself each time she thought of him. God rest his soul. A merchant sailor from Barranquilla, he had showered her with presents. She'd never asked where he got the money to pay for them, and he'd never offered to tell her. Cecilia had, at first, found it hard to adapt to life in Britain, with its dull grey winters that sometimes seemed identical to its summers. She missed the colour, the heat, the vibrant passion of her Caribbean village just west of Cartagena. Somehow, she had ended up trading fiesta, friends and family for a tiny one-bedroom basement flat in Ealing. When her husband's drinking and his tempers became so bad that his employers, the shipping agents, fired him, the hard truth had dawned on her. From now on, she would have to be the breadwinner. Cecilia found herself a job as a cleaner, working double shifts and doing her best to raise her boy. When the cirrhosis eventually got the better of her husband, she buried him just before her 40th birthday. It was in the week after the funeral that there was a ring at the doorbell.
"I am a friend of your late husband," said the man in the corridor outside. "Well, more of a business contact from the old days, you could say. May I come in?"
Cecilia looked him up and down with suspicion. Nobody came to their flat, except to try to sell her something or pester her for overdue rent. But this man was different. His shoes were polished, his tie was shiny, his hair slicked back in the way the muchachos used to wear it back home. What did she have to lose?
"I understand,"
said the man, sitting at the kitchen table and resting his hands on his lap,
"that you are in the cleaning business, no?" "I am a cleaner, yes." "These must be difficult times for you, with your husband gone, and—"
He looked down at the cracked lino where her son was playing with a cheap toy. There was a ragged hole in the elbow of his sweater.
"So, I have a proposition for you,"
he said brightly.
"Because we Colombianos must do all we can to help each other, yes? There is a job starting on Monday at an establishment just west of here. It pays good money."
"How much?" she demanded.
"Let me ask how much you take home now, Senora." £9.50 an hour, and I pay my taxes." "How does £25 an hour sound? Cash in hand?"
Cecilia's eyes narrowed. Was this a trick? A cruel joke? For a moment, an absurd thought flashed through her mind, but she dismissed it at once.
She was much too old now for anyone to want to put her on the game. There had to be a catch. So what was it? £25 an hour is a lot, she replied. What do you want from me? She was no fool. She knew from bitter experience that if something seems too good to be true, it usually is.
Only your cleaning skills, senora. We hear you are a perfectionist.
He flashed her a crooked smile. She did not believe him for a second, but £25 an hour? She could hardly afford to say no. Perhaps it was best not to ask too many questions.
Bueno. The job is at Northwood, a place just outside London. You will be part of a contract team that cleans the premises. It is some sort of government headquarters. They call it PJHQ for short, but that is not important. Now, I have arranged a day of extra training for you tomorrow, and I don't need training, she interrupted. I am a good cleaner. Really? This was an insult. Ah, but you do, insisted the man. This is special training. Tell me, senora, do you own a laptop?
Cecilia shook her head. They had computers at her son's school, but she had never owned one, never needed one. What use would she have for it?
No? I thought not, he said slowly, with that sickly smile. But that is no problem at all. We will give you one and teach you everything you need to know. And enjoy it. After all, it's free.
This left her more confused than ever. What did she need a laptop computer for if she was to clean some government office? This made no sense. But the man was standing up now, buttoning his jacket with an air of finality, and handing her a piece of paper with an address on it.
If you will be so good, senora, to present yourself at this address tomorrow morning at 9, they will take care of everything. And here, in this envelope, is a little something to help with expenses. Maybe treat yourself to a cab on the first day.
In the silence left by his departure, Cecilia Cruz wondered what she was letting herself in for. She felt as if she were being herded onto a bus going somewhere she didn't want to go. She might not own a laptop, but she wasn't stupid. It was obvious something distinctly fishy was going on. The envelope lay open on the kitchen table, with crisp £20 notes spilling out. This was rather more than a cab fare. She moved to the gas cooker, all scratched and stained with rust, and put the kettle on to boil. Then she sat down with a sigh. Her options were not good, that was clear. She was on her own now, although in truth she had been on her own for quite some time. What chance did she have of finding another husband? And these people, these business associates of her late husband, they were offering her a lifeline. Cecilia Cruz poured herself a cup of milky English breakfast tea and glanced at her son, Emilio, still playing with the same toy on the cracked lino. Yes, she decided. She would accept the offer. She would take it with both hands, and she would play their games, if only for the sake of beloved Emilio. Chapter 42. Number 94, Ashburnham Gardens, was not at all what she was expecting. Cecilia Cruz had had little difficulty in making her way to the address she had been given in Westbourne Grove, but somehow she had imagined something more down to earth, more like the basement flat she and Emilio shared. Now she stood on the front porch, clutching the crumpled piece of paper she had been given, looking up at an elegant white facade with black wrought-iron balconies and tidy window boxes. She squinted at the list of names beside the door buzzers: Standish, Duckworth, Trenton Smith. This was a fancy neighbourhood, no question. But which button should she press? As her finger hovered uncertainly, the front door opened, and a woman stepped out to greet her. She was tall, expensively dressed in a silk blouse, jacket, and pencil skirt, and she exuded an air of confidence that Cecilia could only envy. One thing struck her immediately. This woman smelt of money.
Senora Cruz? Bienvenida. I am Ana Maria. Please, come in. Here. Let me take your coat.
She addressed her in Spanish.
What can I get you to drink?
Cecilia wasn't used to this. The people she cleaned for barely acknowledged her presence. But she soon got over her surprise, because there was something warm and welcoming about the elegant woman with the long, lustrous hair and beautifully manicured nails, now leading her into the living room. Her lispy Castilian accent revealed her to be Spanish rather than South American, and she moved around her apartment so gracefully. "I understand," the woman said gently, motioning her to sit down on a soft sofa, "that you are new to computers." Cecilia didn't answer at first. She was too busy studying the bookcase set into the wall beside her. It held all the books she had ever wanted to read. 100 Years of Solitude, Love in the Time of Cholera, and Chronicle of a Death Foretold, all by the Colombian writer Gabriel Garcia Marquez. "Senora Cruz?" the woman prompted her, coaxing her out of her reverie. "Perdón," Cecilia apologized, turning back towards her and giving the lady her full attention. "Don't worry," said Ana Maria. "We have all day, and will not be disturbed. By the time you leave here, you will know everything you need to know." "Everything I need to know for what?" Together they worked through the morning, with Ana Maria patiently explaining and encouraging, at times holding her own hand over the cleaners to move the mouse and the cursor on the screen. By midday, Cecilia Cruz had sent her first email, and by lunchtime she was ecstatic. With Ana Maria's help, she had found her old village on the Caribbean coast on Google Earth. Laughing, she zoomed in and out of the page, watching the pixels forming and reforming, the landmarks of her childhood swimming up into focus. At lunchtime, they broke off for tortillas, freshly made and warm from the oven. Cecilia was enjoying herself now, and they talked over the clatter of plates and cutlery, comparing childhoods, hers in a poor barrio in Colombia, Ana Maria's in a leafy suburb of Madrid. Of course, Cecilia was itching to ask her how she knew someone as shifty as that slick muchacho who had set up their day. They seemed like creatures from 2 different planets, but she thought better of it. Lunch over, Ana Maria poured them each a cup of café tinto and led her into another room. On the table was another, larger computer, and beside it a printer. "This one is a desktop," she said lightly, "but of course you know that. You must have cleaned around them so many times." She stepped a few paces back from Cecilia and looked her up and down, as if admiring a work of art. "I am pleased to tell you, Cecilia. May I call you Cecilia? You have made such good progress this morning that we can now move on to the next stage. This is your advanced lesson. You are fast becoming an expert." Cecilia watched her lovely features crease into a smile, showing perfect teeth. She felt a sudden burst of pride. She had discovered a talent she'd never known she had. Now, maybe, she could escape her life of poverty. Her earlier misgivings were forgotten. Ana Maria picked up a small black rectangular object, about the size of her little finger, and held it out for her. "You will recognize this, I expect. It is a USB stick, a memory stick, no?" Cecilia nodded uncertainly. It was true that she had seen them a few times in the offices she cleaned, sticking out of computer drives under the desks where someone had left one, but she had never given them much thought. "Sí, claro," she replied, "but I have never thought to ask what they are for." "Ah, you need not concern yourself with that," said Ana Maria, in that soothing tone. "Instead, I am going to show you how to attach it to the printer, like this. Here, you try." Cecilia picked up the USB stick and slotted it into the socket. "Bien hecho! Well done!" exclaimed her coach. "You see? Didn't I tell you you would soon be a natural with technology? Now, I want you to pick up that object there, the other one. That's right. It's called a 3-into-1 connector. I want you to fit that one into the printer. Go on. Yes, that's perfect. And then I want you to fit the USB stick into that. Can you do that for me? Mira, you did it. Please, practice taking them out and putting them back in while I go next door for a moment." When Ana Maria came back into the room, she was carrying a sheaf of papers, which she now spread out on the table. Cecilia could see they were diagrams. "Now," she said, her voice dropping lower, suddenly more serious, "this is a layout of the office you will be cleaning tomorrow night." Tomorrow night? Cecilia's brow furrowed briefly. The man had not mentioned anything about working a night shift. Could she leave Emilio alone in the flat while she worked? This was a worry, and she was only half listening as Anna Maria continued.
The office will be on the 3rd floor of this building here.
She laid a finger, the nail varnished, on a schematic layout of permanent joint headquarters.
It is at Northwood, the government place. Please, Cecilia, I need your full attention. The door is marked here. The windows are here. And over in this corner is the desk of someone very important to us, to me. You understand?
Cecilia nodded, saying nothing. Here it came. The catch. Well, it was not as if she hadn't been expecting it.
I want you, Cecilia, to take these 2 objects we have here and attach them to the printer in the corner. Exactly like you have been doing here today. Es nada complicado. Nothing complicated. But this is the important bit. Nobody, and I mean nobody, must see you do this. You understand? You are to wait until you are alone in that room and there is no one coming. And then I want you to place the waste bin in front of it so it hides it. You follow me?
Cecilia followed her. She just didn't like the direction this was going in.
And that's all I have to do?
She asked in a guarded tone. The warm glow she had felt all day had evaporated.
Not quite, said Anna Maria. You will be working night shifts for your first week. Everyone has to when they start. On the 2nd night, you are to remove both devices from the printer and hide them somewhere personal.
Anna Maria glanced down meaningfully at the Colombian woman's ample bosom.
I'm sure you will think of a hiding place. When the night shift is over and you leave Northwood in the morning, you are to turn right out of the gate and walk down the hill through the woods towards the station. At the first lay-by on the right, a man will be waiting for you in a car. You know him. He has come to your home. You will give him the 2 devices and he will give you a lift to the station. You will tell no one about any of this.
Cecilia stepped back a pace from the table and looked at the woman she had thought was becoming a friend. A hard edge had crept into Anna Maria's voice, and she, Cecilia, was deeply uneasy about what she was being asked to do. Of course, she knew that her late husband had been mixed up in all sorts of business, but that was his concern, not hers. Her record was squeaky clean, and this smelt like trouble.
I'm not sure, she said. Can I think it over? No, said Anna Maria flatly. There is no time. I think maybe I have made a mistake in coming here today, said Cecilia, gathering up her coat and preparing to leave. Can we just forget this? I will tell no one. You have my word.
Anna Maria stepped to one side, neatly blocking her exit. She was nearly a head and shoulders taller than Cecilia, and now she looked down at her, staring hard at the Colombian cleaner's face. Gone were the soft, coaxing tones of this morning as Anna Maria said,
Of course, you can refuse, but I wouldn't advise it.
She pronounced each syllable carefully. As she did so, she pulled out a photograph from inside her jacket.
I believe this is your son, Emilio?
Cecilia staggered backwards, both her hands going to her mouth to stifle a cry.
Where did you get that?
She demanded.
Leave my boy out of this. What could you want with him?
Anna Maria gripped Cecilia firmly by the shoulders and held her gaze.
I want there to be no misunderstanding between us. If you refuse this small task, I promise you will never see your son again. Is that clear enough?
Chapter 43. The Chinook is a giant twin-rotored beast of a helicopter, a metallic pterodactyl of the skies. At 30 meters long, and able to carry up to 40 fully laden troops, it has been the workhorse of Western military operations since as far back as the Vietnam War. Naturally, Luke had spent more of his life in them than he cared to think, strapped into a canvas bucket seat, his helmet strap chafing his jaw, exchanging glances with fellow Marines as they helicoptered into some sand-blasted battle space in Iraq or Afghanistan. Today, though, was an airborne cab ride to the West Country,
and he felt a familiar wave of exhilaration as he ducked his head to meet the blast of downdraft from the rotors and strode quickly up the rear ramp, a day sack of essentials slung over his shoulder. He was alive, he was back in play, and he was heading for the action. Curiously, the throbbing pain in his foot, such an unwelcome feature of the last few days, had subsided, pushed into second place by the adrenaline that flowed through his veins. He felt a pang of guilt at the lengths to which Elise had gone to speed his recovery. In return, he had abandoned her again, slipping out of the door just 40 minutes after that phone call from Angela. Still, it was not as if he was going back to South America, he had reassured her. Just a quick trip to Cornwall. Should be back in a few days, hopefully. The loadmaster gave Luke the thumbs up, indicated where he should sit with the vertical slicing motion of the hand, and spoke into his helmet mic. The ramp went up, and seconds later they were lifting clear of Battersea Heliport, dropping the nose, angling the tail, and powering westwards along the Thames, rising quickly over the traffic jams on Putney Bridge, and heading for the checkpoint on the map that RAF helicopter pilots call Hotel 2. At 300 metres above the M3, the pilot spoke briefly into his headset to welcome Luke aboard, and in no time at all they were over the south coast, heading out to sea, then west for Falmouth and the nearby Royal Naval Air Station at Culdrose. They landed into the wind a short distance from a giant green hangar. As the pilot powered down, Luke caught sight of a short, broad-chested man in a camouflage smock striding forward to greet him. Once the ramp had gone down, he disembarked. "Buster!" "Hey, Carlton! Heard they were sending you." The two men shook hands, old comrades in arms from operational tours with the Royal Marines in Kajaki and Sangin, two of the most dangerous places to serve in Afghanistan. A fearsome operator in the field, Buster Loams had always had a certain reputation. Once, after losing a bet in a Plymouth pub on a Saturday night, he had shed his clothes and run butt naked up Union Street before the police could catch him. It had nearly cost him his commission. Well, those antics were in the past now, thought Luke, as he noticed the woven crown on Buster's combat smock. "Can't believe they've actually given you a squadron to command," he said, as they walked away from the Chinook towards the hangar. "Major Loams. It doesn't sound quite right. What's the call coming to?" "Easy there, Carlton, or I'll have your bedding moved into the latrines." Luke gave him a backhanded punch to the solar plexus. It was rock hard. Banter over, the two men fell silent as they walked into the hangar, recent memories of Afghanistan coming fleetingly back to them. Inside, several dozen men with large chests and unruly hair were perched on the edge of green camp beds, cleaning their Tumaco assault rifles, checking their laser sights and muzzle suppressors. An SBS assault troop preparing for an op. A chill passed down Luke's spine as he experienced a flashback. This had been almost the exact scene in another country just over 2 weeks ago, at the Hungla barracks. 10 good men had died on that op, Luke the only one to walk out alive. All that training, all that experience, gone in a blaze of bullets. The thought of it haunted him. "Care for a wet, boss?" A corporal was standing in front of him, holding out a styrofoam cup of steaming grey liquid. Military tea. Luke knew it would taste like dishwater, but he took it anyway and thanked the man. "We're still getting set up in here, as you can see," remarked Major Loams. "The troop only got here this morning, and we're having a few problems with the comms, but we should be good to go from tomorrow. We're currently minus one of the fleet drivers. He's on his way down from Arbroath, but otherwise we're operational." He motioned for Luke to follow him over to a corner of the hangar, where several men were discussing a laminated map balanced on an easel. It showed the Cornish coast and the southwestern approaches to the English Channel, with the locations of various vessels and distances between them marked in purple chinograph pencil. "Let me introduce you to our ops officer," said Loams, turning to a well-built figure with a squashed boxer's nose. "Luke, this is Captain Chris Shaw. Chris, this is the bloke from London I was telling you would be joining us as liaison. He's from the dark side now, but he used to be one of us, so be nice to him. Gents, I'll leave you to it." And Loams was gone, off to chase down 101 things on his mental checklist. The ops officer held out a giant hand to Luke, then dismissed the men he had been talking to. "I'll see you later, guys." "So," he said, turning to Luke with a lopsided smile. "Good to be back." "Yeah, it is." Shaw peered closer at Luke's face, with its faint traces of purple bruising beneath the eye, the healing cuts and fast-fading South American tan. "I won't ask where you've just been," said Shaw, "but it looks like you got knocked about a fair bit." Luke shrugged. "You could say that." "Right, let's talk shop," said Shaw, sweeping a hand over the map beside him. "You know we're lining up for an interdiction at sea. The lads are on 30 minutes' notice to move. Question is, which vessel is our target? That's where we're hoping your people at Vauxhall Cross can enlighten us so we can get the job done and all go home. J2 Intel says it's coming from the Caribbean, and Fleet reckon it's a small to medium-sized freighter, which means we've got every port from Merseyside all the way round the south coast and up to the Humber on standby." "What if it's heading for Scotland?" "Good question, well put," replied Shaw. "Fleet HQ, in their wisdom, don't seem to think that's a possibility. We're focusing on a southwesterly approach. Task Force HQ have offered us a mix of helos on call, Merlins, Sea Kings, and CH-47s. I've put together a package that can deliver enough of our operators onto the deck to take it down and secure the cargo the moment we get the word." Shaw dropped his voice a shade lower, even though there was enough activity going on inside the hangar to mask whatever he was going to say. "Speaking of that, the boss and I would really appreciate it if you were able to give us an early heads-up on timings. Strictly on the down low, you know." Luke smiled. He'd have been asking exactly the same thing if he were in Shaw's position. "I'll see what I can do," he replied. Shaw looked up at the roof of the hangar as a low drumming started above them. "Rain. That's another thing. NCI says the forecast is truly crap." "NCI? All these acronyms." "National Coast Guard Initiative. It's the volunteers down at Lizard Point. They've got their own radar, and their reports tend to be spot on. They're currently giving us a sea state of 4 to 5. If it's still up that high when we get the off, it's too much for a boarding at sea. The waves will smash the lads to pieces." "I remember," said Luke. "Of course you do, sorry." Shaw grinned. "Whatever it is that's steaming in here across the Atlantic, it's going to have some seasick matalots on board by now. Anyway, it'll be helos all the way for us on this one. I'm putting 8 operators into each of 2 Sea Kings and the rest on a Chinook. That would include the medics, signallers, bomb disposal, and a liaison bod from Police National Counter-Terrorism, and yourself. I take it your people want you in on this one. Oh, and if you see any blokes walking on in spacesuits, that's the hazmat guys. Task Group headquarters are taking no chances with this thing." "Any idea how long you're going to be standing by for? If we don't get the word in the next day or so?" "How long's a piece of string?" said Shaw. "It'll be a case of hurry up and wait, won't it?" For the first time since leaving London, Luke felt the pain in his foot returning. It was always the waiting before an op that got to him. Chapter 44. As the Cornish weather closed in around the Royal Naval Air Station at Culdrose, and Luke went off to sort out his accommodation, his nemesis was standing before a full-size copy of his favourite painting, thousands of kilometres away on the other side of the world. Nelson Garcia admired the work of Francisco Goya. He liked his dark, sinister colours, and particularly the picture of the god Saturn devouring his son. But that wasn't his favourite. The prize went to Goya's early 19th century depiction of Spanish patriots being executed by a Napoleonic firing squad. It was a deeply unsettling picture to look at, which was exactly why Garcia had ordered several copies to be hung in his various safe houses around Colombia. The anguished young faces of the Spanish patriots stared out, pleading for their lives as the muskets were levelled at their chests. For Garcia, its message was explicit. There was to be no mercy for anyone who betrayed him. "So," he began, turning away from the Goya on the wall to address Vicente Morales, the cartel's head of information technology. "You asked to see me in person." A maid, dressed in the old-fashioned Spanish style, poured them cups of café tinto. bowed deferentially, and backed out of the room, closing the door behind her with a soft click. It was just the three of them now, Garcia, Security Chief Suarez, and Morales. They sat in deep leather chairs draped with crimson-embroidered shawls. Morales met his boss's cold, cruel eyes, and tried not to imagine what it would be like to disappoint this man. He shuddered to contemplate what had happened to the idiots in Buenaventura who had let the British spy escape from under their noses. A lifetime's fascination with computer coding, a half-completed degree at an obscure US university, then a fruitful career in the criminal underworld had led him to the cartel's top table. Morales cleared his throat.
"A zero-day bug, patron,"
he said, quietly, letting the words fall on uncomprehending ears.
"A what?" "A zero-day bug. It is a computer virus that can reveal all your secrets. You count down from the first day it starts to work, and everything from that moment on is compromised."
Garcia's thick, dark eyebrows knitted together in a frown, and his face formed into an angry snarl.
"You come here today," he shouted, "to tell me you have let this bug into our systems? No, absolutely not, patron. It is the other way round. We have succeeded in planting it into our enemies' systems."
It was as if the sun had come out from behind a cloud. The cartel's boss's face melted into a leer of satisfaction.
"Go on." "You are familiar," said Morales, "with a USB stick, a memory stick. Some people prefer to call it a flash drive."
Suarez had been watching the exchange in silence, but now he chose to speak.
"The patron has many responsibilities. He cannot be expected to get involved in petty details. Please, hurry up and get to the point."
Morales proceeded to pick his words carefully, as if tiptoeing through a minefield, anxious to explain without appearing to patronize his boss. That would be unwise.
"Bueno. We have succeeded in getting our own USB stick into the headquarters of Britain's military operations. Using this, we have introduced a zero-day bug. Think of it—"
Morales hesitated, hunting for the appropriate simile.
"Think of it like opening a door, yes? Now that it has let us in, we can see many things."
El Pobrecito raised those heavy eyebrows, impressed.
"And how was this possible?" "We have a woman on the payroll, a cleaner. Her company has the contract to clean the offices at night at a base called Northwood. It is from there that they direct all their naval operations around the world."
"Entonces? And then?"
"Our people in London showed her how to insert one into their printer. It intercepts all the messages coming from the naval people's computers. She put it in one night. The next day, they come into work, they boot up their machines, and oye! All the information flows into this little device. That night she is back. She takes it out and passes it to our people. Un trabajo bien hecho. A job well done. I hope you would agree, patron."
Garcia shifted his weight in his leather chair, his belly flopping from one side to the other, straining against the confines of his white silk shirt. He stroked the side of his jaw, considering the IT man. Suarez stared at him too, saying nothing.
"I see," said Garcia at last. "And what did you learn that can be of use to us?"
Morales reached down to retrieve the attaché case he had brought with him. He took out a thin manila envelope and passed it to his boss.
"In there, patron, are printouts of the latest positions of all Britain's naval vessels in the Atlantic and the English Channel. We can see exactly where they are and where they are heading."
Garcia flipped through the dossier and passed it to Suarez. The world of IT might largely have passed him by. He was essentially a street thug who had bullied and butchered his way to the top with a combination of animal cunning and extreme violence. But he knew the questions that mattered.
"This is all very impressive, Vincente."
The IT man relaxed visibly at these words. To be addressed by your first name by El Pobrecito was an honor afforded to only a very few.
"But
Is this information not already out of date? Asked Garcia. Because I see a date stamp on it from yesterday. What use is this to us? Ah, but that is exactly why I asked to see you, Patron. We have a problem. We have studied the Royal Navy's movements, and we think they may have identified the Maria Esposito. Some of their ships have altered course towards her. They are getting close to where she is heading, dangerously close.
Garcia held up his hand and inclined his head towards Suarez, raising a single eyebrow. His chief of security shrugged.
We had anticipated this, he said quietly, and we have allowed for it. With your permission, Patron, we will have to launch early.
Garcia was already rising to his feet.
Do it,
he said. As he walked out of the room, passing between the two men, he patted Morales affectionately on the shoulder.
Un trabajo bien hecho,
he murmured, with a smile.
A job well done.
Chapter 45. In his cramped cabin on the Maria Esposito, Captain Hector Jimenez turned the signal over in his hand and frowned. This was undeniably bad news. So near to their destination, and now this. He threw an anxious glance towards the porthole. Just as he'd thought. Still lashing rain and heavy seas. Typical. A smooth passage nearly all the way across the Atlantic, only to run into this storm at the last minute. But the signal from Colombia was unequivocal. It was short and to the point.
Your position identified. Interception imminent. Mierda,
he thought. When you're running a suspect cargo into another country, it was always a fine judgment whether or not to switch off the ship's automatic identification system, which shows up its name, port of origin, and disposition. Keep it on, hide in plain sight, act the innocent, and hope that nobody spots what you're up to. Switch it off, and you're anonymous, but you're not invisible, and of course, it shows you have something to hide. The North Koreans, he remembered, had switched off their AIS on that run from Cuba to Panama in 2013, and they'd still got pinged by the Americans with a load of useless old Soviet-era aircraft parts, hidden beneath sacks of sugar. In the view of Captain Jimenez, it was usually safest not to know what you were carrying. He was aware that somewhere down in the false hold of his ship, inside the mini-sub they had taken in off the Panamanian coast, there was probably something highly illicit. He just preferred not to know what it was.
Senor Capitan.
The radio operator was still standing in the doorway, waiting for orders. Captain Jimenez sighed.
Send up the two pilots and tell the crew to prepare to launch.
En serio? They want us to launch in this weather?
The captain was silent, thinking. This was a hell of a gamble. If they tried to launch the mini-sub now, in these heavy seas, it could easily end in disaster. They could lose the sub, and the precious cargo he was being paid so handsomely to deliver intact. Besides, in these conditions, he could not be 100% certain if the covert hatch in the hull would function properly without letting in half the Atlantic. Maybe he should alter course, give the Navy the slip and wait for calmer seas before delivering their cargo. On the other hand, was he prepared to risk having a load of commandos swarming all over his ship and spending the next 10 years in a British prison? It was a tough call.
Cancel that, he told the signals operator. I need more time to think about it.
A little over 50 kilometers away, Luke was in the sauna, his body slick with sweat, his shoulder muscles aching. He had pushed himself through 20 lengths of the 25-meter indoor pool. 2 days he had been stuck on this naval air station, cooling his heels, waiting for the mission. He was bored with watching the operators from his former unit clean and re-clean their weapons, jog circuits round the base perimeter with 30-kilo packs on their backs, lift weights in the gym, or join in the daily boxer-size weight management classes. He had to hand it to RNAS Culdrose. There were worse places to be stuck. HMS Seahawk, as it also called itself, seemed to have every facility going, and Luke had decided he might as well use it for a continuation of his rehab after Colombia. Twice a day he had been checking in with VX for updates, offering advice where he could, passing on the occasional snippet of info to Buster Loams so he could fine-tune his plans for taking down the ship when the call came. But time had hung heavy, and they were all getting restless. And that was when he got the call. It came in just before 1900 hours on his third day in Cornwall. Luke apologized to the other two people in the sauna and took it outside the door, feeling the sweat dry rapidly on his torso. It was Sid Khan, and he sounded dead tired. "I'm giving you the heads up, Carlton. Just thought you ought to know." His tone was matter-of-fact, not unfriendly, but Luke detected a definite coolness in his voice. They had yet to meet face-to-face since the bloodbath in South America. There was clearly some unfinished business still to go over, but now was not the time. Khan cut straight to the point. "You're on," he said. "TGHQ will be alerting the assault commander about now. We've identified the inbound vessel. It's the MV Maria Esposito." He spoke the word slowly, almost phonetically. "Last port of call was Colón, Panama. She's got her AIS beacon switched off. The only ship for miles around to do that. A bit of a giveaway. Don't know what nasty she's got aboard her yet, but you're about to find out." Before Luke had time to cover the phone, there was a loud whoop from behind him, followed by a double splash, as two off-duty seamen dived into the pool a few meters away, their voices echoing around the indoor hall. "What was that? Where are you?" demanded Khan. "Still on the base," he replied. That much was true. "The lads are getting some final training in." "I see." Khan sounded unconvinced. "So, listen. We're throwing everything in the toolbox at this, so let's bloody well hope it's the right ship." It was the first time Luke had ever heard him swear. "Bogota Station has come up with some background on the ship's captain. You should be getting it shortly. He's a known player, a career cartel guy. You're going to need to get him alone in a room, lay out his options, and make him spill the beans. Use your powers of persuasion, within the law, obviously. Time is against us, because once the Met and the CPS get their hands on him, it could take weeks, months, and we haven't got that luxury. The PM is following this one personally. You're my eyes and ears down there, Luke, and no heroics this time. Let the SPS do the sharp stuff. It's what they're paid to do." Luke ended the call, snatched up his towel, and was moving rapidly towards the changing rooms when a young Marine caught up with him. "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Carlton, sir," said the lad, "but the boss asked me to come and find you urgent-like. There's a briefing in the main hangar at 19:30 hours. Says you need to be there." Luke glanced down at his wrist. It was not his own watch that stared back up at him. Garcia's henchman still had that. This was a borrowed standard military G10 pulsar stainless steel job on a nylon strap. It told the time, nothing more. And he could see he had precisely 16 minutes to get dry, get dressed, and get himself over to the briefing. He was used to that. There was an almost palpable sense of expectation in the hangar as Luke joined the 40 or so men gathered under its roof. After 2 days of squalling winds, a metal sheet up there had worked itself loose, and was now rattling and banging like a demented carpenter. "Somebody fix that fucking roof," murmured the man next to Luke. "It's doing me head in." The men fell silent as Major Loams strode in, accompanied by Chris Shaw, who towered over him. Loams was not vain. Other men might have stood on an upturned crate to make up for their lack of height. Instead, he jacked up his voice several notches and boomed out what he had to say. "Right, gents. I've just taken a call from TGHQ." Word had already got round. Everyone in that hangar knew the mission was on. "We've had a suspect sighting 50 kilometres out, just south of the Scilly Isles, so this is an emergency response. We're going for a takedown at sea. The J2 Incel have sent us images of the vessel and also of Bravo 1, the main player. That's the skipper, Hector Jimenez. The helo pilots are being given the coordinates now. H-hour is 15 minutes from now. I say again, H-hour is in 15 minutes. Takeoff is at 2000 hours. Guys, we've trained for this 100 times. You're going to have to think dynamically on your feet. Make it a good one. See you on the ship." Chapter 46.
400 kilometres east of Culdrose, Elise was alone in her flat, which, she reminded herself, she was supposed to be sharing with Luke. She was back from her first night out with friends, since she had taken that terrifying call in the restaurant, and the evening had not gone well, at least not for her. 3 of her girlfriends had coaxed her out, saying it would be good for her to get away from the confines of the flat and forget about everything that had happened, just for an evening. They had met up at an overpriced bar in Clapham, and were served frilly cocktails with pink umbrellas and swizzle sticks by a Polish waitress wearing a Mexican sombrero. The place had an air of enforced jollity. "So come on, Lise," one had said. "How's your man these days? We don't hear much about him." Jess never needed more than one drink to speak her mind. Elise had looked down into her cocktail glass rather too quickly, then up again brightly. "Oh, you know." "No," persisted Jess. "I don't know. Is it on or off?" Another friend, Hannah, nudged her gently in the ribs, but she wouldn't let it go. "Sorry, just putting it out there. I mean, one minute he's back and you're all loved up with your phone switched off and we don't hear a word from you. The next, he's buggered off again. I thought you said he'd left the army." "The Marines," Elise corrected her. "Luke was in the Royal Marines." "He wouldn't like anyone to think he was in the army. He's very particular about that." "Yeah, whatever. But are you getting any action?" "Jess," scolded Hannah. "Can we drop this?" "No," said Elise. "You're right to ask. The truth is, I sometimes feel like I'm on a roller coaster. When he's here, it's like the best feeling in the world, and I don't want to be with anyone else. But then, yes, I suppose you're right. He's off again on his travels. And I don't want to pin him down, I really don't. He'd hate that. Besides, he's got a lot on his plate, and the last thing he needs is a snippy girlfriend." Becca gave Elise's hand a supportive squeeze. "Honestly, Lise, I don't think anyone could call you snippy. Seriously, though, what exactly does Luke do for a living?" "He works for the FCO," replied Elise, perhaps a little too quickly. "A diplomat?" said Becca. "My uncle's a diplomat. I think he's an ambassador somewhere. Maybe you'll end up living in some grand embassy." Elise shot her a withering look. "Bex, can you really see me handing out canapes and making small talk with the Belgian ambassador's wife?" Maybe not." "So," Jess started again, "back to what I was saying. There's this guy at work. He's new, doesn't know anyone in London. He's quite hot. But I'm spoken for, as we all know, so I was thinking maybe I could introduce you both, you know. Something to take your mind off things when Luke's not here." "Who, me?" Elise looked shocked. "Well, yes, you. I wasn't talking to the wall." "Jess, what the fuck? I'm with Luke, remember? End of." Elise had got up abruptly and gone off to the ladies. She hadn't needed the loo. She hadn't needed to freshen her makeup. She had needed something else. A text, a voicemail, anything from Luke. Now more than ever. She had keyed her 6-digit passcode into her phone. It was the date Luke had first walked into her gallery, then waited for the little red message circle to pop up. Nothing. She had checked her emails. Nothing. Then WhatsApp. Nothing. Luke had gone cold on her yet again. And now, the evening having drawn to its own desultory close, she sat on the sofa in their silent, empty flat, contemplating the blank black screen of the switched-off TV. Maybe her friends had a point, after all. Chapter 47. On a bearing of 235 degrees, they flew southwest. Skimming low over the tossing waves, the helicopters were heading right into the teeth of the storm. The assault teams up ahead in the 2 Sea Kings, the follow-on force close behind in a Chinook. Standing off 6 kilometres from the target, a Lynx helicopter from 815 Squadron was in position to vector the assault force in, sending back live feeds to Task Group HQ in Poole, Dorset, and to Regent's Park Barracks in London. Sid Khan was watching from Poole too, sitting wedged into a chair with a set of headphones clamped over his ears, staring at a flickering monitor, while an SBS captain took him through what was going on out at sea. In these conditions, it was questionable how much use the blurred and rain-splashed images were to anyone. The latest signal from Fleet said the Maria Esposito had altered course.
In these heavy seas, she was making slow progress towards the coast of Cornwall. Her AIS beacon was still switched off, and she was barely doing 8 knots. Strapped into his seat in the Chinook, Luke had forgotten how deafening the noise could be inside those things. Buffeted by the storm, the aircraft's frame lurched and jolted. They were flying at less than 300 meters above the surface of the sea, and already he was aware of the cold and damp seeping into his bones. As well as his Kevlar flak jacket, he was wearing a Gore-Tex waterproof, cargo trousers, mountain boots, and a borrowed helmet with night vision goggles. Appropriate kit for an op like this, where he would be putting down on the deck in the second wave. The armourer at Culdrow's had issued him with a replacement 6-hour pistol, and Luke preferred not to wonder which low-life Colombian gangster now had his sweaty paws on the other. His headset crackled into life, and he recognised Buster Loams's voice. "Gold 1 Alpha. Listening, gents. The wind's too strong to put down on the bridge wings, so we'll be going for alternate RDPs aft on the main deck. Call sign Gold 1 Alpha goes in first, then Gold 2, then 3. Out." RDPs? Luke racked his brains to recall what this stood for, then remembered. Rope down points. The means by which the commandos would drop onto the ship. "Contact target," said the pilot in the lead seeking. 500 meters, 11 o'clock. Luke craned his neck, trying to peer through the round perspex porthole of the Chinook. But it was pitch dark out there, and the glass was splattered with rain. Instinctively, he reached up and felt for the night vision goggles on his helmet, pulling them into position over his eyes. If anything, he could make out even less of what was outside the window. Maybe he was just sitting on the wrong side to see the ship. He pushed the goggles back up. They could wait till he was off the helicopter and on the deck. In the pit of his stomach, Luke felt a knot of tension. It had been there ever since he'd taken Khan's call in the sauna. He knew a hell of a lot was riding on this mission, for him, for the service, for the unknown future victims of whatever device the narcos were propelling towards Britain. Whatever it was, it needed to be stopped in its tracks, right here, right now, before it came ashore. Down on the Maria Esposito, it was the second mate who spotted the approaching silhouettes, all blacked out, no lights. He had been smoking a cigarette on one of the bridge wings, the steel viewing platforms that stuck out from the ship's superstructure at either side of the bridge. He dropped the remains of his cigarette underfoot, ground it out with his heel, and raced back inside the bridge.
"Capitan! Cuidado! They're coming!"
Hector Jimenez had been expecting this, and took it in his stride.
"Be calm," he told the man, "and precise. What exactly is coming?" "Helicopters! Many of them!"
They could hear them now, even above the roar of the storm, the rising throb of massed rotor blades slicing through the wind and rain. The second mate's words triggered a minor panic on the bridge. Men started dashing about, unsure of what to do. In the confusion, someone switched on the ship's arc lights, illuminating the deck, while someone else broke open the emergency cabinet and took out the flare pistol. It was a young deckhand, and he rushed out impetuously onto the bridge wings, about to fire a flare straight at the first approaching aircraft, a seeking helicopter lining up to hover over the deck. Then a blow to his jaw knocked him over.
"Care verga!"
shouted Jimenez, leaning over the deckhand with a clenched fist.
"You dickhead! Are you mad? They will kill us all! Give me that thing!"
He grabbed a pistol and flung it overboard. Through the reinforced glass of the bridge window, the crew could see them clearly now, dropping like spiders on silken threads down onto the deck. First came the teams in the Seekings, fast roping down with incredible speed, even as the ropes swayed in the wind and the ship heaved in the swell. In less than 2 minutes, the assault teams were aboard, and moving in 2 parallel lines up both sides of the ship towards the bridge and the living quarters. Behind them, the Chinook's dedicated Special Forces pilot struggled to keep his craft in a steady hold with its ramp down, just high enough above the deck for the follow-up team to jump off without breaking their legs. This was extremely close to being suicidally dangerous, but he managed it. Luke, one of the last few to disembark, landed with a thump, banging his knee on a metal pipe that ran across the deck. It occurred to him that this was the second time in a few weeks he had launched himself out of a helicopter on a live op. Maybe this one would turn out better than the last. Up on the bridge, Hector Jimenez braced himself for the inevitable, but it was still a shock when it came. The heavy metal door to the bridge came crashing open so fast it nearly came off its hinges. Within seconds, the room was swarming with heavily armed, black-clad men in black helmets. Their night vision goggles were clamped on their faces, lending them an almost extraterrestrial appearance. They were pointing their weapons at him and his crew.
"Que se bajen!" shouted the leader. "Down on the floor, now!"
He motioned with the muzzle of his assault rifle towards the floor of the bridge, so there could be no mistaking his meaning. Jimenez dropped first to his knees, then lay flat, while his crew followed his example. One by one, the SBS team handcuffed them. "Go to, bridge secure." The leader spoke into his helmet mic. 5 Bravos detained." Then he motioned for one of his team to come over. The man he signalled to was smaller and slighter than most of the other operatives. He wore body armour, a helmet that was slightly too big for him, and carried no weapon. He looked as if he might be sick at any moment. This was the Terp, the Spanish language interpreter. "Tell the captain," said the leader, "that I need him to address the crew. He is to tell them to cooperate and they won't be harmed." One of the operatives spotted the bridge mic attached to a curled phone cord and passed it to Jimenez. Face down on the floor, his hands tied behind his back, it was obvious he was in no position to address anyone, so 2 men hauled him up and put him into a sitting position against the bulkhead. "There you go," said the team leader, gesturing to the microphone. "Make the call." Jimenez, seemingly meek as a lamb, did as he was told, ordering his crew to offer no resistance. This was no time to be stubborn. He needed to keep his cool. Then he reckoned he could come through this unscathed. They were just soldiers, after all, doing their job, and he doubted they would know what to look for, and if they did, well, so what? It would be too late now, anyway. Jimenez looked up as the bulkhead door swung open, letting in a tall man with a pistol strapped to his thigh. He spoke briefly to the leader, who pointed straight at him. It was then he noticed the man was missing the middle finger on one hand. The next thing he knew, 2 large men were lifting him to his feet and dragging him backwards into the radio operator's room behind the bridge. They sat him down at the small table and left. The tall man walked in and shut the door behind him. What was he? Jimenez wondered. A detective? A lawyer? Maybe he could get him to take the cuffs off his wrists. They were already starting to chafe. The tall man sat in the only other chair in the room and took out a slim laptop from the day sack he was carrying on his back. He still hadn't said a word. He placed it on the table between them, opened it, then typed something in. He swiveled the computer round so Jimenez could see it. He was half expecting it to be some sort of confession they were about to ask him to sign, but no. It was a photograph of a man's face. "Lo reconoces?" said the man, addressing him at last. "Do you recognize him?" Jimenez did, instantly. It was Nelson Garcia. He pretended to lean closer, frowning as he studied the image. Then he shook his head sadly. "I don't know this man," he told him. "Why? Who is he?" "I think you do, Capitan Jimenez." "No, I swear. He is a stranger to me." The tall man sighed, almost theatrically. He had taken off his helmet and body armor, placing them on the floor beside him. Jimenez was surprised that a gringo with blonde hair could speak such good Spanish. Now the man was typing something else into the laptop, and once again he turned it round to face him. Capitan Jimenez went very still. He said nothing. The other man broke the silence. "Let me be clear," he said, fixing Jimenez with an unflinching gaze. "That man there is on the Colombian government's wanted list. He is a known narcotraficante. And there's no dispute about who is beside him, with his arm round his shoulders. It's you." The room seemed to heave violently as the Maria Esposito hit a particularly big wave, and the laptop nearly slid off the table. Jimenez, whose hands were still cuffed behind his back,
had to brace himself with both legs to stop himself falling off his chair. The ship lurched in the opposite direction and then steadied itself. The door opened. An operative poked his head in. "Just to let you know, we're taking her into Falmouth with everyone on board," he said, and shut the door. Jimenez was thankful for the interruption. He needed time to think. These gringos were clearly smarter than he had taken them for. Where the hell had they got that photo from? He didn't even remember when or where it had been taken. The man had started speaking again. "So, where do we go from here, Jimenez?" he was saying. "Because, you see, we can have you arrested, right here and now, on suspicion of links to international organized crime. We can hand you over to the Colombian embassy, who will have you on a plane to Bogota by tomorrow. You think I'm bluffing?" Jimenez stared blankly back at him, giving nothing away. Inside his head, he was seriously worried. This man was building up to making some kind of impossible demand from him. He could feel it. And now they had that photograph. His options were not looking good. "Let me tell you," continued the tall man with the missing finger. "My people in Bogota have done their research. You're looking at a long stretch in one of your country's worst prisons. By the time you get out, your bank accounts will have been frozen, your family will have fallen into poverty, your wife will have left you for someone who can take care of her, and your children will have grown up forgetting what you look like. You'll be an old man, and they won't even know you. Sound good?" It was quite a speech, and the tall man sat back in his chair, arms folded, considering him. Jimenez felt like spitting in his face and was half tempted to do so. Instead, he stared at the table in silence. He was waiting to hear the alternative, and, sure enough, here it came. "So, here's what I can offer you," said the blond man. "My service, my organization, can make all of that go away. No need for arrests or charges. La Modelo has quite enough prisoners already. But in return, you have to help me." Jimenez looked up into the man's eyes and saw ruthlessness. They were ice cold, like the snow on the windswept summit of Pico Simón Bolívar back home. The man leaned forward and spoke into his face. "Señor Jimenez, Capitán Jimenez, you need to tell me what this ship has hidden on it. What it is you're carrying that's so secret it made you switch off your AIS beacon. We need to know where to find it, and you need to tell us now." Hector Jimenez held Luke's gaze. His face now set hard in an attitude of defiance. His mind was made up. If he betrayed the cartel, he would end up a hunted man all his life. It wouldn't matter where he fetched up, Miami, Madrid, San Jose. They would find him eventually. Take the rap now, and he and his family would be well looked after. Even in prison, they would take care of them. The cartel looked after its own. Everyone knew that. And if they found the right judge, well, he might even be out in a year. "I have nothing to say to you," said Jimenez, and stuck out his jaw. Chapter 48. "Nothing, boss. She's clean. We searched her top to bottom." A grim-faced Major Loams was up on the bridge, speaking into a high-frequency radio. Raising his voice above the noise of the pitching, rolling Atlantic outside, his call had gone through to Task Group headquarters at the SPS base in Poole, Dorset. He was speaking directly to the commanding officer. "As far as we can see," added Loams, "she's carrying nothing but tractor parts and empty beer cans. The hazmat guys have been all over her with the Geiger counters, and the readings are normal. We're taking her into port for a closer look. We'll need to get the fleet divers to check out her hull. That bit we couldn't do in this sea state." In the ops room at Poole, the SBS commanding officer swore, turned to his regimental sergeant major, and shook his head. Now it was his turn to have a difficult conversation, this time with the permanent joint headquarters at Northwood. There, in a windowless room, they put him on speakerphone as they stood around the table waiting for the word. It was a heavyweight audience gathered there that night. The Director of Special Forces, a Royal Navy captain from Fleet Intelligence, and Britain's Joint Force Commander, a 4-star general whose command included all Special Forces and Joint Operations.
This was not the news anyone was hoping to hear. Level by level, it worked its way up the chain of command, prompting sighs of disappointment and tired heads resting on hands, until finally a secure cell phone was handed to the Prime Minister at Chequers. His response was far from charitable. They had drawn a blank. This maritime counter-terrorism operation had failed. On board the MV Maria Esposito, Loams turned to Luke with an expression as black as thunder. "Looks like Fleet fed us dodgy intel. Or was it your spooks? Doesn't really matter now, does it? We're stuck with this rust bucket all the way to Falmouth." Capitan Jimenez had been placed under guard in a room down below, while the second mate, released from his handcuffs but still closely watched, was now steering the vessel to port. There, a crew from the harbour master's office would come out to meet them and take over the helm. Luke felt about as low as he possibly could. He was deflated, weary, and angry, all at the same time, and his foot was throbbing. It wasn't just the massive letdown of an intercept that had turned up nothing. That he could live with. No, it was the growing possibility that this whole Colombian venture, right from the first awkward boardroom meeting in Vauxhall Cross, might be about to culminate in failure. Failure for him, failure for the service, and potentially a nightmare for Britain if the device, the weapon, whatever it was, ever went off. And what about Elise? All these days away, unable to tell her what he was doing, where he was going, her worrying if he was safe, which he clearly wasn't. And yet, for some reason he could not figure out, he was holding off calling her. Perhaps it was because he preferred to have no distractions while he was on this job. And that reminded him he'd better have a conversation with Khan, get it over with. He sat in the ship's radio room, being patched through to Sitkan's secure mobile. He braced himself to hear a gloomy run-through of damage limitation measures coupled with some fairly dire predictions. Instead, he heard Khan's voice, animated, combative, and strangely upbeat.
"Here's the thing, Luke,"
he began, almost as if he were taking him into his confidence.
"We just don't accept the result. That ship is carrying something. Our analysis team is absolutely positive on that score. They've backtracked her routing across the Atlantic, and frankly, it's erratic and evasive. Oh, and NSA picked up a signal she put out soon after she came through the Panama Canal."
"What did it say?" asked Luke.
"It was a single word, and it's unusual in itself. Doesn't exactly fit the pattern of normal commercial maritime comms. It was Benicio. Any thoughts on that?"
It was just a name, nothing more, and Luke could only think of the actor, Benicio del Toro, which didn't really help. "Sorry, doesn't ring any bells."
"Anyway, moving on," said Khan. "What did you get out of the skipper? How did he react to that photo of him with Garcia?"
"It seemed to take the wind out of his sails. That was impressive research." Khan gave a quiet chuckle.
"Research?" he repeated. "More like photoshopping."
"Nice one." There had never been a photo of Garcia with the ship's captain.
"Whatever," said Luke. "He's holding out. Obviously decided where his loyalties lie. How long can we keep him when we get to Falmouth?"
48 hours, said Khan. "Then he'll be handed over to his embassy.
But the Navy divers will have been all over the ship by then, so, with any luck, Captain Jimenez might change his tune."
A Colombian drug cartel miniature submarine is not built for rough seas. Unable to dive to any great depth, fundamentally unstable in the water, it is intended for calm equatorial waters, like mangrove inlets and balmy tropical reefs. Certainly not the English Channel in a force 5 wind, gusting to force 7. Buffeted and battered by the Cornish waves, the two submariners were battling to keep the craft on course. They were a very long way from home, and partially disoriented by the past few weeks at sea, cooped up aboard the MV Maria Esposito as the ship ploughed eastwards across the Atlantic, followed by that last-minute emergency exit from the hull. That was surely not the way it was supposed to be. They hadn't trained for it, and it was a miracle, they agreed, that nothing had gone wrong with the launch.
"Ay, mama!"
wailed the pilot in front as another giant wave rolled over them, causing him to hit his head on the welded steel bulkhead.
"How much further in this shit can?"
he called, to the man seated behind him. They were just below the waves, close enough to the surface to feel the effects of the storm, yet unable to see anything with the naked eye. In the bare, barren interior of the mini-sub, the navigator sat behind him, his knees squashed practically up to his chin, struggling to keep a grip on his charts as the sub rolled and dipped in the surf.
"Just keep going on the same heading,"
he replied, rather unconvincingly.
"You don't know, do you?"
retorted the pilot.
"Imbecile. If you get us lost in this, I swear I will kill you."
The weeks of enforced idleness aboard the Maria Esposito, as she made her way from Panama to the English Channel, had done nothing to improve their relationship. There were only so many games of parquets, the Colombian board game. The navigator had brought it with him, that two people could play before they felt like killing each other. But right now, as they made their tortuous way through the dark and turbulent seas off the south coast of Cornwall towards the designated landing site, both submariners were thinking the same thing. This is madness, and it is quite possible that we may not make it. Since the rendezvous off the coast of Panama, they had done precious little maintenance on the mini-sub, largely because it had been hidden in the false hold at the bottom of the Maria Esposito. But they were paying for it now, as rivulets of seawater streamed alarmingly down the walls of the interior. The bilge pump had packed up. They had argued about the decision to launch in this weather, both men telling Capitan Jimenez it was insane to put to sea in a jerry-built mini-sub in a gale. But he had shown them the signal and the terse order from the cartel, then practically pushed them off his ship into the Atlantic. What the two men didn't know was that he had had good reason to follow orders. Within 20 minutes of the launch from the Maria Esposito, he'd had the SPS fast roping down onto the deck. When they had put those handcuffs on him and the tall Englishman had led him off to the radio room to offer that absurd deal, Jimenez had known what none of those cabrones knew. A miniature submarine containing something extremely dangerous was less than 5 kilometers away, heading for the darkened Cornish coast, and they had missed it by minutes. Chapter 49. "One more for the road, Jack." The barmaid leaned across and tapped old Jack Hamill's arm. He seemed to have gone to sleep where he sat. "Directly," he replied, using the Cornish equivalent of soon but not just yet. "What's the matter with thee?" she continued. "You used to be the life and soul, you did. Now looks at yez." "Getting old, that's what," said the retired policeman, and shuffled off to answer the call of nature. Occupied. "Buggered that," he muttered, pushed open the door of the Halsafron Inn and tottered out into the night. The wind came barreling in off the Atlantic waves below and caught him full in the face. For the moment he stood there, rocking gently, then walked on down the hill to find a bush. "That's odd," he muttered to himself, as he fumbled with his zip in the dark. He could swear lights were flashing dimly down on Gunwallow Cove. Who would want to be out on Port Leven sands on this kind of night? Probably some young surfers, stoned out of their minds, he reckoned, camping in the storm for a dare. Stupid bloody grackles. Might check up on them in the morning. Jack had hung up his uniform years ago, but in his heart he had never stopped being a copper. For the 5 men working in the dark in the bleak, windswept cove, it was lucky that nobody other than Jack Hamill noticed them. When he toddled back into the bar, a few telltale dark splashes showing on his trousers, nobody paid him too much attention. Even if he had got within earshot of the men, Jack would not have understood a word they were saying, because they were talking in low, hoarse whispers, speaking the language of the red-brick Colombian barrios. The cartel's men were working against the clock to bring something ashore in secret. They knew that everything, even the lives of their families in Colombia, depended on their getting the job done and disappearing before anyone saw them. Chapter 50. From the narrow shingle beach of Gunwallow Cove, an unpaved road just wide enough to let a vehicle pass leads up the hill between wind-blasted bushes and dry stone walls. The van made its way, in the darkness before dawn, up onto the flat, rolling heath, past the gorse, and along winding lanes slick with rain. The man in the driving seat gripped the wheel, his knuckles white, staring dead ahead as his lights illuminated the uneven road. Beside him sat a man with a gleaming gold tooth, his clothes cleaner than those of the others in the vehicle. Only his boots bore the marks of the beach where he had stood for over an hour giving orders, cajoling, cursing, and, eventually, congratulating, once the cargo was finally hoisted into the vehicle. It was just before the junction with the A3083 that they saw the military police patrol vehicle. It was parked discreetly beside the road, close to the rusting barbed wire coils that ringed the Royal Naval Air Station at Culdrose. It was already too late to avoid it.
"Cuidado! Watch out!"
shouted Goldtooth, as the driver, unsure of what to do, swerved to one side, then braked hard. Immediately, the patrol car's flashing lights went on.
"Pull over,"
hissed Goldtooth.
"I'll speak, not you."
The RMP Land Rover drew up behind them. A man in uniform got out and walked up to the window on the driver's side. His red armband bore the thick black letters, MP. He wore a pistol at his side, and in his hand was a heavy standard-issue right-angled torch. He shone it straight at the face of the driver, then peered beyond him into the interior of the van. Several sleepy figures looked back at him, shielding their eyes from the intense beam of white light.
"Pescadores,"
the driver explained to the policeman.
"Fishermen. We are fishermen."
"Could I see some identification, please?" The driver turned to his passenger, the man with the gold tooth, who passed over 2 valid British driving licenses. The policeman turned the pink laminated cards over in his hand, checking the ID photos against the 2 men in the front of the van. "So what might you be up to at this time of night?" he asked. "Could one of you step out of the vehicle and open the rear doors?" It wasn't a question. Goldtooth smiled obligingly, unbuckled his seatbelt, got down from the van, and walked round to the back. After a brief fumble with some keys, he unlocked the rear doors, pulled them open, and stood back to let the policeman shine his torch where he wanted. Neatly stacked, all the way from floor to roof, were plastic crates of fish packed in ice. The policeman tugged at one, pulling it out just far enough to see the silvery forms that glittered and sparkled in his torch beam. All seemed to be in order. His radio crackled into life, and he moved away to take the call as Goldtooth stood patiently by the open doors of the van. "You best be on your way," said the policeman when he returned. "Don't fall asleep at the wheel now, will you?" Goldtooth returned to his seat in the van. As they resumed their journey, turning left towards Helston, past the clumps of Scots pines and the home of 771 Search and Rescue Wing, where Prince William had served, the 2 men in the front exchanged a nervous glance and said nothing. That, they both knew, had been way too close for comfort. From Helston, they drove on in silence. After that heart-stopping encounter at Culdrose, the men in the van would be extra careful from now on, driving with the saintly obedience of a nun. They crawled through deserted 20-mile-per-hour zones and negotiated empty, darkened roundabouts. Their instructions were simple, and they followed them to the letter. Proceed north to Truro, then take the A30 up to Bodmin, and on up onto the moor. At Bolventor, they were to turn off the dual carriageway, drive under the bridge, and proceed to a grey stone inn. The gates to the car park would be locked overnight, so they were to carry on to the next lay-by. When the gates opened at 7 a.m, they were to drive to the car park on the left and head for the furthest corner by the bush that looked like a Christmas tree. The Jamaica Inn is famous, steeped in the history of contraband changing hands in the dead of night, of deals done on the adjacent moor beneath jagged tors, where the mist can hide many things. And, as the Colombians drove into the car park, the fog swirled around them, lying low in the troughs and hollows that swept down from Brown Willie, the crag that towers over Bodmin Moor. Visibility was a few metres at most, but through the gloom, the headlights of a parked truck flashed once. It was enough. 5 men spilled out of the van, stretching their limbs and stamping their feet in the cold and damp.
"Ay, que frío!"
they complained.
"Esto es lamentable."
Some began to compare the weather unfavourably to the home country and the balmy Caribbean heat of Cartagena. But for Goldtooth, overseeing what was about to take place, the foul weather was exactly what he had hoped for. So late in the season, So early in the morning, and on such a miserable day, there should be nobody around to observe them. Beneath the fir tree, in the corner of the car park, the two teams made contact, shook hands, and embraced. It was a fleeting moment of companionship and human friendship in an otherwise grim endeavour. One by one, the crates of iced fish were removed from the van to reveal the precious cargo, a heavy lead-lined box. Its carrying handles were still in place. It had not been opened since it had left the port of Hungnam in the People's Democratic Republic of Korea, discreetly stowed on the Maria Esposito. It took 6 of the men 20 minutes to manhandle the box from the van into the small trailer that would be towed behind the truck. The exchange had been made. The first van would be delivered to a recycling depot just outside Bristol and crushed to the size of a suitcase. By the time the gift shop at the Jamaica Inn opened for business, the truck, its trailer, and its contents would have vanished into the fog, hurrying north across the moor towards the M5, Bristol, and London. Chapter 51. As the truck drove unnoticed towards the capital, Elise Mayhew was sitting in a Chelsea pub, racked by doubts. Her relationship with Luke was not in a good place. When she thought about it, which she had a lot recently, things had not been right between them ever since he had taken off for South America. Now the clichés came crowding in. It's just a blip, she told herself. Every couple has them. Put it in perspective. Your relationship is stronger than this. You two are so good together, her friends told her, as she confided her doubts to them. We'd hate to see you split up. A big part of her was secretly proud of what Luke did for a living. All he had told her was who he worked for, not what he did or how he did it. She had become adept at covering for him in conversations, telling people he worked for the Foreign Office or some boring part of Whitehall. She quite enjoyed doing that. It made her feel they were a team. But now, with Luke constantly away, and the glaring absence of any calls from him, 4 days, she told Hugo, as they sat at a table hewn of rustic wood in a Chelsea gastropub. It was the sort of place where the simple single-sheet lunch menu belied the exorbitant prices. Elise glanced at it in dismay. Ballatine of guinea fowl, £28. Assiette de jambon en croûte, £23.50. She was glad he was paying. 4 days, she repeated, holding up 4 elegant fingers. That's all I've had with Luke this month. She knew that Hugo, as an interested party, was probably not the right person to confide in, but she was starting to think of him as a dependable elder brother, a generous one too. He reached out and topped up her glass of crisp white Gavi. He was a good listener too. Where is he now? He asked gently. Elise pursed her lips. I've absolutely no idea. He seems to have gone completely off the grid again. She didn't know why she was so angry. It was unlike her, and already she could feel a pang of guilt at her disloyalty. Luke was the man she loved. She just wished he was more there for her. It was all very well dating a good-looking Superman, but not if he was going to turn into the Invisible Man every few days. She took another sip of her wine as Hugo changed the subject, but her mind was made up. Something in her relationship with Luke, she resolved, had to change. If Angela could have heard that conversation, she might have insisted Luke take some urgent domestic leave. God knows he had earned it. But at that moment, she was standing in a pew at St. Lawrence's Church in Scarborough, attending a memorial service for someone who had once been quite special to her. Jeremy Benton, long-serving intelligence officer, fluent Spanish speaker, murdered in the line of duty in Colombia. Even now, in the serene Yorkshire church, with its ancient yew trees and its neatly laid-out cemetery, she still couldn't take in the fact that he had been killed. She looked down at her hymn sheet and silently mouthed the words to Abide With Me, then sat down for the eulogy. An old school friend had gone up to the pulpit and was starting to tell the congregation about Benton's early prowess on the cricket pitch. There would be no mention from anyone, of course, of his past affair with Angela, the brief in-house fling before he was married. It had fizzled out soon after, when he had got his next posting, and they had gone on to pursue their own separate lives. The words from the pulpit washed over her. Right now, her concerns were for Luke and the ongoing operation. Sid Khan was running it, but she was Luke's immediate boss and felt a strong duty of care towards him. As his line manager, she was in two minds whether or not to insist that now was the time to take him off the case. No one, not even a superfit operator like Luke, could keep going at that pace indefinitely, and they had ridden him hard ever since the crisis emerged. Maybe HR had been right. Maybe she should have sent him off for that re-evaluation course and spared him the ordeal of a nighttime maritime interdiction in the English Channel. But set against that was the harsh reality of the situation they were now in, trying to intercept the still unidentified device. Only the day before, Angela had attended a deeply worrying event. A briefing for the directors at VX by the counter-proliferation team. WMD were right up there with international terrorism as a top priority for SIS. There were people in that building whose entire working lives were dedicated to stopping terrorists and rogue states acquiring WMD. In the case of North Korea, with its plutonium warheads and its fledgling hydrogen bombs, it was already too late. And now they faced the threat they had always feared most, that of a WMD getting into the hands of a non-state organization, a group with no obvious return address to threaten with retaliation. Against this backdrop, she had no choice when it came to Luke. There was no one else in the service with quite the same skill set as him. Until they could locate and defuse the weapon, there would be no let-up for any of them. Angela knew exactly what Benton would have said. She could almost hear him now, whispering it to her in this old Yorkshire chapel. "Keep your eyes on the prize, girl, and keep going."